It's a special day, it's a special year, it's a special season. The 25th edition of the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship, and we're bringing coverage to you live from round one. We will have to move off the track and come back with this intro in just a bit because cars are coming out for a sighting lap. So we will have to go off the racetrack, but we will be back very soon. Meanwhile, just do stay with us. We had to clear it because we had to clear the track up.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to the live coverage of the day second of the 25th JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. Slight delay because we have one last sighting lap going on with the cars, as just informed by Raman. We'll start the day, that's day two in this round, with the JK Tyre Novice Cup race. Will be 10 laps, race number 6 of the weekend. We've already had 5 races yesterday. During the course of the day, we will get you highlights of all the action that happened yesterday as well. The start of the day with the Novice Cup category, we will have the reverse grid kick in, which means the top 8 in the qualifying will be reversed. That means we started at P1, we'll start at P8, P2 will start at P7, and so on and so forth, while 9, 10 and the remaining will start at their own positions. Just another reminder, we had a slight delay because we had another sighting lap underway. The sighting lap seems to be done now. Or you can see one of the officials on the racetrack signaling the cars to just go on with yet another lap. You see on the left of your screen, instructions being given to the drivers to just continue with that, don't stop on the grid. Kyle Kumran has dominated this category so far. We've got 2 races already done in this category, and both were won by Kyle Kumran, while the other winners, as far as this category was concerned, the other podium finishers, if I may add, Joel Joseph and Dhruv Goswami was one of the race winners, while in the second race it was Vineet Kumar and Aditya Parsuram who finished second and third respectively, although it was Kyle Kumran, as I said earlier, winning both the races earlier yesterday. Car number 9, as you saw, the yellow one of Dhruv Goswami, the lad from Bangalore, one of the M Sport team members. We will have a formation lap and then we will have the racing action commencing very, very shortly. As always, a bright, sunny and a windy day here in Coimbatore at the Kari Motor Speedway. I'm Karthik Sinha in the commentary box. On the right you can see the media center as well, the race control room. As the cars now make their way to the starting positions on the grid. The technicians also will now come out for some final fine-tuning if needed before the start of the race. we talk about the weather, it's 28 degrees at the moment, while a couple of more degrees as far as the track temperatures are concerned. It's great news. Only 4% chance of rain, so that's something that can be ignored. Although, as far as today is concerned, highest temperatures will go up till 31 degrees Celsius. So it could be a difficult day for the drivers in these cars and obviously on their bikes as well. We talk about the wind here, the city of windmills, Coimbatore. Wind blowing in southwesterly direction at 11 kilometers an hour. Great visibility, 8.05 kilometers. Humidity is in the highs of 69%.
And live action coming your way in just a very short while from now. Lots of exciting racing action. But before we get into the races, let's talk to the man who's been instrumental in putting this entire piece together from dream to reality. Let's talk to the head of motorsport, Mr. Sanjay Sharma, who's joining us on a link live from Delhi while we're here in Coimbatore. Sanjay sir, first and foremost, you know, running a championship like this for 25 years takes a whole lot of passion and commitment that JK has shown. Please just talk us through the last 2.5 decades.
Yes, certainly. It's something which is truly remarkable, because I wonder that when this whole journey started, even the company had this vision that it will go on for 25 years. And having said so, this has actually played a very, very iconic role in development of motor racing in this part of the world, because it actually, racing always existed, Raman, who better than you know. And, you know, in the early 90s, we used to have off and on the Grand Prix, which were at that time sponsored by McDowell, and our friends from various companies used to participate. And then finally in 97, a national championship with one promoter, which is JK Tyre, you know, in alliance with here. And I'm sure you would know that we've actually completed 26. The first year is always a provisional, you know, before you get a national championship status. So together, you know, with that, so we are now celebrating the national championship, 25th year of this coveted title, you know, which has turned everything for motor racing in this country.
Sir, the fact that you've had, you know, this championship grow, take baby steps to giant strides, you know, from the FISMEs to the Formula LGBs, the categories of the cars have improved over the years. Just talk us through this evolution as well.
Yes, Raman, it's certainly, you know, when you look back, it's kind of quite historical, because one Indian make car, which was produced by late S. Kari way back in 1991-92, you know, has lasted and has seen the Indian format going from strength to strength, and till date, it is the backbone of Indian racing. And this car, you know, has obviously has evolved over the time, but contributes as the youngest, or as the cheapest, if I may use the word, form of racing available anywhere in the world. And it suits an Indian pocket. And around this class, which is called the Formula LGB, and these are single-seater Indian-made Formula cars powered by Maruti engines, has lasted and seen everyone from Naren Karthikeyan till your latest Rohan Alva, who is now launched, you know, in the international scenario. So hundreds of drivers who've lived their dreams have all started their lives with this machine in their backyards. Right from day one, when we had Maruti Udyog with us, then later on, you know, we got saloon cars from various manufacturers to make our basic group and grid. Then later we got Formula Hyundai, who joined us with a little more powerful 1300cc car. In the meanwhile, Maruti upgraded these engines to the 1300cc, you know, newer engines. Then Chevrolet, they joined the bandwagon, and then they brought in the first Formula car with a wing. So, you know, everyone, each and every one of these manufacturers have played a huge role. Then going forward, nothing to beat another historical movement was the alliance with Polo. And VW Polo had a similar kind of format they used to practice world over. 5 years back, when two-wheelers joined it, so how glad it is to know that straight away there were Suzuki, followed by Royal Enfield, like manufacturers joining the fray. Why, again, I'm emphasizing on manufacturers? Because they bring professionalism. They bring access to technologies at all levels. And so, hereafter, it's only learning. One is not bothered about resources. One is not bothered about, reaching out, whether we have one, whether we have something or not. And especially when you have international partners on board. But the nutshell is there are millions and millions of people who need to be thanked. And there are thousands of drivers who we need to thank for participating in it. And they would thank the championship for wherever they are in life, thanks to this platform created by JK Tyre way back.
So the sport is actually spread across the length and breadth of the country. We're here in Coimbatore, but the races have spread across different parts of the country, and generation after generation of young drivers have come through this program. Talk us a bit through that as well.
Listen, not just because I'm an employee of the company, not just because I have been given the metal to take charge of this operation, but hats off to this manufacturer who had selflessly, devoted themselves for this cause. Because I have never, ever asked, I do not remember ever the promoters asking us any questions except the performance of the drivers who emerged out of the, this whole program, about their performances, about where they stand, where they are going. So I think it was quite a selfless effort, and the resources were never, ever a crunch. And when we started, we only used to have one Madras Motorsport track. Then Kari Speedway emerged. Then BIC happened. In between, we tried our hand at Pune on a street circuit. So it's endless. We had a street circuit in Calcutta. So the journey is enormous. Today, 90% of Indians who are practicing motorsport internationally come from this stable of JK Tyre Motorsport. So I don't think, we can ask for anything more.
For a championship that's seen 25 years and counting, what's new, what's next? What are the plans ahead, sir? Could you tell us a little more about that?
We've had this discussion many times. And I think this particular championship should just remain where it is. Because, number one, it's not in terms of technology, because that needs to keep evolving. But at the same time, making sure that this championship runs as close as possible, as accessible as possible to an Indian sportsman. So this is very important. So when we go down and we promote karting, and from there the kids emerge, then they come into this Rookie Cup. From Rookie Cup, they emerge into this national championship. So this ladder has to remain as it is. But as we all in the sport know, that people keep joining, people keep adding value. Now we hear that the FIA Formula 3, FIA Formula 4 are ready to launch their series now in November. So at the higher end, there is already a lot of work happening. And we must keep supporting, because unless this championship survives, unless this keeps producing the drivers, no other sponsors, no other championship at the top is going to get benefited. So people have evolved. People have now arrived. We just need to cross our fingers that this momentum is not lost. And here and after, we are just competing with the international standards from the start, from the world go till we make it to the top. How glad we are at the Italian GP last weekend. Jihan Daruwala again flying the Indian national flag. So, irrespective which colors he wears, he is an Indian. And that falls part of our philosophy. So all those who fly these flags on those podiums, hats off to them, thanks to them. And I'm sure down their heart, they would also thank the championship.
Well, thank you so much, sir, for speaking with us, and the fact that JK have made motorsport an affordable option for so many young Indian drivers is something that speaks volumes of the kind of commitment that we've seen from JK Tyre towards Indian motorsport. Thanks so much for speaking with us, and of course we'll continue our coverage now of the 25th edition of the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. The first race of day 2 is just about to get underway, and you can see the cars have lined up in a reverse grid. This, remember, is going to be the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. We're starting off on pole position. This is going to be a very interesting scenario to see Navneet Burani, who lines up on pole. We've got under 3 minutes before the start of the first race of the day. Navneet starting on the reverse grid on pole position. Let's hand it over to Karthikeya Sinha, who's in the commentary box. Karthikeya, it's over to you.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the 25th edition of JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. This is live action from day 2 of the opening round, and as you can see, we're just a minute away from live action. First race of the day will be of the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. 10 laps in this race. We've already had 2 races yesterday in this category. First, we'll have the formation lap and then the 10 laps in this race. As Raman said, the reverse grid will kick in. Off they go for the formation lap. Let's very quickly talk you through the grid. It will be Navneet Burani, who starts at P1, Aditya Parsuram at P2, Gaurav Kochar at P3, Chetan Sirineni at P4, Aman Nagdev at P5, Dhruv Goswami at P6, Joel Joseph at P7, and winner of both the races yesterday, Kyle Kumran, starting at P8. Then we have Adit Parashar at P9, Nitish Chaudhary at P10, Akshat Vineet at P11 and 12 respectively. Then we have Deep Singh, Katnori and Anvay Hem Rajani in row 7. Row 8 will be Dylan Thomas and Shivik Tyagi. Row 9 will be Arjun Shyam Nair, who had a couple of incidents yesterday in one of the races, and Prabhanj Puruchari in P18. Then Kamal Karan GK at P19, Saurabh Bhatt P20, followed by Kishan Bindal, P21, Abhinav Narendra Kumar at P22, Ashwin Kumar and Sanskar Jaiswal locking up row 12, that's P22 and 24, 23 and 24, and Surya Narayan along with Rishit Nisar in P25, 26, and Rishan Bhatnagar starting way back at P27. It's a 5 grid penalty for a gearbox change for Kishan Bindal. So he will start at P21. Kishan Bindal of Haston Performance, the lad from Bangalore, has been given a 5-place grid penalty for a gearbox change. So done with the formation lap. Now moments away from the start of this race. Race number 6 of the weekend. First race of the day in the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. This will be a big challenge for Kyle Kumran, who's won both the races yesterday, although he's now starting at P8. So now it'll be very interesting as Shivik Tyagi at the moment, it seems, is not part of the grid. As you can see, one of the spots empty, and off they go. It's a terrific start. In fact, it's a staller for Navneet Burani. Just a no-goer from him on. There's a little collision there as well. My word. You can see the few cars in the background, and here again it's Kyle Kumran, car number 70, that was involved in that, and that you can see Kyle's car there, and he'll have to wait for the others to pass by before he can rejoin the race. It was an incident-full race. Both Ahura Racing cars there tangled up.
Look at what happened here. Straight into the side wall and then onto the oncoming car. The collision started, the entire process started with Shaurya Bhatt colliding with one of the cars, and that's what really triggered off that entire melee in the mid-pack, and the race has been red flagged. Very understandably, there were at least 4 cars involved in the first incident right near the start line, and then towards C1. There was another incident involving the race leader Kyle Kumaran with the pole sitter, and we hope that he's able to rejoin the race depending on the damage that's done to his car. But the race has been red flagged on the first lap itself, and you can see Kyle Kumaran's car just a little while ago had a dent on the nose, but two cars looking totaled on the racetrack at the moment.
Well, that's the end of the race. Well, there's another incident there. I think it's Ashwin Kumar KP, car number 66 in fact. That's Akshit Kumaran of M Sport, the lad from Chennai. He was also involved there. So, as Raman said, understandably red flagged. We will see a slightly open grid now with a couple of Ahura races certainly out.
And Karthikeya, the whole reason why this melee started was because the pole sitter Navneet Burani's car had stalled. If you look at the race restart again, right from the top, if you look at the race restart, you'll find that the first car itself on the grid on P1 had stalled. And because of that, the oncoming cars on that straight actually tried to avoid the the car that was stalled. Abhinav Narendra Kumar's car from Ahura Racing, his car's taken a fair bit of damage, as has another Ahura Racing car. So two Ahuras getting total. Now this is what happened. Look at the pole sitter. He stalled on the track, which is why all the oncoming cars from behind had to avoid that car. This was a collision straight into the safety wall on the side. A couple of Ahura Racing cars colliding. Another Ahura Racing car in the scheme of things. And then coming into C1, it was Kyle Kumaran's car that also got a tap on the front nose, and he locked on the brakes and went in for a spin after that. The car spun, and there were a couple of incidents all through. And look at what happened there. This is after they came out of that hairpin from the top corner, where Akshit Kumaran's car also sustained damage. But luckily for him, he's still running. But now it's time for the recovery crew to get on with things, and Amit Jhingan and his team are going to be straight away hard at work early morning on a Sunday morning to try and clear the racetrack.
Straight away called into action, well, it's a very action-packed start. Not the kind of start we expected, but well, this is what it is. This motorsports, things like that happen, and clearly you can see the pole sitter Navneet Burani, whose car stalled and which started all that. He is also not involved now at the moment, it seems, because he's not on the grid. You can see. So effectively, it's Aditya Parsuram who starts at P1. He would want to build on the podium finish he got yesterday with a position at the start. This is what happened. You can see Navneet's car stalling. So all the cars from the behind, they had to take that left to avoid contact with him. And this is where it started. That's the first contact. That's when one of the Ahura Racing cars spun and hit the safety wall. And the cars following behind were all then involved. Most of them were involved on the start-finish line, and then at corner one, as Raman said, was Kyle Kumaran. Once again, we'll show you how it all started. No problem there for P3, who got on with the business very easily. But this is where it all started. That contact, then getting on with the car number 74 as well.
So effectively what happened there was Kishan Bindal of Hasten Performance initially trying to avoid the stalled car on P1, just dove in to the left, and unfortunately he collided with Abhinav Narendra Kumar of Ahura Racing. So Ahura Racing, that one car got totaled. And then coming from behind, Surya Narayanan, the other driver from Ahura Racing, who had started off in this race. If you look at Surya's position, he was on P25. So he was actually running behind Abhinav Narendra Kumar, who's on P22. He collided into that car as well. And so two Ahura cars getting totaled. A fair bit of involvement, a melee there of at least 4 or 5 drivers just near that starting lineup, just near the start grid, colliding, and the race, well, quite understandably and unfortunately being red flagged. So the recovery crew have got their hands full. You can see two Ahura Racing cars being towed off. Those are cars belonging to Abhinav Narendra Kumar and Surya Narayanan. Those are the two cars that are being taken off.
The one you see right now, the blue one, that's Shaurya Bhatt, car number 74 of Momentum Motorsport.
And Shaurya's car was struck by, if you look back at the replay, Abhinav Narendra Kumar's car. And Abhinav's car was actually struck by Kishan Bindal. So it just kind of was a domino effect where multiple drivers got involved in the incident. Luckily, all drivers are free, but it all started because the pole sitter's car stalled. That's the trigger for what happened. Navneet Burani's car had stalled, and look at what happens now as the drivers from P20, 21, 22 try and avoid the car up front. There you can see the contact with Kishan Bindal's car with the car of Ahura Racing, the driver Abhinav Narendra Kumar. And Abhinav Narendra Kumar then ended up colliding with Shaurya Bhatt, and then the oncoming Ahura Racing car belonging to Surya Narayanan got involved in the tangle as well. So that's the entire sequence of events. But it's led to a red flag, which means the race will be restarted.
Once again, did very well there. Gaurav Kochar to avoid any contact. He was starting at P3, very quickly turned left and avoided the stalled car of Navneet Burani. But with so much traffic up ahead, there you see now Kishan Bindal, car number 24, turning left. That's the contact there with Abhinav Narendra Kumar's car. Abhinav then spins, hits the wall. There's Shaurya Bhatt as well involved there, car number 74. You can see Kishan Bindal, although where it all started, he was clear. Yes. Got the space between the two, and that was another incident. That was Ashwin Kumar KP.
Yes, because his car, he locked up the brakes, car number 55, he locked up the brakes and therefore went into a spin, and to avoid that spin, Surya Narayanan tried to avoid that car number 55. Unfortunately for him, he had no other place left, went straight in and collided into his teammate's car, which was stalled right in front of him on the racetrack, Abhinav Narendra Kumar. So in the end, quite a melee. Not what you'd want to start your race off with, but look at the realignment that's going to happen on the grid. Remember, it's going to be, since the race was red flagged on the first lap itself, the starting grid for the race will hold. And this is what happened from the front angle. You can clearly make out the melee in the backpack as they came past that starting line. And then this was an incident up front as well, where Kyle Kumaran, his car collided with his teammate Joel Joseph's car, and we're hoping that there's not too much damage. You can see the front left tire took a beating, and in the process as his car spun, the nose of the car getting damaged as well, as Joel Joseph, his teammate, managed to hold his racing line and went past. So team principal Sarosh Hataria of Ahura Racing, he's not going to be a happy man for sure, because he's seen a couple of his drivers come straight back into the hut.
Certainly not the kind of start Ahura and Sarosh were hoping for, but well, it is what it is. 5 minutes away from the restart of this race. Again, we will have the formation lap, and you can see clearly 4 cars are missing from the starting grid. Those 4 starting with Navneet Burani and Shaurya Bhatt. Then moving on to the 2 Ahuras of Surya Narayan and Abhinav Narendra Kumar. So these 4 will not join the restart. It's a very, very good opportunity for Aditya Parsuram, who was on podium yesterday. He's now effectively P1. So he will want to continue with that and make sure he gets a very good start, get their lines right. But there will be a clear siding up straight ahead for Gaurav Kochar as well, who starts at P3 because P1 is not there. So he's got clear track up ahead of him as well to start off.
Talking about clear track, well, right now that's what's being done. They're trying to clear the track while the Ahura Racing cars have made it back to the pit lane, albeit not in the manner in which team principal Sarosh Hataria would have been expecting these cars to return. And it's, of course, as I said before, the end of the race, and probably looking at the damage that's been sustained, probably will they look back at that race footage and probably feel a little hard done with all that transpired. But then when you have the first car on the grid stalling for the drivers coming from P20, 21, 22, you don't get too much time to sight the stalled car in front of you. With so much traffic in front of you, you cannot really figure out whether the car stalled, and unfortunately we saw that by the time they'd realized there was a stalled car in front, it was too late.
Lucky for Kishan Bandal to have rejoined, because when he took that first left to avoid Navneet's car was stalled, that is when that initial contact was made with one of the Ahuras, and that was of Abhinav Narendra Kumar. And well, Abhinav, then obviously there was contact with Shaurya Bhatt as well, and the following car of Surya Narayanan. A lot of damage there. You can see the front wheel of the left and right. In fact, both the front wheels have taken a massive beating. That certainly is the end of the race. They'll just be hoping that they can get the car ready now for the next race in this category.
Which I dare say, Karthik, would be a tough ask if you're looking at the next race that's slated in this JK Tyre Novice Cup at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. So I'm sure the race weekend is in jeopardy for Surya Narayanan and also for Abhinav Narendra Kumar. Abhinav Narendra Kumar, remember, the lad from Bangalore, Surya Narayanan from Kunnur, both drivers from Ahura Racing. Now this, I'll be taking a look at the scenes in the pit lane and in the pits for Ahura Racing. Some serious faces and trying to do some introspection as to what happened. Let's talk about the drivers who are still on the racetrack, and that's where you said that on P2, Aditya Parsuram, who finished third yesterday in the second race of the day, he'd, remember, spun out earlier in race 1 and then had to regain positions, missed out on a podium finish in race 1. He's got a chance now, as you were saying earlier, with no driver on P1. It'll be interesting to see how he covers his inside line coming into C1, because there will be a challenge that will come in from Gaurav Kochar, who starts off on P3 but effectively has a clear line of sight up front. Temperatures in Coimbatore around 29 degrees, but the track temperatures would be a couple of degrees hotter, and as the day progresses those temperatures could be heading north of 30.
Southwesterly wind blowing across the Kari Motor Speedway of around 11 kilometers an hour as off they go for the formation lap. So very quickly we'll just tell you who all are now there as far as the start grid is concerned. Navneet Durrani is out of the race, so Aditya Parsuram effectively starts at the pole position, although he is in P2. Then you got Gaurav Kochar and Chetan Suruneni, Aman Nagdev and Dhruv Goswami, Kyle and Joel Joseph at P8 and 7 respectively. Adit Parashar at P9, Nitish Chaudhary P10. Then you got Akshay Kumran along with Vineet Kumar at row 6, Deep Singh, Nori and Anvay Hemrajani as well at P13 and 14. Dylan Thomas Zakaria at P15, Shivek Tyagi, Arjun Shyam Nair and Pravanj Parchari 17 and 18. Kamal Kananjike at P19, Shaurya Bhatt was at P20, he's not a starter now. Kishan Bindal P21, Abhinav Narendra Kumar, who was at P22, his race has ended. Ashwin Kumar, AP, I think he was also one of those whose race has ended. The yellow car that we saw earlier in one of the replays around corner 3, which skid and spun. We'll just get that confirmation in a moment, while Sanskar Jaiswal will start at P24. End of the race for P25, that was Surya Narayanan. Rishit Nisar at P26 and Rishan Bhatnagar at P27. So, well, Kyle Kumran is on the track. You just saw car number 70 there with the damage, still with the damaged nose. So how much is that going to affect him and his race? We'll just have to wait and watch.
Yes, I think also the worry would be the kind of suspension and trussing on the front tires, because that's where the collision took place initially. Of course, the aerodynamics will be affected because of the damaged front nose of the car. It's going to be a 10-lap race. Remember, the race was red flagged on the first lap itself, so it will be a 10-lap race. That's the official confirmation that we are getting at the moment.
Right then, let's go again on this one again. It's a very, very important race.
So the formation lap is done without any trouble. We're just moments away from the restart of this race. That's the opening race of the weekend. 5 reds the moment they go off. And off they go. It's a good start here for Aditya Parshuram. In fact, it's a decent start for Chetan Suryaneni and Gaurav Kochar as well. It is Aditya Parshuram who's leading. Chetan Suryaneni, in fact, has moved into the second position starting from P4. It is Aditya who continues to lead car number 6. You can see Gaurav Kochar who started at P3. Well, some of the racers just couldn't break on time and they will have to go through straight through that tyre barrier and wait for the others to pass by before they rejoin the race.
Yes, absolutely, and they can see them rejoining the race. The most important part is that you've gotten through. Oh, the spin there for Anvay Hemrajani of Avalanche Racing, while car number 2 belonging to Shivik Tyagi has slowed up as well. The driver from Quest Motorsport, right from Delhi, who, if you remember, when the race began the first time around, had to go into the pit lane to get some work done. And luckily, take a look at what happened here. Just as the cars went into corner 1, this is what happened to some of the back markers who failed to brake late. And you see them taking the picturesque route through the tyre barriers all the way across and rejoining the race. But you'll only be able to rejoin once the other drivers coming around the bend could have passed. And that's where problems happened between Shivik Tyagi, whose car's now beached on the gravel next to the curb. His race seems to be over. Disappointment for Quest Motorsport and disappointment for Shivik Tyagi as well.
So bird's eye view of corner 1 and see what happened. It went through without any problem. This is the second lap that's underway. So obviously there is that gap now after that one lap between the cars. So no problem here. But what happened was one of the cars, then once it collided with the other, the ones following took the route, took the smarter way out and say rather than ramming into another car, we'll just take the route through the tyres and we'll rejoin at the back. A good start for Adit Parasar, who remains at the top as far as the races are concerned, at the top of the pile. We got Chetan Suryaneni and Gaurav Kochar there also involved. Starting from P7, Joel Joseph has moved up to 4th as all the cars now follow the safety car. We've got Dhruv Goswami, who was one of the podium finishers yesterday, in 5th, followed by the race winners, both the winner of both the races yesterday, Kyle Kumran, in car number 70. Arjun Shyam Nair, car number 18, had a troubled race yesterday. He'd be hoping to get and do better this time round. As you can see, the safety car still out there, no overtaking.
Safety car ka E missing hai. DEY.
Chetan Suryaneni moving up to 2nd, a very, very good start for him as well. And, he'd be disappointed with the kind of performances he put in yesterday. A lot is expected of him and couldn't get onto the podium. He would be hoping now that he's running 2nd at the moment with the laps being gobbled down behind the safety car. Well, he would be hoping that he can make the podium today.
Karthikeya, the interesting part is, remember, it's a reverse grid that kicked in for the start of this race. So the finishing order for the previous race was actually reversed for the top 8. So Kyle Kumaran, who had a race win, actually had started off on 8th, and Joel Joseph was in on P7, who'd finished 2nd earlier, and Dhruv Goswami, who'd finished 3rd in the first race of the day, was starting off on P6. So it, generally the reverse grid kicks in to give a chance to some of the other drivers in the mid pack to have an opportunity to start right at the top of the starting grid on the next race. But I think what's happened here is that this has been an eventful, action-packed and incident-packed race so far. A red flag on the first lap itself, and then the safety car coming out on the first lap itself when the race was restarted.
Well, eventful to say the least. Raman, we've already had one red flag, we've already had the safety car out, we've had 4 cars already miss out on a start and the restart of the race with that incident that happened earlier on when the original start happened. So it's all happening here at the Kari Motor Speedway. It will be very interesting, as you said, Raman, to see how the mid-pack now performs with the reverse grid kicking in, and also how the big guns like Kyle Kumran, who's won both the races yesterday, can go on. Can he make his way up and get another podium finish? Even better if he can get the race win. Although Aditya Parsuram, he's in good form. He got a podium yesterday as well. Gaurav Kochar, Chetan Suryaneni, both massively experienced in this category. Then you got the likes of Aman Nagdev and Dhruv Goswami as well.
I think what's disappointing is that for Quest Motorsport, what was disappointing is that they managed to get Shivik Tyagi's car back on the racetrack. And when the race restarted, unfortunately his car was benched again, and the race has restarted now. Effectively overtaking will be allowed because the safety car has gone into the pit lane, and we're back to regular racing here. You can see coming down the straight, Aditya Parsuram is leading. Chetan Suryaneni in second. Gaurav Kochar and Joel Joseph were involved in a battle. Also, there's a battle on between Dhruv Goswami, Kyle Kumaran as well. For the moment, though, it's Gaurav Kochar who's in third, Chetan Suryaneni in second, and Aditya Parsuram is leading the pack. But look at what's happening behind them. Oh, another spin. 2 cars spinning as they go into corner 1, and luckily it's the back markers, so there's no oncoming traffic, which might have otherwise led to another incident.
Kyle Kumran has moved up to 4th very, very quickly. Remember, started at P8. As you can see, the white car in 4th, that's Kyle's car. They will get the timings that you're seeing at the bottom of the screen. They do get updated after the end of the lap. Joel Joseph has dropped down, and while Prabhanj Paruchari there skidding, but luckily for him, he's back on the racetrack. Car number 4 there of Momentum Motorsports, as Aditya Parsuram continues to lead the race comfortably. We've done with 3 laps. We're into lap number 4. Remember, it is and remains a 10-lap race.
Absolutely, and another car beached near the tyre barrier is the car that belongs to Akshit Kumaran of M Sport. The lad from Chennai. His race has come to an end, but the battle is on in the mid-pack here. And I will just complete the story I was talking about earlier. Chetan Korada, who's running Quest Motorsport, I think he'd be disappointed as team principal of Quest Motorsport. The fact that they managed to get Shivik Tyagi's car back on the racetrack, and unfortunately when the race restarted, well, Shivik involved in an incident and his race came to an end. There was car number 2, which we saw earlier, being towed away by the recovery crew. So disappointment for the team principal and the driver Shivik Tyagi as well. But let's get back to race action now. That's unfolding. There is a battle on in the mid-pack as well. It's not all clearly decided. The top 4 have broken away from the rest of the pack. But then the top 3, as you can see, still probably just about a second between the 2, or second and a half between the top 3. But the challenge is for positions 5, 6 and 7.
Certainly there's a good battle going on there between Joel Joseph, Dhruv Goswami, and then you have an M Sport there as well. Aman Nagdev involved. So certainly we will go down right till the wire as far as that battle is concerned. But Aditya Parsuram now is peeling away from the other race leaders. He's got about a good second and a half gap between himself and Chetan Suryaneni, who's coming in second. Gaurav Kochar half a second behind Chetan, and then Kyle Kumran is also about a second behind Gaurav Kochar. So Kyle Kumran, who started off at P8, he's done well. In fact, Aditya Parsuram, we were talking about him stretching his lead, and he's pulling the fastest lap of the race so far. 1 minute 18.259.
And it's not too far off. If you look at the times that Gaurav Kochar is clocking as well, 1 minute 18.565 for him. Pretty good times being clocked by Gaurav Kochar as well, who's in fact now looking to challenge. You look at the overall position. That's the battle in the mid-pack. Joel Joseph in that, Aman Nagdev in the scheme of things as well. There was Dhruv Goswami in that three-way battle that we saw a little while ago. But this is what's happening up front. Aditya Parsuram, the race leader, followed by Chetan Surineni in car number 56. Then you'll see the blue, that's Gaurav Kocha, whose car is followed by Kari Kumaran, who's overall the championship leader after 2 races.
Well, he's got 2 out of 2 and he's now hoping for another podium. Well, he's closing his gap between himself and Gaurav Kocha. At the end of the previous lap, it was 1 second, 0.281, and now it's under 1 second. It's in fact 0.81, and now it's Joel Joseph who's just overtaken Dhruv Goswami. That battle going on. That's car number 7, Aman Nagdev as well. It's a terrific battle now in the mid-pack as well, while Aditya Parsuram continues to peel away and he continues to go on and stretch his lead. It's now close to 2 seconds, the gap between Aditya and Chetan Surineni, as there's a battle now for another place in the mid-pack. There was Deep Singh Katnori, the lap from Delhi, Leapfrog Racing, also involved there. He is Deep. That's car number 93, that's Kamal Kanan GK of Momentum Motorsports, the lad from Pondicherry. Interesting battle going on there as well. You see different battles going on in different parts of the track.
Absolutely, and Karthike, we're talking about drivers who come from different parts of the country, from Kunnur, from Delhi, from Bangalore, from Tripur, from Nagpur as well, Ernakulam. You've got drivers who come in. Now what's also interesting to see is if you look at the straight stretch here, there was a hint of debris just towards the corner, so the drivers, as they come into C1, who are taking the outside line, would be very careful. Now look at that, there's a hint of debris because one of the cars earlier had gone off the track onto the gravel, so there's a bit of mud and dirt and gravel that's come onto the racetrack just towards the end of corner 1. So cars coming on the outside line will have to be very careful.
Moments ago you saw that battle going on between Aman Nagdev and Joel Joseph, car number 31 and car 7. In the meantime, we're seeing Gaurav Kocha coming in, skidding. He was trying to make his move, and Chetan Surineni collides there with Gaurav Kocha. It was Gaurav who tried to come in on the inside, braking hard, skidding, and Chetan, who was following him. There was big contact. That allowed Kyle Kumaran now to move up to second. That's what happened. The tyres locking up.
Absolutely. He thought he'd take the inside line, Gaurav Kocha. The tyres locked up as he slammed on the brakes. And that is where contact takes place as well. Chetan Surineni, his car colliding with the rear left wheel of Gaurav Kocha's car. Luckily for Chetan Surineni, he managed to keep his car running, but Gaurav Kocha not so lucky. His car stalled on the racetrack.
It's a bonus for Kyle Kumaran, who's now straight away moved up to second. Dhruv Goswami is on to third now, while Joel Joseph is fourth. Aman Nagdev, you can see car number 7 on the left of your screen, while Arjun Sam, car number 18, is now moved up to 6th. It's a good battle now between these three as far as Joel, Aman and Arjun are concerned. And Aman is constantly pressurizing, is putting a lot of pressure on Joel Joseph. At times, a couple of times, they've exchanged that spot for 4th and 5th. And at the moment, it is Joel Joseph who continues to lead the two, with Rishit Nisar of Mumbai also. Now you saw that moments ago involved in the scheme of things.
Joel Joseph really having to stave off that challenge from Aman Nagdev. This race has suddenly opened up, and opened up in how? Well, that's a picturesque shot. You look at the windmills in the background, something that's been a typical sight here at Coimbatore. A bird's eye view of this racetrack at the Kari Motor Speedway. It's got its fair share of challenges. Tight left-hand corner, the hairpin before you come back onto the start-finish straight. And this is where Aditya Parsuram's going to run into the back markers, so he'll have to be careful. Car number 6, he's the race leader. He's going past the back markers now, who need to make way for him to allow him to pass.
Easily done there as far as Aditya Parsuram was concerned. Car number 69, Rishit Nisar, getting out of the way and allowing the race leader to go on and press as hard as he can. And here you see in the massive gap now between Aditya Parsuram and Kyle Kumaran. It's close to 5.5, 6 seconds now. And all he has to do is keep us calm, do the right things. And with the final lap, I think he should be good to go as far as the checkered flag is concerned. Kyle Kumran, I'll say, is the big winner of all that incident that happened in the previous lap. He was fourth at that point of time, and now he finds himself in second, and a decent podium finish for him, considering he started at P8. He's got 2 race wins yesterday, takes him straight on to 28 points.
Yes, and ensures this finish will ensure that he continues to lead the driver's standings. But for the moment, keep your eye on the man who's going to take the checkered flag. Aditya Parsuram finishes the race, gets a race win under his belt. Kyle Kumaran will come in second, almost 6 seconds behind Aditya Parsuram. And it will be Dhruv Goswami who's finished ahead of Joel Joseph. So that's the turnaround there. Dhruv Goswami manages another 3rd place finish in the JK Tyre Novice Cup, following up his 3rd place finish in the first race on day 1 where he finished 3rd. Now he finishes 3rd on day 2 in this race as well.
So a couple of podiums there for Dhruv Goswami. Dhruv of M Sport, the lad from Bangalore. Well, 2 who would be very, very disappointed with this outcome would be Aman Nagdev and Chetan Suraneni.
Absolutely, and Gaurav Kochar as well.
Gaurav Kochar as well.
Who, was in the top 3, and that incident involving Gaurav Kochar and Chetan Suraneni is what opened the door for Kyle Kumaran. In fact, it's also allowed Joel Joseph to finish in the top 4, so he'll take away valuable points from this race as well, will Joel Joseph. And I think in the end, it's a result that Team DTS Racing will be happy with. As team principal, Diljit TS is going to be a happy man seeing the result that Kyle Kumaran's got, and also Joel Joseph finishing 4th in this race means more points in the team championship for them.
Absolutely, and that battle we were talking about for 4th, 5th and 6th, Aman eventually dropped down to 6th, so he lost out on a few points there as well. And that's your race winner, car number 6, Aditya Parsuram, started at P2, well, effectively P1, because Navneet Burani was a no-starter, which meant that he was starting at the top. That's the confirmation on the bottom left of your screen. Aditya Parsuram, your race winner. Kyle Kumaran coming in second, and Dhruv Goswami taking the 3rd spot on the podium. Kyle will be thinking he's very lucky because of that incident involving Chetan Suraneni along with Gaurav Kochar. So that allowed him move from 4th straight on to 2nd without overtaking anyone. Literally without overtaking anyone. From 4th you move on to 2nd. You'll be thanking your stars, because there was a lot of good racing right at the top with the Aditya Parsuram, Gaurav Kochar and Chetan Suraneni, with Kyle Kumaran right behind them. There was a great battle for 4th, 5th and 6th with Joel Joseph, Aman Nagdev also involved, and in the end it was Joel who finished 5th. Aman Nagdev dropped down to 6th. Drivers go on to the mandatory weighbridge post the race. It was an eventful race, 2 starts. Let's very quickly take you through to the highlights. So that was the first start where Navneet Burani's car just never got going, and that end resulted in a massive melee right after the start-finish line. You see the cars coming in. That was the contact. Kishan Bindal colliding with Abhinav Narendra, and then Abhinav's teammate Surya Narayan colliding with him. Those 2 Ahura Racing cars were straight away out of the race and the contention. In fact, Abhinav ramming into the safety wall. There was an incident in the corner with Kyle Kumaran and his teammate Joel Joseph as well. And then it was car number 66 just skidding, and that was of Akshit Kumaran of M Sport. Straight away the race, and rightly so, was red flagged. That means it would have to be restarted. So the first start meant that 4 racers were out of the race straight away. Navneet Burani, 2 Ahura Racing cars, and the M Sport of Akshit Kumaran. Kishan Bindal was lucky, and he could rejoin the pack and rejoin the restart. So was Shivik Tyagi. Shivik Tyagi of Quest Motorsport, the lad from Delhi. And this was the restart after the red flag, and it was a great start for Aditya Parsuram, who was starting at P2. There was no one at P1, so he was effectively at the top of the grid. And thankfully, just one little incident there at corner 1. The cars that were following thought better to go through the tyre barrier rather than get involved. Aditya Parsuram straight away had a great start. So did Chetan Suraneni and Gaurav Kochar. That was Shivik Tyagi and Anvay Hemrajani getting involved, and that was the end of the race for one of them, although Shivik did rejoin, but not for very long. Once again, the yellow flag and the safety car was out. And the safety car used a lot. And as the safety car went into the pits, it was Aditya Parsuram who was the race leader, and that's when he started stretching his lead. There was a battle going on between the two GTS and one M Sport. As you can see, Aman Nagdev was that M Sport, and the two DTS were of Kyle Kumran and Joel Joseph. Remember, Kyle won both the races yesterday, and he's starting at P8, and it would have been very, very important for him to get some valuable points. There was an incident where one car was stalled and the one coming in skid, and it was Shivik Tyagi, although he did manage to get his car up and running again. It's an eventful race we've had, coming down through this start-finish line straight, and it was Aditya Parsuram comfortably leading him with every passing lap. He was in fact extending the gap between himself and Chetan Suraneni, who's car number 56. Gaurav Kochar coming in third. Kyle had moved up to fourth. Kyle Kumran, who started at P8. The battle between Aman Nagdev along with Dhruv Goswami and Joel Joseph in the mid-pack was also happening. Deep Singh, the lad from Delhi, also involved in a battle in the middle of the pack. This is where Aman tried to make his move on Joel Joseph. Joel doing very, very well to just close the gap. Once again, Aman was always looking for that inside line and a little bit of room to get past Joel Joseph. Joel doing well. This is where the big incident happened. Coming in, Gaurav Kochar, the tires getting locked up and the car skids, and Chetan Suraneni then rams into that car, and that was the end of the race for both of them. Coming in a little hot there was Kamal Ganan GK car 93, but in the end he had to let the others go before rejoining racing action. No such problem for Aditya Parsuram though. From start to finish, he continued to lead the race. He did very, very well, did the young lad. In fact, avoided the back markers as well. You see one of the back markers, car number 69, that was of Harshit Nisar. And because of that collision between Gaurav Kochar and Chetan Suraneni, Kyle Kumran ended up finishing second. That was the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th, with Aman Nagdev coming in 6th and Joel Joseph taking a very important 4th place.
मैडम जी वो सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए और मेरा वड़ा पाव भी ले गए।
दिखाते हैं इनको।
मोटे वड़ा पाव। डीलर निकाल दे इसके बाद।
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी, क्योंकि ये है जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर, जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है हीट।
क्यों निकल गई हवा?
जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर, अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी।
So now we move on to the prize distribution ceremony at the end of the race. It's a very, very important third place finish for Dhruv Goswami. Dhruv from M Sport, the lad from Bangalore, coming in second. Kyle Kumran, I think he will be happy with a second place finish, but he won't be the happiest lad around. And a terrific race win for Aditya Parsuram. Aditya Parsuram winning the race, coming in first. Kyle Kumran coming in second, and it is Hari Singh who is giving away the trophies. So 3 races, and he's been on the podium in all 3 is Kyle Kumran, albeit race winners in the previous 2 yesterday and coming in second today. Aditya Parsuram was also one of the podium finishers yesterday along with Dhruv Goswami. So that's the second podium of the weekend for both Aditya Parsuram and Dhruv Goswami. Aditya Parsuram of Haston Performance, the lad from Chennai, taking the checkered flag, and also Haston getting the technician's trophy as well. Brilliant performance from Aditya Parsuram from start to finish. He was the race leader, started at effectively P1, although he was at P2. There was no one at P1, so he started as the race leader and continued to lead the race and take home the checkered flag. Now, very quickly, we'll go to Raman, who's with the race winners at the PD area.
Well, what a fantastic race it turned out to be. Eventful to say the least, but in the end, fantastic for Aditya Parsuram, who notched up a race win. Let's have a quick chat with our podium finishers. I'm going to talk to Dhruv. Dhruv finished third today in a very, very eventful race, but you know, you're back on the podium just like you'd started the round with race 1. Now back on the podium on the third place finish.
Yeah, half of the race I didn't know what was happening because there were so many red flags and safety car, but then really happy how the race went.
Go well now that you're back to the podium. Keep up the winning ways. Third place finish there for Dhruv. Let's have a quick chat with Kyle Kumran. He finished second in this race. Kyle, your car was airborne for a bit when you had that contact coming into C1 with your teammate Joel Joseph, but luckily for you, you kept the car running, so things are still good, and a second place means that you're still right on top in the driver standings.
It was a good recovery drive, a little bit too much damage to have much pace actually. I think I was in 6th after the start, and I made a move to the outside on the first start before the red flag. Made a bit of a mistake in judgment, tried to outbrake myself, and obviously went into the back of Joel. So rear left and front right were both damaged. Tried to fix it as much as we could on the grid. The team did an excellent job with that, so was capable to drive the car, just not that quickly. But yeah, second is a good result. We made 2 good moves in the race. Obviously, there was an incident in front when I was in 4th, so got gifted second in the end. But I think we were thereabouts. So good result.
Well, important points in the bag. Go well for the next one, and I hope your car's set right for the next race. We'll see. He's got his fingers crossed on that. Let's have a chat with Aditya Parsuram. He's got a big smile on his face. Yesterday, when I was talking to him, he said, I wish to win get some race wins under my belt, and you've got one in a race that was red flagged on the first lap itself, a restart, again a yellow flag behind the safety car for a couple of laps. Everything that could happen probably happened in this race.
It did. But no, once I got into the lead, I was just managing my pace. That's it. It was pretty easy, I would say.
Satisfying. A result that's satisfying?
Yes.
And the fact that you've picked up a race win to go with the third place finish yesterday in race 2 means that you've garnered points as well that keeps you in the hunt for the Drivers' Championship.
Yes. Hopefully next race also goes well and we can improve on this.
Well, anything different that you did when you saw all the commotion happening around you and behind you?
Just get into a lead, half a straight lead, and then just maintain my pace and just take it conservative. And if I needed to push, I would have.
Congratulations on the race win, and wishing you well for the next one.
Thank you so much.
It's a quick little chat with Aditya Parsuram, the race winner. It's back to Karthik and the Combox.
Thank you, Raman. So that was Raman Banot catching up with the race winners. The opening race of day 2 of round 1 of the 25th JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. Race number 6 of the weekend. We started today with the JK Tyre Novice Cup category, and it was Aditya Parsuram who went on to take the checkered flag, with Kyle Kumran, who started at P8. He in fact said it that he got gifted the second position because of that little incident that happened between Gaurav Kochar and Chetan Suraneni, while Dhruv Goswami from M Sport, the lad from Bangalore, got the third place on the podium. Coming up next, race number 7 of the weekend, second race of the day, and that is the LGB Formula 4 race. We'll have 15 laps in that race. The pit lane is open. The cars are making their way out to the racetrack, as you can see. Will be very interesting. If we talk about the race we had yesterday in this category, it was Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3. Complete domination from Team Dark Dawn Racing. Arya Singh coming in first, Tijal Rao coming in second, and Ashwin Datta taking the third place. Amir Said, the young lad from Kottayam of Ahura Racing, was fourth, while Sandeep Kumar, another Dark Dawn, coming in fifth. So 4 out of top 5 were Dark Dawn Racing in the race, the LGB Formula 4 that happened yesterday. So we've had one race in this category. It's going to be interesting how things pan out now today, with obviously rivalries renewed and some drivers swapping teams, changing teams. With Diljit TS, the notable name, was moved from Dark Dawn to Ahura Racing, and moving in the opposite direction was Anushriya Gulati from Ahura, now in Team Dark Dawn Racing. Been instructed to continue with moving through the lap and not stopping on that start grid just before the start-stop line. So as we prep up for the start of the second race, the LGB Formula 4, we'll take a quick break and be back with live action.
They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tire, buddy.
JK Smart Tire, the tire with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tire.
Kari Motor Speedway, where we're moments away from the start of the second race of the day. That's race 7 of the opening weekend, round 1, and it will be in the LGB Formula 4 category. Arya Singh starts at P1. Remember, he was the race winner yesterday, and if we talk about, we just spoke about this a little while ago. It was a dark dawn domination in the opening race of this category earlier yesterday. We'll talk about that in a minute, in a few moments, as we go to the track where we've got Raman Banot waiting for us.
Well, we're ready now for the second race of the day, and this is going to be the JK Tyre Formula LGB4 category. What's been interesting is to see this young boy get better and better with each and every passing season, and he's shown us what he's capable of. Arya Singh, he starts off on pole position once again for this race. It was a good day yesterday, Arya, looking to carry on with that same momentum.
Yes, definitely. I mean, it's the same as yesterday, starting on pole, and you ideally want to finish where you start or ahead of that. So yeah, if I'm starting on first, I'd want to finish first.
A race win yesterday, lots of positives to take away from the fact with a good solid start. You've been quick in qualifying, you've been quick on the racetrack. What's it that's been different this season?
Well, nothing. I just carried where I left off the last season, as I said, and the team has been amazing. I've been given a great car, the mechanics have been really good, and so yeah, I have the trust in the team. Nothing should go wrong, and let's hope for a good race.
Let's hope for a good race, and well done, Team Dark Dawn Racing as well. They've had a good outing yesterday in the first race that we saw in this category, the Formula LGB4. Team Dark Dawn Racing would look to continue in a similar fashion. Tijil Rao, he's on P2 for this race. Tijil, again, the team's plans have worked out very well. You had a great team finish in the top 5. You had 4 cars from Dark Dawn. The domination's continuing.
Yeah, I think yesterday was amazing, and hopefully we can continue the progress today also. For now, it's just head down. And yeah, let's see if we can also get the win. Of course, as a team, we want to be finishing as high as possible. But personally, I think my aim is to finish first today. Let's see how that goes.
Well, that's well said, and we'll keep note of that progress. Thanks so much for speaking with us, Tijul. What he's gone on and said is there are, of course, these individual rivalries that are on within the team drivers as well. They're doing well as a team, Team Dark Dawn Racing, but not to forget that there's the Drivers' Championship for which you're trying to garner points, and that's the battle that's going on even amongst teammates. Let's talk about Amir Saeed. This young lad's just gone from strength to strength. We've talked about it yesterday as well. Amir, 2 Dark Dawns in front of you. What's the plan?
Yeah, so we're just looking to get a good start off the line and hopefully pick up 1 or 2 positions at the start, and we're going to try and go for the win today, so let's see.
Well, go well. It's hot conditions, so I hope you get off to a good start to build things up for the race that's coming up later.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Go well. He's had a great last few months spending time in Europe as well, racing in France, in Belgium, has Amir Saeed. So he'd be looking to carry on that kind of form and the kind of experience that he's garnered over the last few months into the JK Tyre National Racing Championship as well. There's Sandeep Kumar, a man who's been there, done that, former national champ. Sandeep, the team's doing very well. What's the plan on the individual front for you?
Yeah, I think the only plan as an individual is to win races, but then yeah, I'm slightly struggling with pace now, and I know what I can achieve realistically in this weekend. So we are trying different things with the setup, and I believe that this race should be good. So if I'm not able to be up there, then collect as much as points I can, strategize, look for the big picture. So yeah.
Wishing you all the best. That's Sandeep for you. Under 3 minutes to go before the start of this race. The engines have been switched on. The cars are revving and we're set for race action. It's over to Karthike in the comm box.
Thank you, Raman. So just moments away from the start of this race in the LGB Formula 4 category. This is race number 2 of the day, and it is race number 7 of round 1 in the 25th edition of the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. We're live from the Kari Motor Speedway in Coimbatore, and as Raman said, it is a hot day, close to 30 degrees, and track temperatures a little bit more than that. First, very quickly, let's talk you through the starting grid. Arya Singh starting at P1, Tijil Rao at P2, so it's a dark dawn 1-2 in the starting grid. Amir Saeed, the young lad from Kottayam, at P3, Sandeep Kumar at P4, Ashwin Datta at P5, Ruhan Alva, who was the champion in the Novice Cup category last year, is starting at P6 here in the LGB Formula 4. Then you got Vishwas Vijayaraj at P7. Diljit TS, who's moved from Dark Dawn Racing to Ahura Racing, starts at P8. Anushriya Gulati, who moved the opposite way from Ahura to Dark Dawn, starts at P9. Raghu Rangasamy, a former champion, starts at P10. You got Vignesh at P11. Amit Bala at P12. Saran Vikram starting at P13. Mohit Arya starting at P14. Aditya Swaminathan at P15. We've got women's champion, former women's champion Meera Erda in P16. Abhinav Reddy starting at P17. Karthikeyan Chandrasekhar starting at P18 as off the cars go for the formation lap. Then you got Akshay Kapoor, who'll start at P19, followed by Monit Srinivasan at P20, Shred Diwan at P21, and Mohammad Anas Sheikh will start right at the back of the grid at P22. It was, as I said earlier, a complete Dark Dawn Racing domination yesterday in the opening race in this category, and well, a lot of them, including M Sport and Ahura, will be hoping to change that come the end of this race. There was a 1-2-3 for Dark Dawn. In fact, 4 in the top 5 were Dark Dawns, with Arya Singh winning the race, Tijal Rao coming in second, Ashwin Datta third, Amir Said in the top 5 coming in fourth, and then again Sandeep Kumar, a former champion himself, coming in 5th at the end of that race. Will be very interesting as to how now things progress in this race. Arya Singh, the race winner from yesterday, will start at P1, and he will be looking to continue the form that he had and looking to make sure that he stays on top of things. A big miss for M Sport this weekend with Vishnu Prasad not being here. It's a lot of responsibility on the likes of Raghu Rangasamy of M Sport to go on and deliver a few points. Ruhan Alva, like I said, champion in the Novice Cup category last season. He stepped up to the LGB Formula 4, and if you talk about Ruhan Alva's finish, he did finish 7th yesterday, the lad from Bangalore, and he was in fact ahead of Raghu Rangasamy, who was 8th in the race yesterday. Vishwas Vijayaraj was 6th lad from Ahura Racing. So Ahura has built up a very strong team, one can say. So that's only good for Indian motorsports. You got a great team composition in the Dark Dawn Racing. They got Ahura coming up with a brilliant team. You've always had the M Sport around. So it's not just a 1-horse or a 2-horse race anymore, and you've got teams coming up with great performances, and that is only good for motorsports in India. So formation lap is done, and now we are back where the cars are at the grid, looking for a good start will be Arya Singh, and in fact not just Arya Singh, Tijal Rao, Amir Said, Sandeep Kumar, Ashwin Datta, Ruhan Alva as well. The front 3 rows, all of them will be hoping for a good start, and we hope that it's an incident-free race. Full of excitement though, and as the 5 reds go off they go. It's a decent start for Arya Singh. In fact, he started at P1, going through to corner 1. It's a very, very good start for Arya, and also a very, very good start for Sandeep Kumar as well. Amir Said has moved up to 2nd. The lad who started at P3, he's very quickly moved up to 2nd position as Amir Said. He's a phenomenal talent, this young lad. A very good start for Diljit TS, who's in car number 44. In his red Ahura Racing car. As you see, that's car number 10, Arya Singh, your race leader, while Amir Said has very quickly jumped and moved ahead of Tijal Rao in 2nd. Tijal has dropped down to 3rd, and you can see another one of the Ahura Racing cars now making their way, and that's Diljit TS car number 44. He's moving ahead of Ruhan Alva there. The front 3 are closely followed by Sandeep Kumar. Race leader off to a clean start, no problem there, no incident at corner 1, 2 or 3. There's a big number of cars now fighting in the mid-pack. The front 3 have slightly peeled away. A couple of Dark Dawns, couple of Ahura Racing cars, couple of M Sport, the 2 yellows, they're also involved. looking for a clear advantage as far as the fourth position, the fifth is concerned. Now, Amir Saeed coming in on the outside, trying to make his move, putting some pressure on Arya Singh, but Arya, being the experienced campaigner, he knows what needs to be done. Just slam shuts that door and makes sure. That's a skid there. That's one of the Ahura Racing cars. And looks like it was one of the Ahuras that would probably should be okay to get back on to the racetrack. Joining me now from the racetrack in the com box, once again, welcome back, Raman.
Thanks so much, Karthikeya. And I was having a quick chat with Sarosh Ataria before the start of this race, and he said we got all the Ahura cars up and running for this race. This is what happened on, well, one of the Ahuras slamming on the brakes as they went into C1, as the cars went into C1 and spun. The other Ahura car actually braking late and going through the tyre barriers, and luckily for Team Ahura Racing, both the cars rejoining the race, but albeit right towards the fag end of the pack. And I was talking to Sarosh just before the start of the race, and he was saying that he's managed to get all the Ahura cars up and running, including Diljit TS, who should be on the grid.
In fact, it's Vishwas Vijayaraj who's now in fourth, car number 95. So Vishwas Vijayaraj has done well. In fact, he's clocked the fastest lap as well. We're into lap number 3. 2 laps have gone, 1 minute 17.657 seconds. Sandeep Kumar is in fifth, while Arya Singh continues to lead the race very closely, followed by Amir Saeed.
Well, Vishwas Vijayaraj is in car number 95. He's currently running fourth, and he's got the best lap time of 1 minute 17.657 seconds. Went wide on that corner a couple of frames ago. We showed you that shot of him going wide off the track onto the curb, a bit onto the gravel. Luckily didn't lose traction, managed to get back on the racetrack. But this is Diljit TS, car number 44. Keep an eye out for him as well. He's locked in a battle with the M Sport cars. There's a battle on between him and Ashwin Datta as well, and a couple of M Sport drivers in fact behind him as well.
Raghulan Ruan Alva as well involved there. It's Diljit TS who's 7th at the moment, and he's putting a lot of pressure on Ashwin Datta. He'll be looking to get on the podium as well. Diljit TS had a disappointing race yesterday. If you talk about Diljit TS, finished 11th. Diljit, although his team DTS did exceedingly well, but he'd be hoping on a personal front to do a little better this time round. He's ahead of Ruan Alva, who's in car number 27, Diljit TS, as Arya Singh continues to lead. The gap now between Arya and Amir Saeed is about just over a shade over 1 second. Tijal Rao very close behind Amir Saeed, and now it seems that, yes, it does seem like that. Tijal Rao has overtaken Amir Saeed. Tijal Rao, he's moved up to second. Amir dropping down to third, and Vishwas Vijayaraj in fourth. So it's a dark dawn 1-2 now. This is going to be interesting. It's very aggressive. Oh, there's a contact there between Tijal Rao and Amir Saeed. Luckily, both continue to be on the track and continue to race. Well. I was just going to say he's a very aggressive driver. He wants to win now, Amir Saeed, and this is exactly what happened. Just contact on tires, sliding off the track for a fraction of a second, for a small moment, but keeping things under control there, Amir Saeed, to get back onto the racing track.
Yes, absolutely, but it was close. It was a close call indeed. Look at the way things are unfolding as far as the race is concerned. Looking at the car from Tijal Rao at the moment, and he's running second. Remember, the race leader is Arya Singh. Tijal's running second at the moment. Amir Saeed is third. Vishwas Vijayaraj is fourth. Sandeep Kumar is fifth. Ashwin Datta is sixth. So in the top six, if you look at, in fact, Ashwin Datta has just overtaken Sandeep Kumar as well. So in the top six, you've got 4 cars from Dark Dawn Racing and 2 from Ahura.
Well, if we count the top 7, that's 3 Ahura. That's the man himself, Hari Singh.
Absolutely. He is the Director Operations for JK Motorsport. The fact that he's had a close eye on the proceedings on the racetrack in terms of how things are unfolding here at Coimbatore in round 1 of this 25th edition of the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. I think he's seen the exuberance of a lot of these young drivers, and at times it's refreshing to see the kind of energy that these young drivers bring to the racetrack. And that's of course a view from race control. where you can also catch a glimpse of Mr. Rajan Syal as well, who's sitting right there, along with the other officials from the race control from FMSCI, just looking on, ensuring that they've got a hawk's eye view on each and every racing corner, trying to keep a tab. There's Sandeep there, there's Amit as well, looking on, keeping a careful watch on proceedings. Multiple cameras which are separate from our broadcast cameras. There are multiple cams that are deployed across the racetrack to catch each and every racing incident. Remember, there are a lot of appeals that come in from drivers at the end of every race about maybe contact made with a car, and that's when it's the race officials and the COC who's got to take a call and finally give a verdict.
Former teammates and now rivals, Diljit TS and Ashwin Datta are at it at the moment, as we see right now. It's Vishwas Vijayaraj who's pressing Tijil Rao for that second position, while R.S. Singh continues to lead. He's grown that gap about just under 3 seconds between himself and Tijil, who's second. Ashwin Datta and Diljit TS a couple of positions back are fighting it out, and now that's Mohit Aryan's car, an M Sport involved, and another one involved was Meera Erida, the car in the background. This is what happened. It's a bit of contact there from car number 7. That was Mohit Aryan. Contact with Meera Erida's car number 42, although Meera was okay to continue to race. That's car number 42 that he just saw leave the screen. That was Meera, and Mr. Syal just taking his notes, making sure that nothing misses.
Yes, absolutely. He's got a hawk's eye view on what's happening per se, but you've got to keep an eye out for young Vishwas Vijayaraj. His best lap time came in lap number 2, 1 minute 17.657 seconds. That's been the best that we've seen from him. But for the moment, keep an eye out on the race leader, Arya Singh. He's had a great run yesterday, notched up a race win, would look to get another race win from pole to the checkered flag. You want to hold that number 1 position all the way through.
Oh, absolutely, and we're talking about the battle between Ashwin and Diljit TS, and for the moment it is Diljit TS who's won the battle. He's moved ahead and he's gone on and moved to 4th as Diljit TS. Ashwin Datta has dropped down to 5th and Sandeep Kumar is in 6th. This is terrific from Diljit TS. Started at P8. Remember, car number 44. He's starting with Ahura Racing this season. Was with Dark Dawns, and like I said, former teammates and now rivals on the racetrack, Diljit TS and all the other Dark Dawn Racing team members. But Diljit has put up a very, very good show. It's about a good 5 second, if I'm correct, close to 5 second gap between, 4.5 seconds between R.S. Singh and Vishwas Vijayaraj. Vishwas has now in fact moved up to 2nd as he takes the inside and moves ahead of Tijil Rao. Tijil is now dropped down to 3rd. So it's a Dark Dawn 1 and 3 with an Ahura Racing of Vishwas Vijayaraj sandwiched between the two Silver Arrows in 2nd. Diljit TS is in 4th at the moment. And as you can see, it's a Dark Dawn Ahura, Dark Dawn Ahura, Dark Dawn.
Absolutely. But look at the gap that's been built up with the Arya Singh almost about 4.5 seconds ahead of Vishwas Vijayaraj. So the gap is tremendous between the race leader and the driver who's running 2nd. But the gap between 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th has narrowed down. There's a battle on between Vishwas Vijayaraj and Tijil Rao for the 2nd spot, and between Diljit TS and Ashwin Datta for the 4th position. Diljit currently is running in the 4th. Vishwas Vijayaraj, whom you can see on your picture frames in car number 95, is running 2nd, but right behind him is Tijil Rao.
There's a great battle going on, as we said, at different parts of the track, apart from where R.S. Singh is, because he's way ahead. He's about good 5-6 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. He's continuing to lead the race. We're almost halfway through the race with 7 laps done. We're into, in fact, the 8th lap is done as well, and he's clocked the best lap so far, R.S. Singh. 1 minute 17.608, and that's the end of the race for Meera Erida. You see Meera there, car number 42. Cars on the side of the track, and she's out of the car as well, so that's the end of the race for her. Vishwas Vijayaraj continues to remain 2nd. Diljit TS now just 3 seconds behind Tijil Rao, so he would be looking to push that in the remaining 7 laps and try and get onto the podium. Ashwin Datta very close behind Diljit TS, about 0.221 seconds, and Ruhan Alva in fact has now moved up to 6th. He's moved ahead of Sandeep Kumar. So great stuff from this young lad, Ruhan Alva. He was the champion in the Novice Cup category last season, and he is not holding back here in the big league, the LGB Formula 4. No problem for R Racing. He's got clear track ahead of him. He's pressing through. Best lap of the race so far as well with 1:17.608. Look at that gap between him, and now enters second and third. Vishwas Vijayaraj and Tijal Rao battling, and in fact Ashwin Datta has now again moved ahead of Diljit TS, so Diljit drops down to 5th, Ashwin moves up to 4th. Yes, that's the confirmation coming in with Ruhan Alva in 6th position. Sandeep Kumar has dropped further behind. I think Sandeep would be a tad bit disappointed. A couple of seasons ago he was the champion as well. Sandeep hasn't had a great start to this season, but still he knows there's a long way to go before you are crowned champion. That's the battle, another one that's going on for 4th and 5th. There's a battle going on for 2nd and 3rd, and R Racing at the moment it seems is fighting a lone battle way ahead of the rest of the pack, leading the race. They do say it gets lonely at the top, and that's clearly happening with R Racing. He's about good 7 seconds ahead, 6 seconds ahead.
Karthik, what was interesting was what Arya said before the race began. He said, I'm just looking to continue from where I'd left off yesterday and also make it the best finish that I can. So I've started off on pole. I'd like to keep that pole position going all through the race and get a race win, which is what he's heading towards. And this is going to be a 15-lap race, remember. So we're 10 laps down, 5 more laps to come. He's 2/3 of the way over. This is an interesting battle that's going on. Diljit TS is involved in a tussle with Ashwin Datta. This is the battle that's on between Vishwas Vijayaraj and Tijal Rao. This is for the 2nd spot between car number 95 and car number 12. Tijal Rao, before the start of the race, was talking about how he'd like to get a race win under his belt. He was happy with the result yesterday, where it was a podium domination by Team Darkdawn Racing. But I think he's looking at also now getting a race win under his belt. But the battle for 4th is on, and Diljit has overtaken Ashwin Datta, albeit just for a fraction of a second. I wonder if he's going to be able to hold on to that position or not.
Well, momentarily it is Diljit TS who's now moved to 4th, and Ashwin's dropped down to 5th, and Raghu Rangaswamy has now moved up to 6th. So Ruhan Alva has dropped further down, and so has Sandeep Kumar dropped further down. But what a battle going on. One between Vishwas Vijayaraj and Tijal Rao for 2nd, and one between Ashwin Datta and Diljit TS for 4th. That's the battle between Vishwas Vijayaraj and Tijal Rao. That's on your screen at the moment. Vishwas in car 95, the red car of Ahura Racing, at the moment leading, but hot on his tails is Tijal Rao. 0.232 seconds is the gap between the two. I'm very sure it could be a lot lesser once we have the updated time. 0.214 the gap between the two. In fact, now Ashwin Datta has dropped, and he's just 0.333 seconds behind Diljit TS. So that tells you how close these little battles are across the racetrack, Raman.
Absolutely. So there's a mini battle going on in different segments of the racetrack per se, and that's what makes the Formula LGB4 category so very competitive year after year, season after season in the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. I think that's creditable per se. Now let's see what's happening behind the top 5. There's car number 99 belonging to Raghu Rangaswamy. There's Ruhan Alva, his teammate, who's involved in a battle as well, and behind them is Sandeep Kumar, who's in the next set of 3 cars behind the top 6.
This is terrific, isn't it? And now it's Ruhan Alva who's made a move on the Grand Old Master. He's moved ahead of Raghu Rangaswamy as young Ruhan Alva. Raghu now drops down, and Sandeep Kumar is obviously the one trailing the 2 M Sport there, car number 9 that you just saw. That's your race leader, way ahead of everyone else. R Racing now. Tijal Rao again involved in that battle with Vishwas.
And you talked about that overtaking maneuver of Ruhan Alva when he overtook Raghu Rangaswamy. That was in lap 11 when he clocked the best lap time. You can see those 2 yellows right at the top of your picture frames. Those are the cars I'm talking about, the 2 M Sport cars, who are right at the top edge of your picture frames. We're now following, of course, 2nd place to Vishwas Vijayaraj in car number 95, and there's Tijal Rao in 3rd in car number 12. But I was talking about Ruhan Alva, who clocked the best lap time in lap 11 of 1 minute 18.7. So he really did close down that gap and managed to overtake Raghu Rangasamy.
Great battles, but Raghu has, he's the wily old fox. He's now regained that position. He's moved up to 6th, moving ahead of Ruhan Alva. As there's a mistake by Tejal Rao while he was looking to come in on the inside, gets slightly off the track, and Vishwas Vijay Raj just stays clear and continues to stay in 2nd, breaking in hard, trying to take the inside line. And there's a bit of a reaction coming in from Vishwas Vijay Raj as well.
Yes, I don't think there was enough space for Tejal Rao to make that move on the inner line. And, well, luckily his car is still running, so that's the important part. And he's still a part of the race. Didn't drop too many positions as well. This is Ashwin Datta, who we can follow, but the race positions haven't changed. It's still Arya Singh who's the race leader. Vishwas Vijay Raj is 2nd. Tejal Rao is 3rd. It's then Diljit TS, followed by Ashwin Datta. And Diljit, remember, has switched this season. He switched teams. Remember, last season he was driving for Team Dark Dawn Racing. And this season he's driving for Ahura Racing in the red car. That's him in car number 44. And behind him is the driver, his former teammate, Ashwin Datta, who is driving for Team Dark Dawn. Well, there's still one of the cars of the M Sport. Ragul, it was probably, who just went off the track onto the gravel for a split second before he regained control and got his car back on the track.
Didn't lose much. Swap positions with Ruhan Alva. Ruhan now is 6th and Ragul's dropped down to 7th because of that little error at the back end. But what a race for Arya Singh. It's a complete domination from start until now. We're into lap number 14, the penultimate lap. Vishwas Vijay Raj has done exceedingly well. He's in 2nd and Tejal Rao is Diljit TS starting from P8. He is in 4th position as of now, still involved in that battle with Ashwin Datta. Look at the gap that Arya Singh has created between himself and Vishwas. Vishwas has a decent about 2 to 3 seconds gap between himself and Tejal Rao. While there's that battle between Ashwin Datta and Diljit TS. Ashwin now trying to make that move on the inside, but Diljit TS once again blocks that maneuver. Remains 4th, does Diljit TS. He's an experienced campaigner, is Diljit. But look at that gap between Diljit and Ashwin Datta, 0.025 seconds.
Yes, but look at the gap. Of course, this is the gap that you're talking about between Diljit and Ashwin Datta. Under a second and under half a second to be more precise between these two. But then you talk about the gap for the race leader, Arya Singh. This is the final lap of the race, remember? And Arya Singh, the race leader, is actually about 9 seconds ahead of the 2nd place, Vishwas Vijay Raj. So it just tells you that this man we're talking about, Arya Singh, has had such a commanding race. This driver from Dark Dawn Racing, credit to his driving skills. This lad from Kolkata has dominated another race this season in the Formula LGB4 category. He's going to come down the straight now towards the checkered flag. Will we see a reaction from him? Maybe a little fist pump? No, he stays focused as ever as he takes the car past the finish line, takes the checkered flag. Coming in 2nd is going to be Vishwas Vijay Raj of Team Ahura Racing, while Dark Dawn Racing's Tejal Rao will have to settle for 3rd. But the gap between the race winner and the driver who finished 2nd was 9.257 seconds.
So those are your race winners. It is Arya Singh who takes the checkered flag. Vishwas Vijay Raj coming in 2nd. Tejal Rao settling for 3rd. Diljit TS then in 4th. And Ashwin Datta will have to stay content with 5th. Remember yesterday when he spoke to Ashwin, he said, I'm happy with coming on the podium. I'm not the happiest. He certainly is not going to be happy today coming in 5th.
Yes, but it's again 2 Dark Dawn Racing drivers who finish in the top 3. The monopoly broken by that result from Vishwas Vijay Raj from Team Ahura Racing, who's finished 2nd. But it's been an engrossing race. There were multiple mini battles going on at different portions of the racetrack between drivers. There was a battle on for the 2nd and 3rd between Vishwas and Tejal Rao. There was a battle on for 4th and 5th between Diljit TS and Ashwin Datta. There was a battle on for 5th, 6th and 7th as well, which involved 2 M Sport cars, Raghu Rangasamy and Ruhan Alva, the youngster who's moved up into the Formula LGB4 category from the Novice Cup that he won last year. And of course in the mix was another former national champion, Sandeep Kumar, who was looking to finish within the top 7.
I think it was disappointing for Amir Saeed to drop down and not get those points and not even a podium finish, but brilliant performance from Arya Singh. Afzal Riaz, the team principal at Dagdon, he'd be delighted with the performance from yesterday and today as well. Although, as Raman said, the monopoly of the podium has been broken. It's Vishwas Vijayaraj from Ahura Racing who's got the second position. Diljit TS gets fourth, and that's car number 95. Vishwas Vijayaraj who comes in second. Arya Singh, obviously your race winner with the checkered flag, and Tijal Rao coming in third. It was a great battle throughout the race. First between obviously Vishwas Vijayaraj and Tijal Rao, and that battle between Diljit TS and Ashwin Datta, former teammates, now rivals on the racetrack. But once the racing is done off the track, they're still some of the closest friends that you'd see in Indian motorsports. Very well done to Diljit, Ashwin, Arya, and Tijal Rao as well, and obviously pat on the back for Ruhan Alva as well.
And Karthikeya, you got to remember that Diljit TS could not race yesterday because his car wasn't ready. So the fact that he's had a race today, his car, they took time to get his car ready till the last minute. There was talk about whether they'd be able to get the car up and running in time. And the fact that he's got a finish within the top 7 today, I think that's important for him.
I mean, it's always great to get off the mark, as they say, and he's got some points under his belt now as Diljit TS. But talk of the town certainly is Arya Singh. The way he's performed yesterday, today as well, in absolutely dominating fashion. He's won both the races as Arya Singh. We're talking about Arya Singh. Let's very quickly take you through the highlight in this category. That's the LGB Formula 4. It was Arya Singh who started at P1, a terrific start for him. Tijal Rao was at P2. Amir Saeed was at P3. It was a very good start for Amir Saeed as well. And by the end of corner 1, it was Amir Saeed who moved up to second, with the Tijal Rao dropping down to third. Sandeep Kumar was also in the mix of things early on at fourth. It was a very, very good start for Vishwas Vijayaraj, who started at P7. Very quickly moved up a couple of places, with Diljit TS starting at P8 as well, moving a few rungs. And Ruhan Alva, who started at P6, wasn't a great start for him. Him and Raghu Rangasamy dropped a few places. Raghu in fact started at P10, so he didn't drop many. But Ruhan, who started at P9, just slammed shut that door, dropped a couple of places. So that's a skid there. That's one of the Ahura Racing cars. Those are intense battle going on, as we spoke about throughout the race. Ahuras, the M Sport, the Dark Dawns, all involved in little battles all across the race. That was the battle between Tijal and Vishwas Vijayaraj, while you see Arya Singh had very comfortably taken the race lead. That was a little incident where Tijal Rao's car made contact with this Amir Saeed's car, although Amir was lucky to remain and be on the racetrack and continue racing. The young lad, very, very good racer, champion Novice Cup category. As Raman said, he's raced across Europe earlier this season as well. Vishwas Vijayaraj there, putting some pressure on his teammate. That was Amir Saeed. So it was Dark Dawn, and then two Ahuras in third and fourth. That was the battle going on between Sandeep Kumar and Ruhan Alva. Ruhan Alva, the young lad from M Sport, in car number 27. By this time, Amir Saeed had dropped down and Vishwas Vijayaraj had overtaken. That was Mohit Aryan's car making contact, and that's Meera Erda in the background, although she was able to continue and go on and get back to racing, but not for very long, as her race also ended in the next couple of laps. Battle going on between Vishwas Vijayaraj. Come back to the highlights later on as we now head towards the prize distribution ceremony.
Well done, Ahura. Breaking a limb with a span of
Tijal Rao there coming in second. That's Vishwas Vijayaraj on your screen. Coming first runner-up, and that's the race winner once again in this weekend. Arya Singh, 2 out of 2 for him in the LGB Formula 4 category in the 25th JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship in the LGB Formula 4. He won the one yesterday and he's won one today. Tijil Rao there of Dark Dawn, a huge smile on his face, happy to be on the podium. Vishwas Vijayaraj there being handed the trophy by none other than the legend himself, Hari Singh. And your race winner, Arya Singh, the lad from Kolkata. So it's still Dark Dawn 1 and 3. Could have been better for Dark Dawn, like it was yesterday. It was a 1-2-3. They'll have to settle for 1 and 3 with Vishwas Vijayaraj squeezing his way between the two. The technician's trophy also going towards Dark Dawn.
Thank you very much. Right, we're moving up to the...
Seems fairly content now, doesn't he? Does Arya Singh with 2 race wins. Vishwas Vijayaraj obviously delighted to be on the podium. And Tijil Rao once again finding himself on the podium. A striking one for the photographers. So that's the end of race number 2 on day 2 of the opening round of the 25th JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. Well, we've had the prize distribution ceremony. Well, we'll very quickly go to Raman Manod, who will catch up with the race winners.
Well, a race that saw various mini battles that unfolded at different parts across the racetrack. Well, let's talk to the podium finishers in the end. I think first and foremost, we'll have a quick chat with Tijil Rao, who finished 3rd in this. Tijil, you had a battle on with Vishwas for a fair bit all the way through till the end.
Yeah, I think the start of the race, we had not such a great start. It wasn't an ideal start. So Amir got past us and then me and him were battling it out for a long time. And then I just made a mistake into turn 1, which ruined the momentum. And then after that, Vishwas caught up. And then I think we had like a good battle the whole race after that. But I feel, moreover, we had the pace to push forward and probably finish 2nd or even aim for 1st. But yeah, I think just a little bit of silly driving from me has caused all these, finishing 3rd. I mean, it's not bad. It's good for the championship. Getting the points are of course important. But yeah, I think could have done better. I just gonna, just take it hard on myself, and then we're just gonna get better next race.
Don't take it too hard. There's another race still to come in the day. Go well. Let's have a quick chat with Vishwas. What a fantastic run for you and a great result for Team Ahura Racing as well.
Yes, first of all, I would like to thank my team Ahura Racing. They did an amazing job throughout the weekend, and yes, they helped me a lot in fixing up the car. And coming to the race, I was just focused on my race start. It was very important, and yes, I nailed it. And thereon, it was like one at a time, because right now for this race, the corners have been tight and it's quite risky. So the number of chances are less. So it's always like stay on the line and just get them. So then I saw Tijil losing a bit of ground. Then I caught up to him, and then I got an opportunity. I made the move. And then we had a great battle there on till the end, and then Tijil made a small mistake. That's where he fell back. But yeah, it was an amazing race after yesterday's and the thing. And we are looking forward for the next race. We'll come back stronger and get them again.
Just a quick little chat from you on one little reaction. The fact that in such a competitive category, you ended up with a podium finish. That makes it special for you to remember?
Yes, of course, because this is my very first podium in this category. So I've been waiting for this from a very long time. And even last year I did have a lot of chances, opportunity to be on the podium, but I couldn't finish. But yeah, I feel happy, man, finally to be here.
I can tell you this young lad's beaming from year to year. The first one's always special. Many congratulations on the podium finish. The 2nd place in this race for young Vishwas. Let's have a chat with Arya Singh, who's making winning a habit, which is a great habit to have. Arya, The race went as per plan, and almost I think the gap between you and the second place finisher was 9.25 seconds approximately on, we were looking at the race timings when I was doing commentary, and that was quite a distance.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, from the start, I was a little bit under pressure from Amir. He had a good start and all, but yeah, I think the first two laps, I had to defend a bit, look in my mirrors. But I think, after the first 2 laps, I just pulled off and didn't look back. Just kept putting the laps in, hoping there aren't any safety cars because there were double yellows coming up, cars going off, and because yesterday also I had a nice lead, and today I wanted to finish it the way it's supposed to be finished, I guess. So yeah, but in the end, I had an amazing car. The car worked perfectly. Again, my teammate is up there on the podium with me. So amazing for the team, amazing for us. So it's been a good race.
Absolutely, and keep up the winning habit. There's another one coming later. Go well.
I like to photobomb in the middle and say, I mean, yesterday 4 of the best friends made it on the podium, and then 3 of them. Now we are with the other man. Yeah. Now we are all best friends are back on the podium.
Go well, guys. Team Dark Dawn Racing. There you have it. 2 out of the 3 on the podium today were from Dark Dawn Racing. It was Vishwas who broke that monopoly of Dark Dawn by finishing second in this race for Ahura Racing. That's all that we have from the presentation area for this race. It's back to Karthikeya in the combox.
मैडम जी वो सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए और मेरा वड़ा पाव भी ले गए।
दिखाते हैं इनको।
मोटे वड़ा पाव। हीलर निकाल दे इसके बाद।
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी क्योंकि ये है जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है ही।
क्यों निकल गई हवा?
जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर, अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी।
Welcome back. These are live pictures from the Kari Motor Speedway. We've just had a tremendous race won by Arya Singh by a gap of close to 9 to 10 seconds. Utter domination from start to finish by Arya Singh, and a very, very good race and a first career podium for Vishwas Vijayaraj in this category. He was delighted, obviously, with that result by a beaming and smiling face. Year to year was Vishwas Vijayaraj, a podium for first podium of the season in this category for Ahura Racing as well. Tizul Rao coming in and occupying the 3rd place on the podium. So the Dark Dawn domination has been broken. Remember, it was a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3 yesterday in this category, and now it's just a 1 and 3. So we've had 2 races, both of them spectacularly entertaining, with starting the proceedings of the day with the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. Second was, we've just concluded the LGB Formula 4. We've had 7 races in this weekend. Is the JK Tyre presents Endurance League Cup 2022 powered by United CRA. It's a bike race, a race for and a test of endurance for both the man and the machine, the rider and the bike. The bikers will use the Gixxer 250. It will be an endurance race for 1 hour where the riders will change, although one rider can ride for a maximum of 20 minutes. So the strategies will then come in now.
अपने रंग दिखाओ डर की बैंड बजाओ तुम अपने रंग दिखाओ just don't hold back keep dancing down the track ooh la 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 pump up the volume ooh la 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 pump up the cheer डर की बैंड बजा तू अपने रंग दिखा just don't hold back keep dancing down the track ooh la 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 pump up the volume ooh la 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 pump up the cheer ooh la 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 pump up the volume ooh la 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 spread the cheer
Kingfisher, the king of good times.
They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tire, buddy.
JK Smart Tire, the tire with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tire.
Welcome back to the live pictures from Kari Motor Speedway. We're not very far away from the start of our next race. That's the JK Tyre Presents Endurance League Cup 2022, powered by United CRA. Total of 22 teams will take part in the Steam Championship. 2 riders will be involved. We got riders from Bangalore, Mysore, Karkala, Tiruchirappalli, Tuticorin, Rangareddy, Hassan, Polachi, Bangalore, Nilgiris, Madurai as well. Hyderabad being represented as well here in this wonderful event. And 1 hour endurance race, a test of the driver, the rider and the machine as well. No as such a starting grid. They'll all start together, and then we go on through 1 hour with the drivers changing, the riders changing. To talk more about this event and this race that is in its inaugural edition, this is the first time the JK Tyre Presents Endurance League Cup is happening, which is powered by United CRA. To talk more about it, to speak to some of the riders and racers, we've got Raman Bhanot, who's present at the racetrack. Over to you, Raman.
Well, it's time for something new this season. The 25th edition of the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship, and we see for the very first time JK Tyre presents Endurance League Cup 2022 that is powered by United CRA. This is an endurance race on a bike, so a two-wheeler endurance bike race that we're going to see for the very first time in the JK Tyre National Racing Championship. What's going to be the entire format of this race? How will it be run? Is something that we will find out, because I have 2 gentlemen in the know of things. Here with me, to my left, of course, is Mr. Anil, who's also the chief timekeeper and a seasoned two-wheeler motorsport expert who can tell us about the entire detail of this particular endurance race. And of course, we have the promoter from United CRA joining us. Tarun, thank you so much for being here, and what a great initiative this is. First and foremost, let's tell our viewers about the rules of this, because I think it's a single-seater, it's a single-make 250cc bike that all these bikers are going to be using on it.
Yeah, right. So these are the single-cylinder 250cc one-make bikes got by CRA United and promoted by JK Tyre here. So it's a single-cylinder bikes, and there'll be 2 riders riding this same bike.
So in a team, so just to clarify,
it's a team event.
One biker on a bike at a point of time, but 2 in a team, and they'll be taking turns on the bike.
Absolutely. It's a 60 minutes event. The race is for 60 minutes. So there is a mandatory rider change that they need to do, and a mandatory fuel refill is also there over 60 minutes. So it's a complete team strategy game that they'll have to decide, like when to come in, when to do the pit stop. So pit stop strategies are going to be very key, not just going fast on the racetrack, Raman.
Anil, what about the maximum time that a biker can spend on a bike? Is there a time limitation on the amount that a biker can spend?
Yes, there's 20 minutes limit. So one rider cannot be on the bike for more than 20 minutes.
So that's effectively 1/3 of the race. So the tactic could also be there's a maximum limitation, but there is no minimum limitation.
No, there is no minimum. But if you are trying to use the minimum criteria, you're going to do more pit stops and you're going to lose the game there, right? By taking that time, because in the pit lane they need to follow all the pit lane regulations of 40 kilometers per hour, and there is a certain duration of time for fueling also. You can't just come in, put in fuel and run, right? So keeping all these safety norms, they're going to take a longer time in the pit lane. So they'll have to strategize exactly how they're going to do it. Yeah, absolutely. And they've done some testing in the official practice yesterday, and I'm sure the boys will be planned and geared up for that.
Thanks so much for sharing the details with us, Anil. That's really nice of you. And for our viewers who are watching this, remember, it's for the first time that you have this Endurance League Cup happening. Let's have a quick chat with Tarun, who is the promoter of this particular competition from United CRA. Tarun, great initiative, of having an endurance race in bikes. What was the thought behind it?
So in India, there is no such championships for endurance. So we have a lot of formats of racing, but in endurance, it will be always a standalone event. So we thought in the globally, there are 8 hours of endurance, 24 hours of endurance, but we are just running always only a standalone event. So I would like to thank JK Tyre Motorsports for giving us an opportunity to run this as a full season as a championship. So this is a new format. So next year we'll be doing something more. So let's see how the season 1 goes.
How's the response been? Because I can see a plethora of bikers who've come and registered for this competition. Tell us a little more about the number of teams, the number of bikers in the competition.
Yes, so there is 25 teams who are all over India. They have come here, and the youngest would be 12 years old, and we also have 1 female team, fully women's team. So we are also promoting the women in motorsports. So it's going to be much interesting. We have some young bloods below 18. It's like 5 to 6 entries are below 18. So let's see how the young ones and the experts jointly together, they're going to do 60 minutes.
For all the 12-year-olds watching, remember, you cannot do this back at home or on the roads in general. But if you like motorsport, you like to race, then come down to the official format, get into the official scheme of things. As we just heard from Tarun, there's a 12-year-old who's on a bike in one of the teams.
Yes. So the guy has recently won the Mini GP India Series. So he's going to very soon go for the World Championship in Mini GP. So it's a very proud moment for us. He is also here, and I think he's on the P4 today. So let's see how it goes.
Well, absolutely, Tarun. Thanks so much for sharing all the details with us. Great initiative, and wishing you well for this endeavor. And talk about endeavor, it's going to be the endurance race, remember. And as I was saying earlier, you might be in a position where you may not be able to drive or ride a bike officially back home. Don't try this at home. You can try it on a racetrack in official conditions, controlled conditions, as this young 12-year-old is doing. Hi, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Shreyas. I'm 12 years old.
Shreyas, you're on one of the teams. You're the youngest competitor competing in this endurance race. Tell me, did you feel a little overawed, a little scared when you saw some of the more experienced bikers whom you're going to be riding against?
No, it's just a learning for everybody.
What inspired you to take to two-wheeler racing?
It's because of my dad. He also used to ride bikes before.
And is there any conversation that happens at home that don't go too fast when you're on a racetrack?
It used to happen before, but not anymore.
Well,
I started racing.
I'm sure they've seen the talent in you. Go well, Shreyas. Wishing you well.
Thank you.
So we
Lovely. And as I heard from Tarun, we got an all-women's team as well that's taking part in this endurance race. Let's have a quick introduction with them. Hi, what are your names?
I'm Rakshita Dave.
Lakshita, and what's your name?
Simki.
Lakshita and Simki, many congratulations. You're the only women's team taking part in this endurance race. Just quick thoughts on going up, going toe-to-toe with the other male bikers, trying to show that you can go out there and win as well. Just a quick reaction from the two.
It's a great feeling. I would really like to perform well. And yeah, I hope to do great. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for speaking with us. Go well.
Thank you so much.
A teammate had to leave quickly because the race is just about to get underway in a few moments from now. Remember, 2 bikers per team, but the key scenario here is one of them rides at a point of time. Maximum time that they can ride for is 20 minutes or less, but there is no minimum limit for time in terms of the time they can ride for. Remember, the idea is in this 1 hour of endurance racing, the team that does the maximum number of laps is going to be emerging the winner and emerge victorious from this race. So I've told you the rules. Now let's follow race action as it unfolds. It's over to Karthikeya in the combox.
Thank you, Raman. And we can see all the riders now ready for the start of the race. You see that boy which has got just 12 years of age, and he said the parents used to say don't speed till I started racing, and obviously now they can't. It's an all-girls team as well. We have here with Rakshita Dave from Chennai and Simki RV from Thiruvananthapuram, both in the RC racing team. Shreyas's team member Abhinav will also be there. It will be Shreyas who will, it seems, start the race, while for the all-girls team, it will be Simki RV who will start proceedings. So they won't start from the grid, they'll start from the side of the track, and as Raman said, a 1 hour endurance race, and in that 1 hour, whichever team completes the most number of laps is crowned the winner. There are changes in drivers, there are mandatory fuel stops as well. It's a 250cc bike. And if we talk about this bike, the Gixxer 250, they can go up to 100 kilometers an hour in under 10 seconds, 9.6 seconds from 0 to 100, and a top speed of over 150 kilometers an hour. Weighs close to 160 kilograms, this bike. Remember, it's a one-make bike for all competitors. We have the warm-up lap underway. We don't call it a formation lap because obviously they are not standing on the grid as per their grid positions. They all start from the side of the grid, and it's very important to get these tires warmed up for proper grip as well to maneuver across this beautiful Kari Motor Speedway racetrack. A total of 25 teams participating, which means only 9 of those 25, 6 did not qualify. So 19 teams then here, which means 38 riders will be involved. So it seems they're done with the warm-up lap. They're back to their starting positions on the side of the grid, right next to the media center. where we are. So we're up to 19 teams on the track. 6 did not qualify in this inaugural race of the JK Tyre Presents Endurance League Cup 2022, powered by United CRA. The ones that will start the race can race for a maximum of 20 minutes, and even if they don't, the any rider throughout this 60-minute race, only one driver can drive maximum of 20. There's no minimum limit, but then again, as Raman was speaking to the organizers and motorsport experts, you know, there are other complications involved.
Look at the first one that you're going to get to see now. You can see the bikers go across to the other side of the racetrack. So it's almost as if you've competed in a triathlon, where you're actually having to run across the racetrack from the right to the left. You'll get to your bike, which is already prepped and ready. You can see it's been kept ready for you. So the idea is the bikers who are going to start off the race are actually going to be running across the racetrack, quickly attempting to get to their bike, assigned bike of the team, and then get going. So there's a multiple set of challenges that are involved in this wonderful initiative, the JK Tyre Presents Endurance League Cup 2022, powered by United CRA. This will be very interesting to see how this particular race goes. Right, we're set. No need to look at the red lights. You keep an eye out on the flag that's there. The moment that flag drops is when you put in the hard yards to get to your bike. And then make your bike put the hard yards in. Here they go. And I dare say one of the bikers did not realize that they had to get started.
I can't call it a false start, can we? Certainly not. But yes, we are off to the inaugural edition of the JK Tyre Presents Endurance League Cup 2022, powered by United CRA. And straight away in the lead is Shreyas Harish, the young lad, bike number 3. Shreyas, the team of Shreyas and Abhinav, AS Racing. Shreyas is the young 12-year-old lad you just spoke to, Raman.
Absolutely. And remember, he was the one who got off to the best start. Quite spectacular. The young lad from Bangalore. In fact, both the bikers are from Bangalore. But this is an interesting format, isn't it? The fact that you're trying to strategize which biker is going to stay on the racetrack for at least about 18 or 19 minutes.
And once you are there, and we were speaking to some of the motorsport experts yesterday, Raman, in the evening, and they say there might be a strong biker, rider, there might be a slightly less stronger one. So who goes for the 19 minutes, who goes for 1 minute, or maybe they go for 19 each, they go 18 each. There's so many permutations and combinations involved. There's time when you need. Every time you go to the pit, you can't go higher than 40 kilometers an hour. You know, you have to, obviously there is a mandatory refueling stop as well. Do they change the rider when they refuel?
Oh, lots of things to look at. For the moment, it seems as if it's Tasmai Karyappa who's in the lead, followed by Pratipati Jayant, who's currently running second. He's on bike number 17. He's now, in fact, moved into the lead on that straight. So the lead has changed hands. It's Pratipati Jayant, Pratipati who's in the lead, followed by Tasmai Karyappa. And as we see the back of the pack come out of corner 1.
So what's your gut feeling, Raman? What do you see as a strategy here as far as the driver change is concerned?
I think, Karthike, you cannot have too many driver switches. Ideally, a team would not want. You can, of course, have as many as you want, but I'm sure teams would not like to do multiple rider switches because that would mean time lost in that changeover. So I think they try and strategize and make sure that they get the maximum time with their best biker on the bike for the minimal number of changes. So maybe I think 3 changes is what the ideal change number would be for the team overall.
Would they want to utilize that mandatory fuel stop as a driver change stop as well. That could be also one thing that they can keep in mind, because it's a shooting two birds with an arrow. Then you get the driver change done and you get the mandatory fuel stop done as well. Now it is Tasmai Karyappa who's in the lead. There's a very close battle at the moment. Bike number 2, bike number 17 and 18 of Pradipati Jayant and Prabhu. While the young lad we were talking about, Shreyas, has dropped a little back, but it's still only the start of the race. We're only into the race about a couple of minutes, 2 to 3 minutes. It's a 1 hour race.
Prabhu is, for the moment, was in the lead. In fact, now the lead's changed hands again. Tasmai Karyappa takes the lead back, and then Prabhu gets pushed back to the second spot. There's an interesting battle going on among the top 3. And then let's look at what's happening behind them as well. On bike number 12 was Tamizinian, who's leading for his side, the first biker. While we've got a pit stop happening for, is that bike number 13? It does seem to be. And that is going to be, is that going to be the all-girls team of Simki and Rakshita Dave? It seems to be.
It was Simki and Rakshita. It was Simki who had to start the race, and Rakshita would be the second racer. And now, Raman, is this the mandatory refueling already done within the first 5 minutes of the race? So it's Tasmai Karyappa who continues to lead the race. He's very closely followed by Pradipati Jayant and Prabhu in bike number 18. Second and third by 18 and 17. They keep switching places, but Tasmai continues to lead, and got the young lad in Shreyas also in the mix of things up top.
And they're going to run into the back markers. There's a little problem for Abhishek Vasudev. In fact, I beg your pardon, that was Tulsi Dharan, who was on bike number 1, one of the back markers, who was just lapped by the race leaders. Tulsi Dharan's on bike number 1. You can just see him at the edge of the frame on the long shot as he comes past now.
So 2.3 kilometer racetrack, 1 hour of racing non-stop endurance test for both the bike and the riders. We've got an all-female team, all-women's team as well in this category. We've got a biker as young as 12 years old as well, and now we've got one of the bikers that's stopped there.
And I think that's bike number 2 that's come in for a change. Has it 21? It is, which in fact is going to be the team for Pratik Bandi, and Mohammad Miran is that team.
This will be very, very interesting and exciting, Raman. 1 hour. Obviously, we talk about the conditions. It's about 31 degrees, humidity close to 70%. Although there is a strong breeze blowing across, but with those protective suits that they wear, the wind has nothing to do with it. It is hot, it is humid. The race, the track temperature is obviously a couple of degrees higher as well. There will be a lot of sweating, loss of water from the body, salt as well. So these are small little things which will all eventually come down together and could cause problems to these riders. As you see, one of the riders there in the pits, while you have your, at the moment, your race leader. And that is Prabhu in bike number 18, the team of Prabhu and Sarvesh. They clocked the best time of 1 minute 28.456 in qualifying.
And also you've got Abhishek Vasudev trying to get into the mix, but these are problems that continue for Tulsi Dharan TJ. His bike causing him some grief. I think that front tire is locked up. Now if you look closely at the two bikers, you'll see both of them spotting the arm bands on the left arm. Now you can see the arm bands. One of them is white, the other one's green. So the white armband signifying that it's driver 1, biker 1, who's in fact the first to go on the racetrack, and the green armband symbolizing that it's the changeover biker. So more often than not, you'll find most teams at the moment are running with their first and topmost biker on the bikes at the moment.
Well, thank God for those bands. Become a nightmare identifying who's who.
Well, all thanks to the organizers for thinking about us hapless commentators in that condition.
So far, so good for the front three, front four. It's not about the speed. It's not about who finishes 10 laps first or 15 laps first. It's all about calculating who goes the furthest in that 1 hour time frame that they have. And we spoke about the rules. There has to be changes with regards to riders, fuel stops. And while they're going at a decent pace, a very good speed on this racetrack, they still have to do all that calculation in their head.
Absolutely, and that's where the team support will come in as they cross the start-finish line. The numbers probably being flashed by the support staff, letting them know how many more laps they're going to stay on the track for before they come in for a bike refueling or a biker change, the teammate switch that were to happen. Abhishek Vasudev, for the moment, looks to be pulling away from the rest of the pack. He's building a healthy lead over Jayant Pratipati, who's on bike number 17, who's followed closely on bike number 18 by Prabhu, who's in third. And initially, after leading the pack, Tasmai Karyappa on bike number 2 has dropped down to fourth.
Well, interesting, Roman, that we've had 6 laps so far, and if a team wants a driver change, let's say at the 19th minute, so they'll have to inform the rider by the 17th, because if you look at the lap times, a minute and a half approximately what it takes, and when they cross the pits, the start-finish line, they will still have a minute and a half to complete that whole lap, come back into the pits, and in the pits they can't ride at 100 or 120 kilometers an hour. They'll have to ride under 40. So all those calculations, small little calculations, because the moment they go beyond 20, one rider on a bike, they're in trouble.
They're in for a penalty there. So lots happening, lots of permutations, combinations, apart from the skill on the bike that you've got to show on the racetrack while you're trying to be the fastest that you can. For the moment, Abhishek Vasudev is doing very well indeed, leading the pack, and he's built up a lead of almost 2.5 seconds over his nearest compatriot and rival, Jayant Pratipati. And that's Tarun having a quick chat, the promoter from United CRA. This idea has seen fructification in the form of this very exciting format. The JK Tyre presents Endurance League Cup 2022. That's powered by United CRA.
Gone through the first 10 minutes of this race, and it's Abhishek Vasudev and Amarnath, the team of Abhishek and Amarnath Menon, that continues to lead. In fact, they were the fastest when the qualifying was happening with Abhishek and Amarnath, a minute 25.350. And as we see, it's one of the mandatory refueling for bike number 8. That's Rakshit Dave and Muhammad Mikhail.
Yes, and I wonder if there's going to be a team rider switch as well, or is it just plain refueling? There's also a tactic of ensuring that you refuel by going in with a slightly lighter bike at the initial part of the race, because the bike being lighter will give you faster lap times as compared to if you've gone in with a full tank. So there could be that aspect that comes into play as well. Meanwhile, another switch happening in the pit lane, and this is Dilip who makes way for Selva on bike number 7. Quick rider change, that's all that's happened, so no refueling done. Just a quick rider change happening on that occasion.
We've seen the first change happen, and it is Selva now who's on bike number 7. Dilip has made way, and now it's bike 8. And in fact, they've also made a change as bike 8, and it is now Muhammad Mikhail who's now riding instead of Rakshit Dave.
I think they refueled as well, so they went in for the refueling, and they've done the rider switch. Have team number 8 of Rakshit Dave and Mohammad Mikhail. Mohammad Mikhail is now on the racetrack, but let's keep an eye out on the current race leader, Abhishek Vasudev, who's spending a fair bit of time on the racetrack. He's built up a lead of almost over 4 seconds over Jayant Pratipati at the moment. It's a healthy gap of 4 seconds, and I'm sure that's going to come in very handy when they do the rider switch. Does team on bike 14.
Abhishek and Amarnath clearly leading. It is Abhishek who's done so well. We've seen 2 changes already, as we've got the signal that there will be another change. Preetham will make way for Rajesh. That's bike number 4. You see there Rajesh just getting his visor down. Preetham now parks, gets on the bike. Rajesh there, and that was just a driver swap or a rider change and not a refueling change. Bike number 13 is also signaled for the change. That's Simki now, who will make way for Rakshita, the only all-women biking team. And then got him first. It was Rakshit Dave. Now it's Rakshita Dave who's now making way.
Yes, the switch happening on bike number 13 as we speak. And that's done and dusted. Simki making way for Rakshita Dave. But I've got an eye out on Abhishek Vasudev, because the team of Abhishek and Amarnath Menon, both bikers from Kerala, have done exceedingly well so far. The team is doing well. Abhishek's had a good run. This
coming in for another change, bike number 9. So Sasi Kumar Narayanaswamy is making way for Sachin J, his team member. Bike 9 has also seen 3 biker switches already.
The tactics are clear, giving an average time of about 14 to 15 minutes is what we've seen from most teams so far. And I wonder if you'd want to have your best biker, Kartikeya. That's the other thought. I wonder if all teams are thinking that they want to have their best biker out for the last 20 minutes of the race.
Well, absolutely. I think Abhishek and Amarnath, I think they've got their strategy sorted out. It was Abhishek who's starting the race, and he's got a healthy lead of about 6 seconds already. That is the kind of time that, well, less than that, they would need to go for a driver swap, the rider swap.
And there's a rider swap that's happening on bike number 22 as well. A.V. Sundar making way for Rajadurai Aidamulam. Well, look at the amount of time that this rider switch is taking.
I mean, I can understand that this is the inaugural season, this is the first time it's happening, they don't have the experience, but you should be ready. When you know that your partner has been called in for a driver swap or a rider swap, you should be ready. Like we saw moments ago when one of the riders came, he jumped on the bike, and the other one, within seconds, in a flash, was on the bike and off they went.
And that's why I think it's also a test for the teams and the second biker as well, who's now trying to don his gloves. Probably wasn't in the know of the switch over happening. Well, look at that. This has taken so much time. Finally, can Rajdurai Aidimulam get off and underway? Yes, he finally does. Remember, the speed in that pit lane's got to be 40 kilometers and under. Cannot exceed that speed limit, as Anil was sharing with us earlier before the start of this race, the formal rules per se. As here they come. There's been a change as well on bike number 15, where Arthur Fernando has made way for Siddharth Sajan. So there's a switch that's happening here, and the second set of bikers from the teams are now out on the racetrack. On bike 22, Rajadurai, and on bike number 15, it's Siddharth Sajan.
We've seen so many changes, but nothing at the top. The leaders continue to be there. That's another change coming in, bike number 21.
And they're going to do a biker switch now. Remember, we saw bike number 21 pull up earlier in the pit lane as well, but that was probably for refueling and some adjustments to the bike. Pratik Bhandi now making way for Mohammad Miran.
And not just a driver switch, they will refuel as well. So they've utilized that one stop with a couple of changes happening. There has to be that it is mandatory to refuel, and it is mandatory to change the rider now. But nothing we've seen so far from Abhishek Vasudev and Pratipati Jayant.
He's got a fantastic lead, remember, as Abhishek Vasudev, so he's well and truly ahead of Jayant Pratipati. Now that's going to be a change that's going to come in from the current race leader of this endurance race. It's now Abhishek Vasudev who darts into the pit lane. He has to adhere to the safety limit, the speed limit that's there. How long does this changeover take? We got an eye on it. Look at the team. They're just trying to refuel as quickly as possible, ensure that the changeover takes minimal time before they can get on with the things here. Well, he's making way, Abhishek Vasudev, for Amarnath Menon, who's going to take over from him.
I can't see Amarnath there, obviously. We can only see the race leader, that was Abhishek. Or maybe they will refuel and then he'll go straight up ahead and then there will be a change. You could see on one of the feeds that there was signals coming in that hurry up, come on, quickly.
Absolutely. That's why it's so very important. Now, switch happening on bike number 21. This is the bike we saw pulling in almost... this is the third time they've pulled into the pit lane. This time it's Pratik, who's in fact made way for Mohammad Miran. That switch finally happened. Mohammad Miran has now finally gone out on the racetrack.
Obviously the first time round there's bound to be a bit of confusion, bit of lack of communication between teams every now and then. But as we progress with every season, I think the teams will be more streamlined.
And I think what's happened for the race leader, Abhishek Vasudev, I think his teammate wasn't ready. They were taking their time. The switch is happening now for team on bike number 2 and 17 as well. That's Tasmai Karyappa pulling into the pit lane, as is bike number 2. You've got another switch happening with Tasmai pulling in, and the change happening on Jayant Pratipathi's bike as well.
Refueling happening, team changes happening, and it's all happening here at the Kari Motor Speedway. It is the inaugural edition. That's bike number 18. We've got a change. Prabhu and Sarvesh, they're now getting their bike refueled at the moment. You could see Prabhu was there, the rider. We're not very sure if it's just a refueling stop or will they change the riders as well.
Well, what's interesting is that now on bike number 17 it's Shishadri who's taken the place of Jayant, and on bike number 2 as well there's been a switch that's happened, and as Jagdish has come in place of Tasmai Karyappa. But how will it impact the overall standings? That's going to be the critical scenario here.
Most of the teams have made their changes. Those are some notes for the team. Rider 1 minute and 4 seconds, and then the change happened very quickly there. There's refueling going on in Prabhu and Sarvesh's bike. Well, while you have to race for 1 hour, you do have to cover a big distance, and that means you have to go fast too, as Tulasidaran and Daniel Rajkumar's bike number 1 we saw there for a moment, not pulling up as they expected to be, not as fast as they would like it to happen. Hopefully it's just a little glitch, and that can be sorted out very quickly in the pits.
Keep an eye out, once again reminding all our viewers, keep an eye out on the forearm or the shoulder, the left shoulder of all the bikers. You'll find that they're wearing a band on their left arm near the shoulder for most bikers, and it's either white or it's fluorescent green, and white signifies that it's biker 1, while the fluorescent green band signifies that it's biker 2 from the team. And you'll find more often than not most teams have made that switch. The rider switch has already happened, so most of the second set of bikers of teams are actually out there on the racetrack, as a switch now happening on bike number 7 as well, and it's going to be Selva who will continue in place of Dilip. He's just come in for a refueling stop because they'd done the biker switch earlier, and Selva had replaced Dilip earlier. He's just come in for a fuel top-up.
Raman, I think the bikers and the teams would now start thinking of getting refueling and the biker change done together, because that will obviously result in saving them a lot of time. But also then the decision comes in that how much fuel do they carry for the bikes to be light. And well, we've got the first incident in this race, and now that was a nasty fall for one of the that was Sarjun Sagar team between A.R. Tamizanian and Sarjan Sagar. So it was Sarjan who was found flat on the track.
Yes, but he is all right. I'm sure he would be getting immediate medical attention as well, as we caught a glimpse of it on one of our feed cameras coming through. But just trying to go for a little extra pace and losing his balance on the turn. Remember, these are standard 250cc engine bikes, so they're all bikes of the same make, same power class per se, and then it all boils down to the biker's ability.
We spoke about this bike earlier, Raman, about close to 155, 160 kilograms. 0 to 109.6 seconds. Top speed of above 150 as well for these 250cc Gixxers. So it's got the speed, it's got the pickup as well, and now it's about the endurance of the bike and the rider, and them combining together as well as a team.
Yes, absolutely. And as we heard from Anil earlier, who was just taking us through the rules of this competition, in case a biker were to slip off the track and fall, of course, apart from the medical attention which would be available straight away, the fact that you will not be given assistance to get back into the race, you'll have to pick up your bike and get started again, or in case the bike were to fall down. So that's another challenge for the riders. That's something they have to be careful about.
Absolutely. Momentarily we saw the yellow flag being waved there, and the safety car placard also out. So we'll see how things pan out there, but obviously that's because of the slide that happened earlier for Sarjan Sagar. I mean, there's no overtaking involved anyway, but obviously with the safety car out now, these riders coming at certain speed, they need to be cautioned that there is a bike there is debris on the track. You know, you need to be careful, and it's equal for everyone. It's not that one can take advantage and be faster and complete the remaining laps that they are behind the race leaders. They'll all have to stop there.
I think you're right there, Karthikeya. The safety car is out, and all bikers will now have to line up right behind that safety car. No overtaking allowed. Now you see bike number 1, of course, just behind the safety car. That's Tulsi Dharan and Daniel Rajkumar's team. I dare say, I think they're just about to be lapped here. The reason why there isn't any overtaking happening is because they're all running behind the safety car, but they're almost on the verge of getting lapped. So when the race resumes, this endurance race resumes, I think that team number 1 may just be lapped. This is what happened. It was a nasty fall there. But remember, these bikers are wearing protective suits, joint protection as well. And the shoulder guards also coming into play, along with the spine protector. That's a mandatory part of the biking gear.
Obviously the helmet playing its part. Because when that slide happened, obviously landed on the shoulder, the head hit the tarmac as well. But the safety measures obviously impeccable, perfect, and that's the reason why he was very quickly able to walk and get out of the track and out of further harm's way.
Yes, and then straight away medical attention being provided as well to ensure that the biker is safe. But the track is yet to be fully cleared, which is why the bikers are still running behind the safety car. Speeds being controlled and no overtaking allowed. You can see the second biker from most teams is out there in the middle. So Selva for team number 7, Daniel Rajkumar on bike number 1. Well, there was a change happening on bike 22. It was A.V. Sundar and Rajadurai, the team with that.
It's very clever, Raman, isn't it? That they're utilizing the time behind the safety car to get it refueled, get the bike refueled, and the moment they rejoin behind the pack, they've got the fuel, they've got the driver change done, and now the safety car is gone, so they can go ahead for the next 90 odd minutes. And let's see how it plays out for them in the end. But at the moment, from the look of things, this looks like a very clever move from both A.V. Sundar and Rajdurai.
Also a switch happening on bike number 7 with Selva and his teammate Dilip. I think came in for a refueling stop, and are we going to see a switch of the bike rider as well? For the moment, keep your eye on the safety car and see the lights on that A35. Are those lights going to stop blinking? Because that will be a clear indicator that race action will resume. Yes, the lights are out on that safety car. It's going to be heading into the pit lane, which means that we will be back to racing action as we come down that start-finish straight right after the end of this lap. So just, I think the pack leaders should be gathering momentum as they come out of that final hairpin curve.
Well, it's interesting, Raman, because you see most of them, in fact, majority of the riders now with the fluorescent yellow band. So it's at least one change has been made. Some teams have made a couple of changes, and they've got the yellow band driver, the second rider, back on the track again. Now, I want to understand the restart here, that obviously when you're in the LGB Formula 4 or a Novice Cup category, or in fact the JK Tyre presents a Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup category as well, that you have to finish a certain number of laps to win the race. Here you have to complete maximum number of laps in a certain period of time. So when the safety car then ducks into the pits, the strategy, the start, that obviously has to be different from how it is in a lap-bound race rather than a time-bound race.
Absolutely, and as we see, just as the race restarted, once the safety car went into the pit lane, Daniel Rajkumar got lapped by the bikers on team 17. That was Shishadri who went on and lapped him. Then you saw the switch as well, but now a biker switch is happening on bike number 5. There's going to be a switch where Kamal Kumar is making way for Ghanshyam. Oh, another tumble, and that's on bike number 21. A nasty tumble there. It's Mohammad Miran who's taken a spill. Now comes the second challenge. Can he get the bike up and running? I think just locked up on the brakes, and the front wheel just locking up there on him.
Bike number 19, the rider, you could see the horror in his eyes through the helmet, that he was looking at things happening in front of him, and then he thought, well, let me just concentrate on my bike and navigate through this. Just a little loss of balance there for the rider.
It's locked up the front brakes there, and that's why the wobble on the front wheel, and that's what led to that fall. So unfortunately, that's problems for his team. That's the team for Pratik Pandey and Mohammad Miran. But now keep an eye out on this team, bike number 5, Ghanshyam Chaudhary and Kamal Kumar, where I think they've made the switch, and Ghanshyam Chaudhary is now back in the saddle. He's now heading out on the racetrack.
Like you said, first challenge is to obviously be okay, and the second is to then pick the bike up and then get going again. Just flash, we saw that there was the marshals who were helping the bike up, so that means that again, you see, so it's been parked. So let's see if he can rejoin. I don't think he can rejoin the race, but they can at least get the bike away and out of the harm's way. This is what had happened. The front tire locking up and then taking a couple of tumbles, 3, 4, 5, and out of the track.
The good part is that he's safe, he's all right, and most importantly, he recovered very well. Wanted to get back into racing action. That's Rakshita Dave waiting for her opportunity to get onto the bike.
Rakshita Dave, her team member Simki, at the moment on the track. To talk about Rakshita and Simki, the only all-girls team in this competition. On
if I'm not mistaken, it just seems to me at the moment that this start and the run that Shishadri is having on bike number 17 is a good slot in terms of the timing that they're clocking. Selva, meanwhile, a switch is happening here on bike number 7, is it? Or is it just plain refueling? No, I think they're going to do a rider switch as well. Selva will be making way for Dilip to come right back on.
Well, for Dilip to come right back on, he has to be ready. You know, he has to have his gloves and his helmet on, and he doesn't have them. So I'm not very sure what happens there and where is that lack of communication between teams. Because when you know you're going for a switch, you have to be ready. We saw a few minutes ago that the partner wasn't even wearing gloves when the bike came in. So you know, there's certainly that communication between the team and the drivers and the riders that has to be there. As we're almost about halfway through this race. Remember, it's a 60-minute, 1-hour endurance race. Endurance League Cup 2022, powered by United CRA. At the end of the 60 minutes, whichever team has done the most number of laps gets crowned the winner.
And at the moment, it's Shishadri and Jayant Pratipathi's team, bike number 17, that seem to be having the upper hand. At the moment, it's Shishadri who's on the bike at the moment for his team, putting in some good lap times. Per se, overall, you look at the team, their best lap time was in lap number 11, where they got a time of 1 minute 26.810 seconds. And now, just seems as if there's going to be another switch on one of the teams. And that's on bike number 9, a switch happening here. Sachin making way for Sasi Kumar.
Signaling another change there, bike number 15. Arthur Fernando and Siddharth Sajan, the two team members of bike 15.
I think one of the bikers is going to be lapped now as we speak. And it seems as if there is going to be a lapping happening. It's going to be Simki and Rakshita Dave's team. It's going to be Simki, who's just been lapped by Jayant Pratipathi's team. In fact, I think Shishadri and Jayant Pratipathi's, they've done pretty well. And overall, both bikers have put in good lap times so far. It's a staggered field, remember, but keep an eye out on bike number 17. For the moment, it is Shishadri on bike number 17, Jayant Pratipathy, his teammate, who put in some good lap times early on to put these guys in the top 3. And now Shishadri's got them in the hunt for the title, the first ever endurance race that's being run as a part of this championship. And that's the JK Tyre presents Endurance League Cup 2022, powered by United CRA. It could very well be that team of Jayant Pratipathy and Shishadri who could be notching up a race win.
We very quickly saw a change there happening, and now another change with Govindraj and Keswan obviously swapping. It's Keswan now who's back in the pits, and Govindraj who is now handling the bike as bike number 17 now. Jayant Pratipathy and Sasidharan will make the swap. It is Shishadri, I beg your pardon, who's going to make way. Is it going to be a change or is it just going to be a refueling stop? We'll just get to know in a moment. It is at the moment Shishadri who's on the bike.
And I think they're going to do a quick switch here. That will be a switch of biker as well. But let's stay with the race action on the track and give you a clear idea of all that's unfolding. This is Pritham Lokesh, who is on bike number 4. His teammate Rajesh did a decent job in that initial switch. And their positions being dropped. That switch of biker that's been done by Jayant Pratipathy and Shishadri. You can see bike number 17. This is the bike that we're referring to. The refueling is taking time and they're dropping positions here, which they'll have to regain quickly enough. Because while they are in the pit lane, You've got laps being done by Tasmai Karyappa and Jagdish on bike number 2. The laps being done by Abhishek Vasudev and Amarnath Menon's team on bike number 14 as well. So keep an eye out on those bikers too.
So we change now. So if they've refueled and then they've changed bikers, that's a very quick change. Very well done by Jayant Pradipati and Sheshadri. The team working well in tandem.
It's an interesting ploy. It can also be that you want to avoid the traffic up front before you do the biker switch. Also trying to manage timelines to ensure that you're able to get the maximum 20 minutes from your number 1 biker. Maybe that's also a plan that's being worked out.
So now a few minutes ago we saw bulk of the riders with their fluorescent yellow bands, and now the bulk of them are back with their whites. So every team is making all those changes. At the moment it is going on Preetham, Lokesh and Rajesh's team. They've done very well. So Pratik Bandi and Mohammad Viraj, Shreyas Harish, the young 12-year-old. Now bike number 15 coming in for a rider change as well, and that's Arthur Fernando and Siddharth Sajan.
Well, the pressure in the tyres being checked as well in that switch, and Siddharth Sajan has made way for Arthur Fernando, who sets off from the pit lane on bike number 15. Switch happening on bike number 19 as well. Krishna Sai and Vijay Aditya. It seems as if Vijay Aditya will continue. Switch happening on bike number 2 as well. Tasmai Karyappa and Jagdish's team is what you got to keep an eye out on. Bike number 2, keep an eye out on that, because they were challenging for that top spot along with Jayant Pradipati and Sheshadri. So we'll be waiting to see what unfolds there.
I think the signals come in that you can probably hold on for a lap or two before we make that change. More than half an hour done in this race. Coming to the business end, one might call it. As you see, that's bike number 4. That's Preetham, Lokesh and Rajesh M. Bike number 2 now with the driver change.
Yes, it's Tasmai Karyappa who's back in the saddle for team number 2. So he's going to be heading out on the racetrack with Tasmai Karyappa. They call themselves the JG39 racing team. Jagdish and Tasmai Karyappa. I can understand the initials JG, which is what they've got in terms of the names per se. What will be interesting to figure out is what the 39 stands for.
It's probably their combined age. You never know. There you have bike number 4, Preetham Lokesh. It is Preetham who's on the bike. Rajesh, the second rider, he's waiting in the pits for his turn as we get bike number 18 of Prabhu and Sarvesh. It is Prabhu who's manning the bike at the moment, and once again I think all these teams have done so well in managing and coordinating those changes, the refuelings, and we had a couple of incidences with the bikes skidding and tires, front tire locking. Apart from that, overall it's been a very, very entertaining race.
More often than not, what we've seen is that teams have named themselves using the initials of the bikers per se. So if you've got a team that's called SP Racing, you've got one biker whose name is Shiva, while the other's name is Prem. So you've taken the initials of both the bikers and named their teams. More often than not, you'll find that with VS Racing as well. There's Vijay Aditya and Sai Krishna's team gets called VS Racing. Same story with Shreyas and Abhinav's team. That's what they call themselves, AS Racing. It's an interesting story. Most teams have done that, except for teams like Yo-Yo Racing, which is a team comprising of Pratik Bandi and Mohammad Miran, whom we've seen in action. This is one of the other things that you see when the biker changeover is happening, in terms of the times taken on that changeover as well, and which rider has then moved out. The other, we're talking about team names. There's a team called High Torque Racing, which is a team comprising of Govindraj and Kesavan. There is Gusto Racing team, multiple teams by Gusto Racing, including a team from Alwyn Sundar and Rahil, along with Jayant Pratipati and Shashadri's team. They call themselves Gusto Racing as well.
You got Tridents in there as well. You got Motor Vicodin. We got One Racing, Motorgraphic, 46 Tribe.
And Rockers Racing, a team of Romario John and G. Balaji.
They're pretty creative with the names as well.
Yes, as I said, some of the teams have really pulled out all the stops in terms of picking a name for themselves. Now, switch happening, and this is on bike number 3. And the switch, is it just going to be refueling here for Shreyas and Abhinav's team? They probably just want to do a quick refueling here.
Shreyas, the young 12-year-old boy, very quickly jumped off the bike and asked the crew to help him, because obviously him being 12, I don't think he can handle that entire bike, 160, 150 kilograms by himself.
Oh, it's fantastic when you look at youngsters taking to the sport, and he was so very confident when I asked him before the start of the race that was he overawed by seeing racers much older than him and competing against them. He said, no, I'm all right, I know exactly what I have to do. He said, my parents now don't stop me from speeding. I'm doing it on a racetrack, doing it in a controlled environment, and that's quick advice going out to everyone else who's watching back home. If you feel that you have it in you to race, then come and join the formal, structured format of motor racing that's being provided by JK Tyre through the JK Tyre National Racing Championship.
Absolutely, I think that's the only way to go about it.
Yes, of course, you've got to do it in controlled environments. Don't do it out on the road, don't do it out on the street. Healthy push from young Shreyas for Abhinav, saying, okay, a little get-go from me for you.
It's a young chap, he's very, very good, you know, just very quickly just gets off the bike, pushes his teammate out, off you go, man, off you go. I'll sort the rest out. You go now, go and race. You gotta love this. You gotta love this enthusiasm in this young kid.
And I think, Karthik, it's a very interesting format. You look at the rider changes that are happening, look at the team tactics, the refueling, how much time each team's taking. Some teams struggling with it early on and then getting their act together later. The others looking a lot more organized. I think there's a lot of drama. There is a lot of action happening in the pit lane as well. It's not just action on the racetrack, it's also planning and action in the pit lane.
That's great, isn't it, for two-wheeler racing in India. Got two bikes here. Bike number 2 with Tasmai Karyappa and Jagdishan, and bike number 3, that's of Shreyas and Abhinav, going toe-to-toe.
Yes, and just quickly updating, although we see a change happening on bike number 9, Sasi Kumar and Sachin's bike, probably a quick refueling. Stop is what is being pulled off at the moment. Look at the number of laps done, and I'll just quickly update our viewers on that. Abhishek Vasudev and his teammate Amarnath Menon, they've pulled off 28 laps so far. That's bike number 14 we are talking about. They've pulled off now 29 laps completed by them. 28 laps have been done by Jayant Pratipati and Shashadri's team. So they're in the mix as well. And remember, it's about keeping a count on the number of laps completed. So 29 done on bike number 14. Abhishek Vasudev and Amarnath Menon, for the moment, seems to be the overall race leaders in this endurance race.
And they've got a very decent gap as well between themselves, Abhishek and Amarnath, and between them and Pratipati, Jayant Pratipati and Shashadri. Rakshit Dave and Mohammad Mikhail's team also doing very well. They've notched up 28 laps, while Abhinav and Amarnath, in fact, at the moment, if you look at the bike on your screen now, that is Jayant Pratipati on the bike. You can make out with the white band, and that's the starter, that's rider 1 with the white band, and the second rider will have the fluorescent yellow, fluorescent green band on their left arm. So Abhishek and Amarnath, the team is leading at the moment. They're done with 30 laps now. Trailing them on 29 laps is Jayant Pratipati and Shashadri's team. So close to about bikes scattered all across the racetrack now. That's bike number 17, Jayant Pratipati and Shishadri. Still running past the back markers. Prem and Sivarama-Krishnan's bike, that bike number 6 that he just passed. So at the moment it is Abhishek and Amarnath. That's the team that's leading. Bike number 14 followed by Jayant Pratipati and Shishadri. That's bike number 17. Just about half a lap. The difference between the race leader and the runner-up at the moment. We do have a few minutes left in this race, so get to know if they can they catch up and can they make up that space of about half a lap, the gap between Abhinav AA, if I call them Abhinav and Amarnath, and Jayant and Shishadri.
The bottom, discount what you see with Pritham location, Rajesh. Remember, it shows 42 laps, but that's a malfunction on the transponder on the bike. The current race leader is on bike number 14. That's going to be the team of Abhishek Vasudev and Amarnath Menon. They are the race leaders at the moment. Jayant Pratipati and Shishadri close behind, just about half a lap behind them per se. But I think this is going to be interesting to see if they can catch up. On bike number 4, that's Pritham location, Rajesh, you can see, but they are not in contention for the race win at the moment. Keep an eye out on this pack. It's Abhishek Vasudev on bike number 14. They've done, his team has done 31 laps between him and Amarnath Menon. They're on lap number 32 at the moment, putting in some good lap times and trying to ensure that they keep that lead going. Will there be another switch on the bike? I think that could be the twist in the tail. Will there be a rider switch, Karthikeya? Or how much time can Abhishek Vasudev spend on the bike? That might be critical in deciding the outcome of this race.
I think considering the fact that it's only maximum of 20 minutes, there might have to be a switch because there is still a decent amount of time left, about 15 odd minutes left in this race.
I wonder if teams are thinking about doing 20-20-20. Have, just 2 switches. It's just a thought. It's just a thought.
But then they end up risking that there might be over 20 in the 59th minute, and that 1 minute might cost them that. So rather better be safe than sorry. I mean, let's have 15 each. Let's have 3 changes and be through with it.
Switch happening on bike number 1 meanwhile, and the switch that's happened here is Daniel Rajkumar and Tulsi Dharan interchanging positions on the bike. While we stay with what's happening on bike number 2, this is Tasmai Karyappa on bike number 2. He's had a good run so far, but he's completed 31 laps, keeping himself in the hunt along with the likes of Jayant Pratipati and Rakshit Dave and Alvin Sundar.
So we've got 32 laps done by Abhishek and Amarnath's team. We've got 32 done by Jayant Pratipati and Shishadri. And the others are now coming to the end of their 31st lap, completing 32. They're still not done yet. That's Rakshit and Mohammed, Alvin Sundar and Rahil, and Tasmai Karyappa and Jagadish. But these two who are clearly head and shoulders ahead. And in fact, Abhishek and Amarnath have just clocked the 33rd lap as well. So they've got it done in 1 minute 25.290 seconds. That's pretty good, I might say. And Jayant is now trailing. It's clearly about more than half a lap now. So that tells you that even if Abhishek and Amarnath were to make that driver switch or a refuel, they might still have enough time to retain the race lead that they have.
You know, Karthikeya, the other thing that I was noticing here is that when we look at the race timings for the top 5 bikers, do discount Pritham, Lokesh and Rajesh. They are not the race leaders. I just repeat that and reiterate that. The battle is on between the graphic that you see on your screen from 2 to 6. Those are the top 5 runners. as a switch quickly done on bike number 16. It's just a biker switch. Alvin Sundar and Rahil Sai making that quick changeover. Now, another quick switch being pulled off. Is that on bike number 19 is what it seems to be like, where Vijay Aditya has come on in place of Sai Krishna. But let's stay with what's happening on bike number 14. That's the bike you got to keep an eye out on. Abhishek Vasudev clocked his best time on lap number 3 of 1 minute 24.932 seconds. The last lap that he did was 1 minute 25.122. Oh, a little wobble there as he just slammed on the front brake and then regained his balance. Look at that, bike number 14. He's just dropped on the pace thanks to that little wobble that he had. Made sure that he didn't lose his balance. He recovered well. He's heading into the back markers now. He's got to overtake these back markers, and this is where your racing skill comes into play. It's not just about going fast, it's also about trying to ensure that you're able to lap those bikers who come up ahead of you. And since those bikers don't know which lap they're on, look at this, look at this. This is what happened as he took the outside line, was looking to come on the inner line, a little wobble, regained his composure, dropped on the pace, left the inside line open for an overtaking maneuver of his competitor on the left. But luckily for him, the bike's still running. It hasn't cost him a place in the standings. And are we going to see a pit stop? Yes, from the race leader. There will be a pit stop. Abhishek Vasudev dives into the pit lane, slows the bike down. He's got to adhere to the speed restriction in the pit lane. Under 40. How much will that cost the team? They were a lap ahead, remember, of their nearest competitors, Rakshit Dave and Mohammad Mikhail. Quick switch over, no refueling. It's Amarnath Menon, who's just been given a healthy pat on the back by Abhishek Vasudev. He said, my job's done. Now it's over to Amarnath. He's got to carry on from here.
He got told by his teammate, go quickly sign first that you're off the bike, you've made the switch. Otherwise the time continues, you continue to clock that time and you wouldn't want to go beyond the 20. That's the maximum limit for every rider per team at a stretch.
Now, 35 laps done by bike number 14. We'll just look at another switch over that's happening on bike 11. That's Govindaraj and Kesavan. Govindaraj making way for Kesavan, who's back on the racetrack. This is the battle. Keep an eye on bike number 14. Abhishek Vasudev and Amarnath Menon. It's Amarnath Menon who's out there on the racetrack now. 35 laps done. They're on lap number 36 at the moment. As Rakshit Dave and Mohammad Mikhail are in second place, while there's another switch happening. Bike number 22 heading into the pit lane as well. Sundar and Rajdurai Adimum is there going to be a switch there.
So bike number 8, you saw that Rakshit and Mohammad Mikhail, they're running second, but there's refueling going on for bike 18 and bike number 6. That's Prabhu and Sarvesh's bike number 18, while bike number 6 Prem and Sivarama Krishnan also getting their bike refueled. That's your race lead at the moment. That with the pretty sure that the band has flown away because of all the speed and all the pressure, but it is Amarnath Menon who's on the track.
Yes, absolutely. It is Amarnath Menon on the racetrack in place of Abhishek Vasudev, and they are leading. They've done 36 laps, have the team on bike number 14. So they're the ones to watch out for. The team of Rakshit Dave and Mohammad Mikhail have done 35 laps, as have Jayant Pratipati and Shashadri's team. They've done 35 laps as well, as have Shreyas, the young lad we're talking about, and Abhinav. Their team's done 35 laps as well, as Tasmai Karyappa and Jagdish's team on bike number 2 have done 35 too.
Robert, if you look at the last lap completed by Abhishek and Amarnath, there was 148. And their best lap has been 124, and that obviously the difference is because of the switch that they made. They have to go through the pits with being under 40 kilometers an hour, so it's about a good 20-24 second that the window, if you can you calculate from there, a straight down math, it's a 24-second window that every team needs to carry in their mind, that every time they're going for a switch. And with the final few minutes remaining in this race, both Abhishek and Amarnath, they've obviously done the switch, but Rakshit and Mohammed Mikhail's team, along with Jayant Pradipati and Seshadri, they'll have to keep that little time frame in mind. As we see, there's a quick change in the bike number 15, that's Arthur Fernando. He's gone off, and Siddharth Sajan has replaced him beyond the bike and on the track, and there he is, the race leader Amarnath Menon on the bike. His teammate Abhishek Vasudev must be delighted with the performance. He's in the pits. As moments ago we saw a bike on the tarmac. There was a little incident, skidding off the surface.
Luckily no problems for the race leader, but trouble here for one of the bikers going into that second corner, running a little too wide.
That could have been problematic for the bike that was trailing. That was the race leader in Amarnath and Abhishek's bike.
Absolutely. I think this was Sachin who's taken a tumble on bike number 9. Yes, it is. And now he'll have to wait for allowing the biker Abhisit to pass before he can continue. Yes, he does Sachin. There was a nasty tumble. Luckily, he could get his bike up and running again, so he can continue.
We've seen a couple of times when the biker has fallen and they weren't able to go on and get their bike up. That's Shri Shishadri on the bike, the team of Jayant Pradipati and S. Shishadri.
In the top 3, remember, Jayant and Shishadri's team. On bike number 17, bike number 8, keep an eye out on Mohammed Mikhail. He's on bike number 8 at the moment, lapping one of the bikers ahead of him. He just looks back over his left shoulder to see that is there anyone else approaching. I think what he was looking out for was bike number 17 of Shishadri.
Tasmai Karyappa and Jagdishan also had a very good start, but they've faded away. Maybe there is a stop in stock for the teams like Rakshit and Mohammed Mikhail along with Jayant Pradipati, and that could allow the team of Tasmai Chopra and Jagdishan now to come into podium contention. But so far it's been a dominating performance by both Abhishek Vasudevan and Amarnath Menon. They've done 38 laps, while Rakshit and Mohammed Mikhail have just completed 38 laps. So that's clearly a good gap between them, and that's despite the switch that they made in the previous lap before the previous one.
But I get a feeling here that Mohammed Mikhail on bike number 8 seems to be gaining on Amarnath Menon. Keep an eye out. This might be a very interesting finish. This is the race leader, Amarnath Menon, on bike number 14. He's your race leader with 38 laps done. He's going to complete 39 laps now. And 39 laps completed, and he's taken the checkered flag as well. It could have been close, but in the end he'd be happy with the result that he's finally managed. It's a great result for this team on bike number 14. Abhishek Vasudev and Amarnath Menon, with Amarnath Menon finally guiding the team home.
And
notching up the first ever win, Karthike, of the JK Tyre Presents Endurance League Cup 2022, powered by United CRA.
I remember when the race started, when the flag off happened, it was Abhishek Vasudevan who was just stood there while everyone ran and got on their bike. He had a little delayed start, but then eventually, he said, well, it's motorsports. Rather, why run when I have my bike to do the talking and do the business on the racetrack? A terrific race by both Abhishek Vasudevan and Amarnath Menon to clinch the inaugural race in this inaugural category. That's the Endurance League Cup. JK Tyre Presents Endurance League Cup 2022, powered by United CRA. Tremendous from Abhishek and Amarnath as they go on to take the checkered flag. It's a very interesting race, to be honest. 1 hour of tactics, switches, changes, refueling, some incidents as well. But in the end, we were glued to the TV set for that entire 1 hour, considering because it was going to be a long race. Obviously, that's the name, the Endurance League Cup, endurance of both the bike and the riders. And in the end, it was the team of Abhishek and Amarnath, who were fastest in qualifying as well, have gone on and taken the checkered flag. That's Amarnath Menon on your TV screen, one half of the winning team, as he waves to the fans, the supporters, the spectators who are here as well at the Kari Motor Speedway. Brilliant race, brilliant tactics, brilliant execution by both Abhishek and Amarnath. Jayan Pratibati and Shishadri, along with Tasmay Karyappa and N. Jagdishan, Rakshit Dave and Mohammad Mikhail, all do need to get a mention of the efforts that they've put in to go on and put up a stellar show, a stellar performance in this opening race of this category. This is, remember, the first time that an Endurance League Cup is happening, which is powered by United CRA in the bike category. It's great to see, fist pumps and camaraderie, thumbs up, hugs, high fives, pat on the back as well to the winners from the other competitors as well. Very well done. Gets a pat on the back from Tarun, who's the promoter from United CRA. That's the winner. In fact, one half of the winning team, and that's Amarnath Menon, who's on the bike. And obviously, after the race, there is that mandatory weighbridge that the teams have to the bikes with the riders have to go through. So many things happening across the racetrack in just one race. You had the refuelings, the stops, the switchovers, the timings have to be there, the tactics have to be discussed as well before. But it's Abhishek and Amarnath who've done it and who've taken home the checkered flag in this race.
Format to look at and cover. Lots of dynamics involved in terms of the race, team tactics coming into play, the overall switch of bikers, and then it's not just about how fast you can race on the racetrack, it's about whether you had the right racing strategy in place. You did the timing on the switches was perfect. The refueling, the pit crews job, all coming into play. And in the end, I think it's been a very interesting start to this Endurance League Cup 2022. It's been presented by JK Tyre, powered by United CRA.
They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tyre, buddy.
JK Smart Tyre, the tyre with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tyre.
winners confirmation coming in. Abhishek Vasudevan and Amarnath taking the first place. Rakshit Dave and Mohammad Mikhail taking second. And Jayant Pratipati and Shadri taking the third spot on the podium. Well, it was a very, very interesting 1 hour endurance race, which is the JK Tyre Presents Endurance League Cup 2022, powered by United CRA. And well, we've been talking about how interesting it is. Very quickly, let's take you through the highlights of this race. Had to queue up on the other side. It was delayed and a slow start for Abhishek Vasudevan, who was stood there at the other side of the track. It was a very good start for 12-year-old young racer, whose name is Shreyas Harish Koparam. Bike number 3, a very, very good start, sped away, took the lead, but then eventually the big lads, the big guns caught up. Was that moment, almost had a collision there with the bikes. The 250cc Gixxer bikes weighing around between 155 to 161 kilograms. The top speed of more than 150. Get to 0 to 100 in under and close to 9.5 seconds, 9.6 seconds. And we're talking about this race, the format, it's a 1 hour endurance race with 2 riders per team. One single rider can ride a maximum of 20 minutes in a go, in a stretch. And apart from that, there had to be mandatory refueling. And obviously with a 20-minute time limit per driver, there had to be mandatory switches in drivers and the riders as well. This is where the battle was heating up when you had bike number 17, bike number 18 and bike number 2, 17 of Jayant Pratipati and Shishadri, bike number 2 of Tasmai Chopra and Jagdishan, all were in the mix of things. Bike number 18 as well there involved, and that was Prabhu and Sarvesh Hamunawar. Was Sarvesh, in fact Prabhu, who was on bike number 18 on that occasion.
While we've
that
got a pit
when
stop
the
happening.
refueling had started, bike number 13 there getting the first refueling. That was Simki and Rakshita Dave's bike, the only all-girls team in this competition. Bike number 18 was second and third bike. Little wobble there for Tulsidharan and Danny Rajkumar's bike. Bike number 1 you saw in the long shot in the background there, while it was Tasmai Karyappa's bike who was leading there at the moment. Was a little problem. The brake shoe heating up a bit. As you saw the technicians pouring some water to cool it down. And this is where you see bike number 18 leading of Prabhu and Sarvesh. It was Prabhu who was on the bike, and you see bike number 14 there on your screen as well. This is when the bike of Abhishek and Amarnath started getting into the groove, getting into the mix of things at the top end of the grid of the circuit. Remember, this is the third race of the day, race number 8 of the weekend. This is where Abhishek and Amarnath's team on bike number 14 had taken the overall lead, and they executed all their plans and everything to perfection. Their changes, their switchovers, their refuelings, it was all done very well. Prateek and Mohammad Miran's bike, that was bike 21. It was Prateek Bandi who had taken over the proceedings from Mohammad Miran. Battle going on between Jayant Pratipati Sashidharan team along with Prabhu and Sarvesh's team. And also in the mix was Tasmai and Jagdishan's team, which is bike number 2. Coming in for a quick switch over was team of Dilip and Selva. It is now Selva here who's on the bike, and off he goes. And Selva got the bike as Dilip made way for his teammate. And Selva there now on your screen, bike number 7, the second half of the team. And now coming in for a switch over, Preetham and Rajesh. It is Rajesh now who's on the bike and taking the bike away. Preetham making way for his teammate. You see there the battle between bike number 18, 17 and 2 intensifying as the race continued into the second half. Now change in bike number 22 with Raja Durai now taking control of the bike, and A.V. Sundar staying behind in the pits. You can make out it's a rider 1 or rider 2 thanks to the armband. Rider 1 had white armbands while rider 2 had fluorescent yellow, fluorescent green armbands. This is the pointer stage in the race where all the switches had been made and all the second riders were on the track. This was the switch that was made. It's in fact, it was the refueling here being done on the race leader's bike, Abhishek Vasudevan and Amarnath Menon's bike. Looks like that is Abhishek Vasudevan there waiting for the bike to be refueled. Been asked by the marshals to stand aside as the other bikes would be approaching. Sarjan Sagar there, bike number 12. Taking control, well, bike number 21 here. Mohammad Miran now gaining control of the bike. It's a slight bit of confusion there, but Mohammad Miran getting things in control, in order and underway. Refueling was done and Abhishek Vasudevan was off the blocks very, very quickly. Remember, the rules state that since you are in the pits, your bike cannot go beyond 40 kilometers an hour. And problems there continuing for Tulsidharan and Daniel Rajkumar's bike. That's Tulsidharan there on bike number 1. Has got Sadri there. That was one of the big tumbles we saw. Very quickly, you could assess that not much damage was done because the rider very quickly got off the track and got off harm's way. Although you can see the left shoulder, taking the brunt of the damage and the fall. As Sisadri there, bike number 17 on your screen, continued to tear through the racetrack. It's under immense pressure because he had to catch up with the race leaders. That was Abhishek and Amarnath Menon. Sadri doing very, very well there, keeping bike under control. Obviously, because of the fall, because of the debris and the bike on the racetrack, the safety car was deployed, and that meant no overtaking. Obviously, there's a slight difference when you are in a time-bound race compared to a lap-bound race. The starts after the safety car goes into the pits is very different, but you still want to be ahead. You still want to be the race leader. And well, that was bike number 1. It was one of the back markers of Tulsidharan and Daniel Rajkumar. But at this, that was a nasty tumble, nasty tumble for bike number 21. Mohammad Miran was the rider on that occasion. Medical attention available very, very quickly. Another switch happening there for bike number 9 with Sachin making way for Sasi Kumar Narayanaswamy. Coming in now for the switch was Sisadri. As you saw, bike number 4 there of Preetham Lokesh and Rajesh M. Preetham Lokesh on the bike. It's closely followed by bike number 8. That was Rakshit Dave and Mohammad Mikhail. That's at the moment that's Rakshit on the bike, bike number 8. And on bike number 4 it was Preetham Lokesh. Rakshit overtaking Preetham on that straight through the start finish line. Checking the tyre pressure there. All these kinds of things do make a lot of difference in lap timings. Go on and you can do it. This is where you have bike number 14 of Abhishek and Amarnath in the race lead. Jayant Pratipati and Shadri's bike coming in second. That's Jayant Pratipati on your scene. That was Jayant on your screen. Bike number 17. There's that battle going on between Abhishek and Amarnath Menon's bike. Bike number 14 up against Rakshit Dave and Mohammad Mikhail's bike. That was bike 18. That's the race leader. Executed their strategies perfectly with Abhishek and Amarnath making the switches on time. Did not take too much time, even whether be switches or refueling. They stuck to their plans, and obviously the plans paid off. Now another change coming in for bike 1, and it's Tulsi Dharan TJ who was now in charge of the bike, with Daniel Rajkumar making way. There's Tanmay Karyappa manning bike number 2 on that occasion. Tanmay and Jagdish in the team. Jayant Pratipati there, one half of the Jayant and Shishadri team. Bike number 17 almost had a little scare there. Did Abhishek Yadav on that turn, a little wobble, but did well to keep things under control as he went into the pits. This is the time when they had almost had a lap of advantage. Comes in very quickly, does the changeover with Amarnath Menon taking over the reins, and he's been now asked here, just go on and quickly sign before you cross that 20-minute barrier, and you pay a penalty very quickly. Abhishek realizes that he can celebrate a moment later, but he has to sign it off, as there was a change on bike number 11 with Kesavan taking charge and Govindaraj making way. Very, very interesting format this, with the team changes or team combinations, timings of the changes, timings of the refueling, however fuel they want, and this is where we knew that we had a winner. Abhishek Vasudevan and Amarnath Menon. The winning team there, it was Amarnath Menon who was on the bike as they crossed the checkered flag. You can see the celebrations, the delight in the body language, the expressions there for Amarnath and Abhishek. A terrific win for Abhishek and Amarnath.
They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tire, buddy.
JK Smart Tire, the tire with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tire.
डर की बैंड बजाओ, तुम अपने रंग दिखाओ। डर की बैंड बजाओ, तुम अपने रंग दिखाओ। Just don't hold back, keep dancing down the track. Ooh la 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 la, pump up the volume. Ooh la 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 la, pump up the cheer. Hey, डर की बैंड बजा, तू अपने रंग दिखा। Just don't hold back, keep dancing down the track. Ooh la 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 la, pump up the volume. Ooh la 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 la, pump up the cheer. Ooh la 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 la, pump up the volume. Ooh la 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 la, spread the cheer.
Kingfisher, the king of good times.
मैडम जी वो सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए और मेरा वड़ा पाव भी ले गए।
दिखाते हैं इनको।
मोटे वड़ा पाव। हीलर, निकाल दे इसके बाद।
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी क्योंकि ये है JK पंक्चर गार्ड टायर जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है ही।
क्यों निकल गई हवा?
JK पंक्चर गार्ड टायर, अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी।
डर की बैंड बजाओ, तुम अपने रंग दिखाओ। Just don't hold back, keep dancing down the track. Ooh la 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 la, pump up the volume. Ooh la 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 la, pump up the cheer. Ooh la 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 la, spread the cheer.
Kingfisher, the king of good times.
Fifth JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. While the riders and the drivers take a well-deserved lunch break, we'll take you through the highlights of all the action that happened yesterday on day one of round one here at the Kari Motor Speedway. We start off the proceedings with the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup with 10 laps in this race. Obviously, we will have the formation lap, and that will be followed by 10 laps of racing. It was a very, very good start for Anish Damodar Shetty, bike number 1 there, who's the defending champion. We had that incident at corner 1, one of the bikers tumbling and taking a fall, although remember these are very, very heavy bikes, close to 180-200 kilograms each. So one is taking the fall and one is trying to pick them up as well. This year, the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup 2022 was a mixed grid of both professionals and amateurs taking part. Anish Shetty, the defending champion, was the race leader, and he was closely followed by Alvin Xavier, who was his closest challenger last season. Alvin finished second, while Anfal Akhtar, who started way behind in the grid in this race, was third. Anish had a very, very good start. You can see him on bike number 1 leading proceedings, and the surprise package was Surya, who's in bike number 15. He was one of the amateurs, but he was right there, up there with the big guns in Alvin and Anish. It was a three-way battle for first position, first, second and third, with bike number 20 of Bharat Balan there, distant fourth, followed by Joseph Matthews. That was a huge tumble there for Siddhartha Reddy. Luckily escaped unhurt and without a scratch. His got up and got back out of the track. This is what happened, braking a little too late and a little too hard and skidding and rolling off the track very quickly on his feet. So that tells you that there wasn't much damage, in fact minimal. And even despite that, you always have the medical services on standby for the first aid, and then if anything else is needed. Anish, they are continuing to lead as we have the LGB Formula 4 youngsters watching by in Rohan Alva and Mira Erda. Remember, these are the highlights of all the action that happened yesterday on day one of the opening round. Varun Patil's race there coming to an end as they come through the final corner of yet another lap with Anish Damodar Shetty, the lad from Bangalore, continuing to lead. Alvin Xavier second and Surya PM, one of the amateurs, there close behind in third. A very good performance by Surya, the lad from Chennai. Though he did drop back a bit, but considering that he was an amateur participating in this mixed grid race, he did push both Alvin and Ashwin till the very end in the initial stages of the race. In fact, till the 7th and the 8th round lap, he was there right amongst the big guns. It's completely dominant performance from Anish Damodar Shetty. As you saw, took the lead, started at P1, took the lead at corner 1, and from there on he remained the race leader. As you can see now, he's still involved in that intense battle between Anish and Alvin. These aren't very light bikes and easy bikes to handle, but the way both Anish and Alvin have done and managed to maneuver these, that tells you that how comfortable they are on these bikes and how good they are as riders as well. As, young drivers watch on from the sideline. Intense battle for that top spot between Anish and Alvin as they come through that final corner one more time. It was quite close to a photo finish in the end, but here, this is where Alvin Xavier made his move in the last lap of the race through corner 1, taking the lead away from Anish Damodar Shetty. And Anish obviously is kind of a character who doesn't like being second. And Alvin Xavier timed his maneuver, timed his execution to perfection there to take the lead. And as I say, it doesn't matter where you start, it matters where you end in a race. And he just turns around as Alvin to have a quick look where Anish was, and Pradeep C there taking a fall, and this is where he went slightly wide, did Alvin Xavier, allowing Anish to overtake him, but Anish then himself committing a small mistake and then opening that doorway for Alvin Xavier to come on and take the lead on the final corner and a checkered flag. It was a very entertaining race in the season opener. That's the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup, with Alvin Xavier taking the checkered flag and Anish Damodar Shetty coming in second. Celebration straight away for Alvin Xavier. That meant a lot to him because he finished second in the Bikers Riders Championship last season, and he wanted to do one better, and he started off on the right note. Surya PM came in third overall, although it was Joseph Matthews who was third in the pro category, as well as far as the amateurs were concerned, it was Surya who won the race, along with Naresh Kamane and Varun, who were on the podium. That's the prize distribution for the amateurs, and now on to the pros. Anish Shetty there second, and Alvin Xavier there, the race winner. Next, we moved on to the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. That's the second race that happened yesterday. It was Kyle Kumaran who was at P1 along with his teammate Vinith Kumar. That's car number 11. Is a very good start for Kyle, straight away off the blocks. And Kyle, who's been racing in the Middle East as well, coming through the first corner without any trouble, as he starts from P1, takes the race lead. Was that incident involving Arjun Shyam Nair, car number 18. You see in the background, Arjun in fact had a race to forget this one. He was involved in a couple of incidents as Kyle continued to lead the race, closely followed by his teammate Vinith Kumar.
Taking a look at these highlights of what's transpired. Kyle Kumaran, great start to round one for him yesterday. Those race wins, and it was a good start for him in both races. If you look back at what happened, and even for Team DTS Racing, having two drivers finish among the top two, among the top three, was a pretty handy result. So just talking you through all that transpired, Kyle Kumaran in car number 70 was given a bit of a challenge by Aditya Parsuram, and then came a little moment in the race where Aditya Parsuram had in fact gone past Vinith, another driver from Team DTS Racing. Joel Joseph in car number 31 was another Team DTS Racing driver who was in the top four. So all in all, you'll have to say this was a little error from Aditya Parsuram, as he just went wide on the curb, losing a few seconds as he regained control of the car, made sure he didn't go into a spin. That was the important part. But was a tad unhappy with that little lapse in judgment, lapse in concentration. Made sure that he kept the car running despite that. Kyle Kumaran, who's had great success at the karting level, winning the Senior Nationals a couple of years ago, and then doing exceedingly well at the Rotax World Finals, where he finished second in 2021, and now looking to replicate that kind of success in the JK Tyre Novice Cup. The man is the young lad in car number 70 whom we're talking about. Had a good day one of racing action, did Kyle Kumaran. Remember, it's back to his roots for him, back to Tamil Nadu, but he does spend a lot of his time in the UAE, does Kyle Kumaran, but he's familiar with these conditions, having raced here a fair bit. There were a couple of stops and starts for Shaurya Bhatt in car number 74. He's the young lad from Srinagar who's racing in the JK Tyre National Racing Championship in the JK Tyre Novice Cup. And while we're tracking and tracing highlights of what happened earlier, let's quickly remind you that the spread of drivers taking part in the National Racing Championship, they're drivers who come from the entire length and breadth of the country. This was a problem for Aditya Parsuram. Thought he had the move, could have taken the outside line against Kyle, but in the end lost control, the front wheels locking up as he spun, and then had to wait for the other drivers to pass him before he could resume back in the race. So lost valuable race positions. In fact, conceded a race position to Vinith from to Joel Joseph, I beg your pardon, of Team DTS Racing. He could have gone on and finished second, Aditya Parsuram, but in the attempt to try and overtake the race leader, he lost out on a couple of positions. I'll come back and reiterate the point I was making earlier. You've got drivers who've come from across the length and breadth of this country. They're drivers from Ranchi, from Pondicherry, from Mumbai, from Chennai, from Kannur, from Tirupur, from Bangalore, from Delhi, from Hyderabad, from Ernakulam, who've come in, the drivers who've come in from Gurgaon as well, taking part in the JK Tyre Novice Cup. Just tells you that there's plenty of representation of young talent in the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. 27 cars on the grid. It's more than packed, the grid, for the JK Tyre Novice Cup. And among them, of course, the young lad who proved his mettle was Kyle Kumaran in car number 70. You could see him heading down the straight. Once again, highlighting his supremacy, highlighting his authority on this race. This was, remember, race 1 on day 1 of round 1. So just reiterating what happened yesterday when the first race of the JK Tyre Novice Cup took place, where Kyle Kumaran notched up a very good race win for himself. It was joy for Diljit TS as well, the team principal who runs Team DTS Racing. Happy with the result, happy with the overall outcome. And this is where a couple of back markers got lapped as well. Surya Narayanan in car number 3. The driver from Ahura Racing actually got lapped by the race leader, Kyle Kumaran. And then you had Joel Joseph looking for an opportunity to lap Surya Narayanan as well. But then the safety car was deployed due to an incident towards the final laps, and the last couple laps happened behind that safety car, as in the end checkered flag was taken by none other than Kyle Kumaran. Joel Joseph finishing second in that race, while coming in third was M Sports Dhruv Goswami, the lad from Bangalore. So that was the 1, 2, 3 for race 1 of round 1 in the JK Tyre Novice Cup. We're just showing you highlights of what transpired there. On your screen, quick confirmation. And this is what happened at the presentation ceremony, with Hari Singh doing the honors, presenting the podium finishers with their trophies. There's absolute beautiful, mesmerizing sights at Coimbatore. It's the city of windmills. You can see them churning away at the backdrop. Let's take a look at what happened in the Formula LGB4 category. This is what the grid looked like. Arya Singh starting off on pole position. Tijil Rao was on P2. Remember, it was a Dark Dawn front row. Dark Dawn Racing, the team that had won the team championships last year as well. They were looking for an encore this season. The big news, of course, was that Diljit TS, who was racing for Team Dark Dawn Racing last year, this season is racing for Ahura Racing. So that was the switch that was making the waves before the start of the first race. This is race action coming your way of what happened yesterday on day 1 of round 1. And again, a very good start by Arya Singh, who was off in a flash. Had a healthy lead that he built up over his teammate Tijil Rao, who was in second place. The battle was between Ruhan Alva and Sandeep Kumar for the third position. Ruhan temporarily slipped into third as well. He was hoping to challenge the top 2 in the initial part of the race, but really looking at Arya Singh's performance, and you felt that he was head and shoulders ahead of the rest of the pack. With every passing lap, he just kept gaining time on his competitors. But then came the incidents. An M Sport car going into a spin. The safety car had to be deployed. And all that lead that Arya Singh had built up over the first few laps came to naught. But the safety car, as soon as it went into the pit lane, it was back to business for Arya Singh. He again rebuilt the lead that he had lost thanks to the safety car coming out and the cars bunching up together again. Built that lead going into C1. You can see him pulling away from the rest of the pack. Great racing lines by Arya, and he's proven already so far this season that he's quite a handful for the competitors. Tijil was involved in a battle trying to hold on to that second place, while there was Ruhan Alva challenging for it. There was Sandeep right behind him, putting pressure on the young Ruhan Alva, who graduated from the JK Tyre Novice Cup that he'd won last season quite comprehensively into the JK Tyre Formula LGB4 category. So it was a baptism by fire for the young lad. Was in the hunt for a podium finish was Ruhan Alva at this stage of the race. He was running third, but then came the challenges. Sandeep looked to make a move, while Ruhan Alva himself was looking for an opportunity to go past Tijil Rao. Was denied the same on that occasion. As you take a look at the highlights of all that transpired. Credit to Tijil Rao as well. He's been very competitive. He's running second in the race at this time. Arya Singh, the race leader, we're just tracking his performance. And again, this is a race category that's very, very keenly contested. The Formula LGB4 category that has got the likes of Sandeep Kumar, who's been a former national champion. You've got the likes of very, very talented Ashwin Datta in the mix of things as well. Rahul Rangasamy, another former national champion, in the mix, the driver from M Sport. But despite all those challenges, the one driver who looked in full control was Arya Singh. He'd won the last race of the previous season at Coimbatore, and it started off the new season, that's the 25th edition of the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship, with another win. He just once again, as you can see, started rebuilding that lead that he had before the safety car came out on the racetrack. He rebuilt that lead over his opponents on this 15-lap race. It was really, at the end of the day, only a battle for second and third. And you see that second and third, you had Tijil Rao and Ashwin Datta, who were battling it out after we saw Sandeep and Ruhan Alva drop places. But Tijil Rao is holding on to that second position. Ashwin challenging him for that slot. But it was a 1-2-3 for Team Dark Dawn Racing, who in fact had 4 out of the top 5 cars in the grid. Arya was of course leading, Tijil was in second, Ashwin Datta was third. Amir Said, the only driver breaking the monopoly of Dark Dawn Racing drivers in the top 5. Amir racing for Ahura Racing. Had a good last season in the Formula LGB4 where he notched up race wins for Ahura and was looking to replicate that form this season as well. But overall, this was a very competitive race category as well. Again, this is a race category that saw drivers hailing from different parts of the country. Akshay, oh, this was an incident which saw a couple of M Sport cars getting into a tangle. Take a look at what transpired here. Meera Erda, her car went off the track onto the gravel. She lost control, collided, and then another M Sport car of Aditya Swaminathan got into the mix as well. Mohit Aryan's race came to an end thanks to that incident. Mohit Aryan was of Avalanche Racing, and because of that incident, where Mohit Aryan's race came to a premature end and Aditya Swaminathan's race also came to an end, the safety car was deployed and the race ran towards the end under the safety car before it went into the pit lane, and once again Arya Singh was left to defend a lead over the final few moments, the final laps of the race. After having built up a lead twice in this race, he had to see it frittered away thanks to the safety car coming out and bunching all the cars up. But Arya did not let that deter him. He was very, very focused, very confident, and he made sure that he held on to that race lead over the final 2.5-3 laps to ensure that he took a race win to start off proceedings in the Formula LGB4 category. And this is what transpired towards the final moments of the race, with Tijil Rao mounting a challenge on Arya Singh. Arya still holding on to his racing lines. Tijil gave it everything that he could, made sure that he kept Arya on his toes all the way through the final lap. But Arya Singh made sure that he staved off that challenge. Clean racing lines, and he's definitely looked the part as he took a race win in this Formula LGB4 category. It was a clean sweep on the podium, much of a sight of delight, like the one that you're seeing on your screens at the moment. What a beautiful, beautiful sight this. But what a beautiful sight for Team Dark Dawn Racing. It was a 1-2-3 and a clean sweep of the podium.
सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए और मेरा वड़ा पाव भी ले गए।
दिखाते हैं इनको।
मोटे वड़ा पाव। हीलर, निकाल दे इसके हवा।
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी, क्योंकि ये है जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर, जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है ही।
क्यों निकल गई हवा?
जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर, अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी।
लेवल चेक। Welcome back once again. Live coverage continuing of day 2 of round 1 of the 25th edition of the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. Keep an eye out on the next race that's coming your way. It's the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup Race. Let's take a quick look at the grid and take you through what's transpiring here. Great opportunity for you to start off on pole position. What do you make of it and what's the plan here, Surya?
No, I'm not making a big plan. I just want to stay away from the amateur guys. So I just want to stay with the first bunch and see if I can, if possible, to finish overall first. Yeah.
What a fantastic thought by this young lad, Surya, who's competing in the amateur category but giving the pros a run for their money. Let's have a quick chat with Anish Damodar Shetty. Anish, just a quick little chat from you. Okay, last best wishes being shared. But very quickly, Surya's been having great pace. What is it that you think you need to do differently?
We had a different strategy for the previous race. We wanted to save the tires. So we took the race pace quite easy. So let's see how the third race folds out.
Let's see how this goes. All the best. Remember, we're talking about the defending champion and he won the category last year and is in sync for the pros category per se. Very quickly, there's not too much time left before this race gets underway, but we will be chatting at length with Mr. Hari Singh, who's joined us at the moment, but I don't think we'll have a lot of time, Hari, on conversations before this race gets underway. We will come back to Hari. You don't go anywhere. We are in no hurry. Hari is in no hurry. But these bikers are in all the hurry that they can be. We have race action coming your way. Don't go anywhere. Right. We've had the formation lap get underway. We've got Hari Singh here very quickly. Let's have a chat with him. Hari, 25th year of the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. What an achievement.
Absolutely. It's been a fantastic journey from where to where, 1997 to 2022. You can see that we've progressed. We've got some fantastic races lined up, and it's all happening here at the JK Tyre Racing Championship.
The kind of commitment that JK have shown to run this championship year after year, you know, producing such fantastic drivers across categories.
But that's the best part, because the whole plan of JK Tyre is to breed some, kids get the kids going. That's the most important thing about JK. We believe in young talent. We believe in supporting them, and we've got a young program going on for sponsoring young kids. We've got Rohan, we've got a couple of other kids already on that program right now as we speak. So it's a fantastic program and a great opportunity for these kids, and that's what makes us feel good.
Well, thanks so much for the support, and the way it's been run has been spectacular. We don't have a lot of time because the bikers are going to be completing that lap and coming right back. But thanks so much for speaking with us, Hari.
Cheers, let's get out.
Yes, and that's the time for us to quickly move because the bikers are going to get this race underway very quickly. Well, I tell you what, the bikers aren't the only ones who are in a hurry. So was I. From the racetrack back into the comm box. Now waiting for the lights to go off, which they do now. Keep an eye out for bike number 1. That is Anish Shetty. Keep an eye out on bike number 15. That's Surya. Surya is competing, remember, in the amateur category, but he's given the pros a run for their money so far. What's happening here? Anish Shetty takes the lead as they come out of corner 1. This is a good start by the defending champion. And can he hold on to the lead? Yes, he can. In fact, we've had a good start by the pros here. First couple of rounds, first couple of races of this round, you had the challenge coming in from Surya. He's dropped a couple of positions. In fact, this could be interesting as we've got Ullas Nanda as well, who's moved into second place, and in third is Joseph Matthews. So there's a shuffle that's on in the race leaders. It's the P2 rider who started off on P2, the defending champion Anish Shetty, who's in the race lead. He's followed by Ullas Nanda, and then there is Joseph Matthew of Chennai, who's currently third at the moment, and he's dropped off the pace as Surya. He's dropped down, I think, to fourth at the moment. We'll catch a glimpse of him. Yes, we do, as they come down the straight. And in fifth place is bike number 5. That's Navneet Kumar of Pondicherry. But remember, Surya, and you will distinguish this when you look at the bike numbers. The bike numbers in black signify the professional bikers on the grid, while the bike numbers in red are signifying the amateurs on the grid, because it's a pro-am grid, which means a mixed grid, where they're lining up as per their timelines and finishing times of the previous race, irrespective of whether they were in the pro or the amateur category. But there are separate podium finishes and separate prizes for the amateurs and the professional bikers. So for the moment, it's Surya who in the overall standings is leading the amateur bikers category, while it's Anish Shetty who's leading the pro bikers category. And remember, last race there was an incident yesterday involving Anish and Alwyn Xavier, where Alwyn Xavier crashed out towards the end of the race, but that has impacted Alwyn's chances in the overall driver's standing, the biker's standings, because he had registered a race win in race 1 with Alwyn Xavier, remember. But let's focus on what's transpiring here and now.
with Navneet Kumar coming in fourth, and Surya, who was the winner of the amateur races, both the races so far yesterday, he is in fifth overall at the moment.
Remember, Surya was leading the pack when second race was red flagged, and he was ahead of Damodar Shetty, Anish Shetty as well. So effectively, he was faster than even the pros in that second race yesterday in this race category, Karthik.
And he's certainly impressed a lot, despite being an amateur. You know, he's rubbing shoulders with the pros, and he's done a very, very good job over Saturday. He's hoping that he can pull something similar off today as well. Although Ullas, he's opened up a decent bit of gap, about a half a second between himself and Anish.
Well, that's a good run by Ullas Nanda. He started off on P3 and he's moved up to P1. And Anish Shetty, when I was speaking to him just before the start of the race, he said the thought yesterday was to conserve the tyres because they're running on the same tyres over the weekend. So the idea was to conserve tyres for this particular race. Now let's see what the tactics going to turn out to be from him. Will he be pushing hard and try and get the better of Ullas here and now?
Well, he's certainly done that as we speak, Raman. He's taken the inside line and he's retaken the race lead from Ullas Nanda has Anish Shetty clocking 1 minute 19.078 seconds, while Sudhir Sudhakar has clocked the fastest lap of the race so far with 1 minute 18.0105 seconds. He's moved up to fourth, with Surya dropping down to sixth, as Joseph Matthews is fourth ahead of Sudhir, who's in fifth. Alvin Xavier is nowhere to be seen in the front row, so that's a concern for him, despite winning the races yesterday.
Yes, he won the first race, crashed out of the second, remember, and that's what put paid to his chances of having a great first round. So he'll be ruining what transpired late in the race yesterday, where maybe if he'd finished even third or fourth, he would have been in the reckoning for this race today, because the finish order of second race yesterday turned out to be the starting grid for the race today.
There you see again that battle going on between Navneet Kumar, who's now taken the inside and trying to overtake Ullas, and I think he's done that successfully. Yes, he has. He's now pushed Ullas down to third, with Navneet moving into second.
Well, there's a battle on for sure. There is a tussle that's going on with Navneet just taking that risky line, but he's made it past Ullas Nanda. So Navneet Kumar on bike number 5, the biker from Pondicherry, is currently he slipped ahead of Ullas Nanda.
Yes, he is the race leader away from the cameras. There was a little slight error from Anish that's pushed him back down to fifth now. And well, can he now regain that race lead? Can he now move up to the podium positions? He's moved ahead of Joseph Matthew as Anish Shetty as we speak. And it is now that battle for the top spot between Ullas and Navneet Kumar going on. And that is Anish Shetty is just overtaken Joseph Matthews to move into another step higher. In fact, he's fourth now, with Sudhir Sudhakar in third, and Joseph Matthews dropping down to fifth. Navneet continues to lead. Ullas is second, Sudhir third, followed by Anish. This is going to be a test of Anish, and as you said, he wanted to, save the tyres for the final race today. It doesn't get any more final than this. He needs to pull all the tricks out of the bag and try and get onto the podium, if not a race win, because he's got some good competition ahead of him in Sudhir Sudhakar, Ullas and Navneet Kumar.
So it's great to see some of the other bikers put their hand up and say that they're in the reckoning, they're in the hunt. For the moment, Sudhir Sudhakar is ahead of Anish Shetty. Sudhir Sudhakar, remember, the biker from Delhi, he is currently in third place, just behind Ullas Nanda. The gap between Ullas and Sudhir Sudhakar is less than a second, while the gap between Sudhir Sudhakar and Anish Shetty isn't a lot as well.
In fact, Raman, the gap between the race leader Navneet and Sudhir, who's coming in third, is about just a second and a half. So that all can be chopped down. Slightest of mistakes, slightest of errors, and that can be all taken away as we see the bird's eye view through the drone cam of the beautiful Kari Motor Speedway. Tremendous setup for motor racing as your race leader here, Vineet Kumar from Pondicherry, continues to lead. There's a battle now between Anish Shetty and Sudhir Sudhakar for the third and fourth place. It is Sudhir who's at the moment in third. Anish giving it a right go to go on and get into the podium positions. While you have Ullas Nanda in second. He's got about a second and a half the difference between him and Vineet, who's the race leader, and about just under a second between him and Sudhir Sudhakar. These are the corners where generally you see the bikers make their moves and try and get one ahead, but obviously the gap now between Sudhir and Anish is, although it's just under half a second, but it's still enough for Sudhir to try and not make, for Anish to not make that move. He is well ahead. Here is the race leader, Navneet Kumar, well ahead, in fact about a good couple of seconds ahead of Ullas Nanda, who's coming in second. It's a 10-lap race. Remember, we're in lap number 7 at the moment as they come through the final corner of yet another lap. He's stretched that lead to about good close to 2 seconds as Navneet. He's the clear race leader. Yes, 1.901 seconds, that's the gap. But then the gap between the others, that's Ullas, Sudhir and Anish, is hardly half a second. If you combine all three, it's just about half second between the three. So it's a great battle going on for second, third and fourth. Then you got the battle going on for fifth and sixth between Alvin Xavier, who's done very well to move up to fifth now. He's put Surya behind. Surya will be a tad bit disappointed because he's done so well, although he might still be the race winner in the amateur category, but overall he's done so well. He's been in the top 3 in the overall categories as well. So coming in 6th at the moment. I think it's the standards that he set, it's not up to that, but we still have another couple of laps up for this.
Oh yes, remember it's a 10-lap race. We're down with 7 laps. This is the 8th lap which is in progress, and if one were to look at lap timings, you'd find that the top 5 have all clocked lap timings of 1 minute 18 and thereabouts. Unfortunately for Surya today, his best lap timing has been over 1 minute 19 seconds, so that's been a difference. And Anish Shetty was saying that he wanted to conserve tires. Maybe that could have been the thought by a lot of bikers, to conserve tires yesterday, to be able to get more out of them on day 2 in the third race.
Well, Surya's best lap has been 119.2 and his last lap is 119.7, so clearly losing half a second in the previous lap was Surya, but no such problem for Navneet Kumar as he's surged ahead, way ahead of the chasing pack of Ullas Nanda, Anish Shetty and Sudhir Sudhakar. Anish is now in fact moved up to third now. He's ahead of, in fact he's now second is Anish. He's ahead of Ullas Nanda as well. Ullas has dropped down to third. Sudhir remains fourth. Alvin Xavier's caught up and he's gone on to fifth now.
I think there's a problem with Anish Shetty's bike. I think he either missed a gear because as we speak, he's been overtaken again. He probably had made the move, and we'll talk about it in a moment. Navneet is the race leader. Ullas is running second, and then there's Sudhir Sudhakar. And I think Anish Shetty's dropped places because I think he's got some problem with his bike. It's slowed up a tad. He's heading into the 9th lap, coming to a close. There'll just be one more lap coming after this. It's the last lap that the top 4, in fact, should I say the top 5 are in. Alvin Xavier's made his presence felt in the top 5. Give him credit for that. He's on bike number 2. He's looking to push Anish Shetty now. If he can overtake him in this final lap, it'll make the overall Riker standings very interesting.
Absolutely. I think with the problem that you said that Anish might have, here's the effort coming in from Alvin Xavier, but Anish does very well to fend off that challenge from Alvin Xavier. Wow, you can see the 4, second, third, fourth and fifth That's Ullas, bike number 8. That's Sudhir Sudhakar, bike number 4. Then followed by Anish Shetty and Alvin Xavier. And that small little problem that Raman you mentioned, I don't think it's causing a lot of problem in the last lap here for Anish, because he's held off Alvin Xavier very well. And if Alvin gets more points, we've got another couple of corners left in this final lap. If Alvin can pull ahead of Anish, then as you said, you know, the Bikers Championship will certainly become very, very interesting.
Yes, but Ullas Nanda, spare a thought for him as well. He's had a good race. Can he catch up with Navneet Kumar? I think Navneet is way ahead of the rest of the pack. He takes the checkered flag, does Navneet Kumar. Ullas Nanda will finish second. Sudhir Sudhakar will finish third. And I think this is the very first time in the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. This is the first time in 2 seasons that we are seeing that neither Anish Shetty or Alvin Xavier will finish on the podium. And we're going to have 3 bikers on the podium, which is fantastic in Navneet, Ullas and Sudhir Sudhakar. Anish Shetty misses out on a podium finish, as does Alvin Xavier. And I think we never saw that in the previous season at all, Karthikeyan.
Absolutely, and the way Alvin and Anish were racing, we never saw that coming as well in this race. But well, credit to Navneet, Ullas and Sudhir Sudhakar. You know, they just went at it until the very end. Navneet and Ullas were having a great go. Celebrations for Navneet. Willies have started here at the Kari Motor Speedway. That's your race winner, bike number 5, Navneet Kumar. What a race for him. And it's the first time neither Alvin nor Anish will be on the podium. So that opens up the field as far as the Bikers Championship is concerned. It involves more racers and more riders in the mix of things. A terrific race here for Navneet Kumar. Terrific race for him. As far as the amateurs category is concerned, well, Surya continues to dominate that. He has won the amateur category. Remember, it's a mixed grid of both professionals and amateurs. It's a pro-am grid with awards given out for professionals and amateurs separately. And continues with the Willies and continues with the celebrations does Navneet Kumar. Brilliant race. Did very, very well. And to soak up all the pressure that he got from the likes of Anish Shetty and Ullas Nanda, he kept his cool and went on to take the checkered flag. So your race winners there. Navneet Kumar coming in first, Ullas Nanda coming in second, and Sudhir Sudhakar finding the third and the final spot on the podium. Anish has to settle for 4th, and Alvin Xavier will have to settle for 5th. Albeit they will get points, but they will not be on the podium for the first time in this event. Either of them, that is either him or Anish or Alvin. It's the first time that none of them have made the podium. It's a brilliant race and brilliant ride for the race winner Navneet. So very quickly, before we head towards the prize distribution ceremony, we will take you through the highlights of this race. That was the start of the race. It was a good start for Anish Shetty, who you see there, bike number 1. A good start for Surya as well on bike number 15. Ullas Nanda always in the mix of things in his bike. And then you had the likes of Navneet Kumar, who's on that occasion was 5th or 6th. But then he made his way up through the traffic. Alvin Xavier obviously, did not finish the race last evening, so had to start at the back of the pack. Race number 9 of the weekend. We've got 2 more races remaining. one in the Novice Cup category, and to top it all off, to finish it all off, will be the LGB Formula 4 with 20 laps. Till about first or second lap, it was Anish Damodar Shetty who was leading the race very comfortably. Was challenged by Ullas Nanda there. You can see the battle for first and second going on. Navneet Kumar had moved up to third by then. The kept his cool. This is where Navneet made his move on the straight through the start-finish line to take up the challenge and move ahead of both Ullas and Anish Damodar Shetty. That's Anish and Ullas involved in that battle for second, third. This is where we had that little problem with Alvin Xavier, missed a gear, and that allowed a couple of bikers to move ahead of him. By this time, Alvin Xavier himself had made his way through the traffic, crossed Surya as well to move into fifth. Great race for Navneet. Remember, he was at the start of the race in the opening lap, he was around 5th or 6th, but then he made sure that he kept his cool, he kept his composure. That was the battle going on between Sudhir Sudhakar, Anish and Alvin. That's Sudhir Sudhakar on your screen now. He also had a very, very good race, did try and push Ullas till the very end, but Ullas himself had opened up a slight bit of gap, about a second between himself and Sudhir Sudhakar, the lad from Delhi. No problems for Navneet Kumar from Pondicherry, as Ullas did try and chase him down, but coming through the final corner, and he knew that he had won the race. And look at that celebration. The moment he crossed the start-finish line, he folded his hands, more something like what footballer Kylian Mbappe does, and you can see the delight, the celebration and the joy for Navneet Kumar winning his first race in this category in the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup 2022. Got a thumbs up and a shake of hand from his competitor Ullas Nanda. Back with live pictures from the Kari Motor Speedway as we come to the end of yet another thrilling JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup 2022 race. We'll have two sets of winners, one in the professional category and one in the amateur category. It's Surya who continues to dominate the amateur category, once again notching up a race win here. So he makes it 3 out of 3, does Surya PM. Congratulations all around, handshakes all around, high fives all around. Smiles not just on the winners' faces. Windy conditions here, although the sun is belting down here at the Kari Motor Speedway. It is fairly hot. Temperature in early 30s, high humidity of close to 70 degrees. We've seen the end of race number 9 of the weekend in the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. These are the guys who've made it all happen for Royal Enfield. Varun Gora there having a time of his life. He's jumped. I think they both jumped on Sudhir Sudhakar in celebration. That is Sudhir on your screen with big smile on his face. And why not? He's found the podium. He's found a place on the podium here as Sudhir Sudhakar. All the hard work followed by a little bit of celebrations. Navneet, that's the race winner. He's on your screen with the shades on. It's a wonderful effort from Navneet Kumar. Coming in from 5th after corner 1 on the first lap to end up winning the race and winning it rather comfortably, dominantly. As far as the race winners are concerned, as I said, there will be 2 categories, professionals and amateurs. In professional, it is Navneet Kumar who's won the race. He was followed by Ullas Nanda and Sudhir Sudhakar. While as far as the amateurs were concerned, it was Surya who continued his winning streak, and he was followed by Varun Gowda and Rohan R. Rohan, the local lad from Coimbatore, going on to take the second place on the podium. We'll start off with the prize distribution ceremony with the amateurs, and it is Rohan R who's come in third, bike number 18. Varun Gowda from Mysore comes in second, and remember this is the amateur segment of this category. And once again, your race winner in the amateur category of the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. It is none other than Surya PM from Chennai. Delighted is Varun Gowda with the podium finish. And this young man, Surya, has made it a habit of being at the top of the podium as far as the amateurs are concerned. In fact, he was third and first in one of the races overall as well. The winners now will all come together for a photograph of champions. The winner's photograph. Now moving on to the pro category in this event, in this race. That's the JK Tyre Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. Coming in third, Sudhir Sudhakar, the lad from Delhi. Ullas Nanda, the first runner-up. Ullas from Bangalore. And your winner, Navneet Kumar from Pondicherry. This is the first time we're seeing neither Anish Shetty nor Alvin Xavier on the podium. Great competition in the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup 2022. Pure joy and delight for Navneet Kumar, the race winner. So the prize distribution ceremony is done. Now we'll quickly head over to Raman Banod, who's in that area, for a quick chat with the winners.
What a fantastic result we've seen. And as we were saying in commentary earlier, I'll just reiterate that in the pro category, since last season, since the time this championship got underway, the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup, we did not see a race where the podium did not have either of these two names feature on the podium. One of them was that of Anish Shetty, the other one was of Alvin Xavier. This is the first time that we're seeing it into its second year, into the third race, and we've got 3 different podium finishers. Let's have a quick chat with that. I'm going to talk to Sudhir first and foremost. Congratulations on the third place finish. But what I want you to tell all of us, including the viewers who are watching, is that celebration that the 3 of you had and those fist bumps and 2 other guys jumping on top of you in celebration. I was worried whether you'd be fit enough for the next race.
Oh, I'm fit enough for that, for sure.
But it shows great camaraderie between all of you. You fought, and yeah, you fought on the racetrack, but great friends off it.
Yeah, we are friends of the racetrack. On racetrack, we all are competitors, that's all.
Well, great feeling, and enjoy the moment. The third place finish, well deserved. Let's have a quick chat with Ullas. Once again, a podium finish for you, Ullas. You seem to be getting good pace over this weekend.
Yeah, first of all, Shri Chamundeshwari Kupe, podium. So yeah, yet again I do the same mistakes. So I need to really concentrate, focus, then I can fight. But Navneet really showed up the pace today, but he drove very, very good today. So congrats to him. Thank you.
Thanks so much for being with us. We'll have a quick chat with Navneet. The surprise package of the day. And what's the nickname that all your friends were giving you? Would you share that on air?
No, that's actually... Navneet!
That's the nickname they've given to him. But Navneet, what a fantastic race for you today.
Actually, from day one, I had a very good pace. Even from the qualifying practice, I was very much comfortable. It's my first season with Royal Enfield, but it doesn't feel like one. And race 1, I started from P2. But tragically, I crashed in C1 itself. So my race ended even before starting. That's not of my fault. That's a fellow rider's fault. Then race 2, I fought from 25 to 4th, and I secured some points. So now it's time, race 3. It was in my mind already. Okay, this is my race. It's my race, like that.
And it is your race, so savor that moment. Many congratulations. Yeah. And we're hoping that you can build on this in the coming rounds as well.
Yeah, and another thing, my dad is here. My family is watching my progress. So that's what keeps me moving. Since my dad is here, there's nothing to worry about, right? Just go and ride, simply.
Well, he'll be a proud father today, Navneet. Congratulations on a well-deserved win. Go well. Let's have a quick chat with the amateur bikers as well, and a quick chat with Surya. Step forward. Another race win for you in the amateur category, but would you be a little disappointed that you were pretty much pushing even the pros, and the result here in the top 6, all right, but you wanted to finish among the top 3?
Yes, it's a disappointing race. The problem with the front tire was evident. I was losing the front everywhere. The thing is, like, I tried a different setup on the front to make sure that I can be even more faster, but it reversed back and it was really bad. I was losing my front everywhere, so I just don't want to crash. But I was able to maintain the same pace, but I was not able to stay with them. That was a little disappointing. So maybe next round I will work with the setup and make sure everything is on place and give my 100%.
You know, he sets such high standards for himself. He's won the amateur class, but he says, I wanted to push the pros and beat them at their own game. Well done, Surya. Savor the win in the amateur category.
Yes, definitely, sure.
Cheers. Let's have a quick chat with Rohan, who's finished 3rd in this category. Rohan, step forward. Congratulations on a podium finish, a hard-fought one.
The race was very hard, starting from back. It was really hard to catch up with others, especially with after the 6-7 laps. It was really hard to catch up with the front bunch because the tires over and everywhere was sliding and all. I was really happy with the results and all. Really happy.
Savor the moment. It's a podium finish for you. Well done. Let's have a quick chat with Varun. He's had his 2nd podium finish. In fact, what, 3rd is it, right?
Third, yeah,
2 yesterday and 1 today as well. I'm beginning to lose count, but of course he hasn't. 3 podium finishes, going well, and now looking to probably up your game from here on to see if you can challenge Surya.
Today only I was like looking forward to catch up with Surya now. So yeah, he's an experienced rider. So I got like every race is a learning for me. So I'm really great that I'm riding with them. So it's a P2 finish again. So I'm really happy.
And savor the moment. And I loved your celebrations with Sudhir Sudhakar and the gang and Navneet, all 3 of you having a nice little celebration towards the end.
Yeah, exactly, because it's not like off track. We are very good friends. So I'm really happy for them. They finished on the podium. But unfortunately, I'm like really feeling bad for my best friend Alvin Xavier, who couldn't finish on podium. But that's okay. He'll come back stronger.
Well, I'm sure he will. You, for the moment, savor another podium finish. Congratulations.
And I would like to dedicate this trophy to my mom. And she really deserves this.
I'm sure she's watching and she'd be very proud of you.
She's watching it.
Otherwise, you can show her the broadcast. It's available on YouTube, right?
Mom, this is for you, Mom. I love you.
Well done. Savor the moment there, Varun. That's all that we have from the presentation area, but stay with us. There's more racing action to follow.
Right then, we've just had the action from the JK Tyre Presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup, and now we're moving on to the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. Another thrilling race is expected, and as far as the race is concerned, it will be a reverse grid that will kick in, so we will have some of the main dominant drivers starting in the mid-pack, while we'll have the others, the mid-packers, starting at the top of the grid. 5 minutes away from the start of this race, under 5 minutes if I may add. This is race number 10 of the weekend. We'll have 10 laps in the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. Kyle Kumran, he's won 2 and he's finished runner-up in 1, so he's the clear out-and-out leader as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned. It's chance now for the likes of Aditya Parsuram, who went on to win the race earlier today, along with Chetan Suruneni, Dhruv Goswami, Aman Nagdev as well, to make a mark. Joel Joseph has had a podium finish, and so has a couple of podium finishes for Dhruv Goswami as well. We had a very entertaining and incident-filled race earlier in this category. If we talk about the grid, we talk about how they have lined up. It will be Kamal Kanan GK, who's very experienced as far as this category is concerned. He will be starting at P1. Then the championship leader, Kyle Kumran, will be at P8 along with his teammate Vineet Kumar. DTS Racing has dominated this category, and as you can see, 10 laps race, and it is just under 3 minutes away. Before we get to the start of the race, we'll very quickly join Raman, who is on the track.
Right, it's time for the JK Tyre Novice Cup race, and a reverse grid has kicked in, which means the top 6 of the previous race in terms of classification, their positions have been reversed on the starting grid for this race, which means that it's going to be Kamalakanan who starts off on P1. Look at P2, and that's where you've got Aman Nagdev with a great opportunity to be in the front row. There are 2 M Sport cars in the top 4 on the grid. There is, of course, Team DTS Racing's Joel Joseph, who starts off on P3, while remember the previous race's winner, that is of course Aditya. He starts off way back on P6, so you've got to keep an eye out for Aditya Parsuram. You've got the overall championship leader Kyle starting off on P8 right at the back, so they've got these 2 DTS Racing cars right there at P7 and P8. Keep an eye out for them as well, but for the moment keep an eye out on Momentum Motorsports Kamalakanan, who starts off on P1. He'd be hoping for a great start, and can he make the most of getting pole position for this race? We'll find out. Racing action about to get underway. I'll hand it over to Karthikeya in the com box.
Thank you, Raman. So we'll very quickly talk you through how the grid has lined up. It is Kamal Karan GK, as Raman says, starting at P1, Aman Nagdev at P2, Joel Joseph at P3, Dhruv Goswami with a couple of third place finishes in P4, Chetan Surineni at P5, Aditya Parsuram, the winner of the race earlier today, starts at P6. Teammates Vineet Kumar and Kyle Kumran at P7 and 8 respectively. Navdeep Burani starts at P9. Dylan Thomas Zakari at P10. Then you got Prabhanja Paruchuri at P11. Nitish Chaudhary at P12. Gaurav Kochar at P13. Abhinav Narendra Kumar at P14. Surya Narayan at P15. Rishit Nisar at P16. Rishan Bhatnagar at P17. Adit Parashar at P18. And then you got Kishan Bindal and Anvahim Rajani in row 10, followed by Shivik Tyagi at P21, Ashwin Kumar at P22, Arjun Syam Nair at P23, Deep Singh Katnori at P24, Akshit Kumran at P25, Shaurya Bhatt at P26, and Sanskar Jaiswal starting way back of the grid at P27. The drivers are off for the formation lap. And once that is complete, we will have 10 laps in the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. It'll be a good challenge for Kyle Kumran. Remember, he finished second in the race earlier, although he did concede the fact that he was gifted that second position after that clash involving Chetan Surineni and Gaurav Kochar. It was Aditya Parsuram who took the checkered flag earlier today. Vineet Kumar, he's got a podium finish as well, along with Joel Joseph. So they will also be looking to get a few valuable points, big points under their belt. Kamal Karan GK has overall been a bit disappointing with his performances, with his points, and it's a big opportunity for him now to go on and get some points under his belt. He starts at P1. That's Deep Singh Katnori, car number 27. With regards to Deep and his starting position, Deep will start at P24, so he's already got his task cut out. Couple of cars missing on the grid. Apart from that, it's a complete packed grid. 5 reds will go off, and off they will go for the start of the race. And off they go. It's a very good start, a decent start here for Kamal Karan GK. It's a good start here for Chetan Surineni as well, and Joel Joseph, car number 31, coming around the inside. Kamal Kanan, he's had problems in this corner. Can he maneuver without any issues here? Yes, he can. In fact, he's done a very, very good job. He's opened up a decent gap between himself and Aman Nagdev, who started second, car number 7, the M Sport. Goswami remains fourth. In fact, yes, he has remained fourth. So they started in the order and they are in that same very order right now, with Kamal Karan GK leading the race, Aman Nagdev second, Joel Joseph coming in third, and you've got some pressure coming in on Aman Nagdev from Aditya Parsuram.
Oh, there's an incident there, and I think Dhruv Goswami colliding with Joel Joseph. Joel Joseph's race on Dhruv Goswami there. Joel Joseph paying the price. And there you see from the other angle, his car was...
Nagdev, car number 7, the yellow car you see on the top of your screen going towards the right. And he is followed by Kamal Kanan, car number 93, coming from Momentum Motorsports, as the safety car, as expected, is out now on the track. That means no overtaking. They'll have to follow the safety car in a very disciplined manner.
The other changes, Karthikeya, I look at who's in P3. On P3 is Aditya Parsuram. Who's in position 4? It's Kyle Kumaran. So the overall championship leader is currently 4th in this race, as the safety car slows things up. The drivers cannot overtake each other. They'll have to maintain positions here while the safety car slowed up the pace so that the recovery crew have enough time to recover and remove Joel Joseph's car from the track, clear the route out for the race to resume. But this is a picturesque shot that you saw of the windmills in the background a few seconds ago.
Well, that's the media center in the background, along with the race control room. Numerous windmills in the background. Once again, we'll take a look at what happened. I think it was Dhruv Goswami who was coming in on the inside, and then obviously it was Joel Joseph who tried to take that right from that corner in the end, colliding, and his race has come to an end, and that's the end of the safety cars visit onto the track, and off they go. And yes, it's a decent start for Aman Nagdev. He continues to lead, while you have Parsuram, Aditya Parsuram, who started at P6. He's moved up to 3rd, and the championship leader, who will try and make a move. Will he? Yes, he does, but is unable to come and take the lead, while Kamal Karan has taken the lead back from Aman Nagdev.
Absolutely. I think Aman Nagdev leaving the inside line open, and that was an error that's cost him dear, because the lead has changed hands once again. It's back to Kamala Kannan of Momentum Motorsport. He's a young driver who hails from Pondicherry. It's so heartening to see lads from all across the country, from different parts of the country, racing and trying to prove their mettle. Could be problems for another Momentum Motorsports car, and this seems to be Prabhanj Pachauri of Hyderabad. He manages to keep his car running, does have the brakes lock up, went into a spin, but controlled that car again and kept going. Look at what happened here.
Braking just a little too hard there, but in the end, luckily for him, he remained on the track. The engine was running and he could rejoin the race, although he's lost a few places, but should be glad to be back on the track. And in the meantime, Kyle Kumran has moved into 3rd, and he will now make his move. Kyle, remember, the championship leader, and retired to Tyre now. Kamal Karan GK, Aman Nagdev and Kyle. And in fact, it seems that on that corner, yes, it is Kyle Kumran who's taken the lead away. In fact, Aman Nagdev has dropped down to 4th, with the Kamal Karan dropping down to 3rd. And terrific from Kyle Kumran to take advantage of that straight, and on that corner, he straight away takes the lead away. And now it is Dhruv Goswami who is 4th.
Karthikeya, racing action on one side. You look at the cars from Momentum Motorsport, and I think, look at the wheel, the golden color on the wheel spokes that you can see apart from the blue. It's a lovely color combination that Momentum Motorsports have come up with on the car, and credit to Rashid and his team for the kind of color combinations, the kind of attractive colors they put on the car. But attractive driving nonetheless, you'd have to say. This is the color combo I was talking about. But this is what happened a little while ago. Going into a spin, Anvay Hemrajani of Avalanche Racing, well, took the picturesque route off the track onto the gravel, back onto the track again, and kept running as if nothing had happened. Kept the car going as if nothing had happened at all.
Well, he'll certainly say all's well that ends well, and he's got back on the track and got back to racing. But it is your championship leader, Kyle Kumran, who continues to lead this race. We're into lap number 5 now. It's a 10-lap race. He's opened up a bit of a gap between himself and Kamal Karan, who is in second, followed by Aman Nagdev. Aditya Parshuram would be a bit disappointed to allow this to happen. He is in 4th at the moment. At a point in time, he was in the top 3. He will, although he's got a gap of about 1 second between himself and Aman, who's 3rd. He's got 5 laps now after this one to try and close down that gap. Joel Joseph in the meantime, in fact Vineet Kumar, it's car number 11, who tried to make that move on the inside, and now it's Aman Nagdev who's got the inside line, and he's moved up to second, leaving Kamal Karan behind in 3rd. No such problem for Kyle Kumran, who's well, he sped away about a couple of seconds, more than that if I'm correct, ahead of the chasing pack.
Yes, and I think there could be trouble here for Aditya Parshuram as well, because there's another M Sport car that's pushing. Dhruv Goswami seems to be in the mix just for a while. He's hot on the heels of Aditya Parshuram, who's chasing down Kamal Kanan. But the race leader is Kyle Kumaran. He's having no such problems looking to work away from the rest of the pack. Just locking the brakes up as he went into C1. 5 laps gone. You don't want to do anything silly now.
And there's a bit of an error there from Kamal Karan. He's dropped down, I think, way behind Gaurav Kochar as well. Into dropped 4 positions to 6th or 7th now is Kamal Karan. And well, he's only got himself to blame here, as Aditya Parshuram, it seems, has moved up ahead and he's gone on to 2nd, followed by Aman Nagdev. You see Aman Nagdev there along with Dhruv Goswami on your screen, the 2M Sport. Aman goes wide, and Dhruv, well, he's trying to come in. There's a contact, and he is, well, he's off the track, but his car is still running, so he can rejoin the race. And once again, almost there. It's the M Sports against M Sports, it seems. First, it was that contact between Aman Nagdev and Dhruv Goswami. That's once again, let's have a look at that. It was Dhruv on the inside line, and then Aman Nagdev coming in with that hard left. Aman's front left tyre colliding with Dhruv's back right, although I think he'll be thanking his stars that he's still able to continue. And then when he gets on the racetrack, he almost has a contact with another of his teammates. That's car number 66 of Akshit Kumran. So the M Sports are not doing each other any favour. There you go, that's the battle between Vineet Kumar and Dhruv Goswami.
And the beneficiary was Vineet in that battle between the 2 M Sport cars that you just mentioned, Aman Nagdev and Dhruv Goswami. A little collision that upset the pace of Dhruv Goswami, allowed Vineet to overtake him. So now it's Kyle Kumaran who's the race leader, Aditya Parshuram's in 2nd, and Vineet Kumar of DTS Racing is running 3rd. So again, in the top 3, you've got 2 cars of Team DTS Racing.
It's been a very good weekend for DTS, hasn't it? We've just put in the fastest lap has Aditya Parshuram of the race. It's 1 minute 18.416 seconds. And the gap between him and Kyle is about 2.5 seconds. And the way Kyle has raced throughout this weekend, I think well, that's going to be enough for him to take the checkered flag, unless he does something silly and commits a mistake himself. That's Aditya Parshuram on your screen now. Aditya chasing Kyle Kumran on that straight. There's a massive gap. I think it's about close to 3 seconds now. That gap, 2.5 to be precise. The gap between Kyle and Aditya. Vineet Kumar has put in the fastest lap of the race just now with 1 minute 18.379 seconds. Vineet is 3rd. He was the beneficiary. He got the advantage and got a gift thanks to the collision between Dhruv Goswami and Aman Nagdev.
7 laps gone, we're into the 8th lap now. It's a 10-lap race, remember. So another 2 laps to come after this. And as you were saying, Kyle Kumaran has almost a 2.5 second lead ahead of Aditya Parshuram. So pretty handy. Oh, what's happened here? We've got a Quest Motorsports car that is perched on the gravel while a Momentum Motorsports car is being pushed off the racetrack. Arjun Sham Nayar's race has come to an end from Momentum Motorsport, but the Quest Motorsports car is back up and running. It's Nitish Chowdhury of Mumbai who's back in the race.
Is that a weekend to forget, as Arjun Sham Nair, the lad from Bangalore, has been involved in at least 4 incidents that I can remember.
On the racetrack?
On the racetrack at least. That's what we're concerned about. Coming to the end of yet another lap. The yellow flags are out. We are into lap number 9. Are we again going to see the Novice Cup race end behind the safety car? Well, we'll just have to wait and watch. We're not very sure if the safety car is out. The yellow flag, it could be for that corner only, as we wait and see what happens here. Yes, there's a, see on the top of your screen, there is a yellow flag.
So there will be a safety car probably that will come out on the track. Yes, it has. So all the cars will bunch up once again. The lead that Kyle Kumaran had built up is gone, as the safety car slows the competitors down completely, almost close to a standstill. One of the reasons the safety car does go so slow is to ensure that it gives time to the recovery group to remove whatever debris or whatever blockade there may be on the racetrack, due to which the safety car has been forced to come out on the track. And because, as you were saying, there's just one lap more to go after this, they would want to at least have racing action and not have the race finish behind the safety car, which would then be a foregone conclusion in terms of the classification order.
Absolutely. I think once again it'll give an opportunity to the likes of Aditya Parshuram, the likes of Joel Joseph, Vineet Kumar. Then you've got the other in Kamal Karan. Then you've got Dhruv Goswami there as well. Car number 8 of Kocher as well. When that shootout happens, even if it does for just one lap, then they all have that opportunity to try and get a few positions and make it to the podium. But at the moment, yeah, the car is picking up speed. The light is still on. That is the indicator of the safety car will continue, or will it dive down into the pits. It just looks like we might just have, Raman, fingers crossed, we might just have one lap without the safety car. This is lap number 9, the penultimate lap, and it doesn't look like it. I'm the eternal optimist. I just hope that now the safety car can go back into the pits.
Well, it's like a long snake on the racetrack, isn't it? When you look at the cars going in almost synchronous fashion. But the safety car is still out on the racetrack. The lights are still on, which means that this 9th lap will come to an end behind the safety car. And it means that the final lap of the race as well will be behind the safety car itself, which means no overtaking is allowed. The competitors will be forced to hold the position that they are in, and there will be no change in the race order, which means Kyle Kumaran can now look to celebrate.
Well, first he'll have to follow the safety car, not commit a mistake, and but who can he overtake? He just can't overtake the safety car. So I think as long as his car is running till the finish line, he should be okay. Aditya Parshuram will come in 2nd, and Vineet Kumar will hold on to his 3rd spot. Dhruv Goswami would be a bit disappointed. He's got 2 3rd place finishes, and he was hoping that maybe just final lap, maybe he can try and push and try and get onto that podium again. But unfortunately, that's not going to happen. The race will once again finish behind the safety car. We saw that twice yesterday, and it's happened here again on Sunday. This is, remember, day 2, race number 10. We've got one more race lined up after this. That's the big boys, the LGB Formula 4, and that will be a 20-lap race. So as the cars come through the final few corners behind the safety car.
It's time to savor what will be another race win for Kyle Kumaran, stamping his authority in this race category, the JK Tyre Novice Cup. He had a couple of wins yesterday, a 2nd place finish earlier today, and now He will take the checkered flag. Yes, you can see the celebration and the way in which he's driving towards that finish line. It's a race win for Kyle Kumaran. Aditya Parsuram will finish second. Vineet Kumar finishes third, which means that once again there are two drivers of DTS Racing who are on the podium, number 1 and at number 3.
It's been a terrific weekend for DTS, one can say. They've dominated the Novice Cup category, and it's a change from what we saw last year with M Sport dominating the category, winning the Constructors' Championship. And in fact, all their 3 racers, Ruhan, Alva, Jaden Parriott and Naeem Rizvi, all 3 got the Drivers' Championship as first, second and third. But now, new season, and we've got a new winner here in this round. It's Kyle Kumaran, who's won 3 out of the 4 races. He finished second in one that was earlier today. So clearly, with 38 points, Kyle Kumaran, he is the leader as far as the Novice Cup Drivers' Championship is concerned. And another good few points for Vineet Kumar, who finishes third in this race. And winner of the race earlier today in this category, Aditya Parsuram, notches up another few important 8 points here, and he finishes second. As you see, the drivers now going into the pits, and Kyle Kumaran has done a very good job. Started at P8 in this race. Remember, it was a reverse grid. So Kyle, who started at P8, couple of mistakes ahead of him, some good driving skills as well, some very good decisions taken to overtake at the right time, and he's gone on and won the race. That's the confirmation on your screen. Kyle Kumaran winning, Aditya Parsuram coming in second, and Vineet Kumar finishing third. It's been a good weekend for Aditya Parsuram as well. Dhruv Goswami, who finished fourth, he will get some points, although he will not be on the podium. He's got a couple of third place finishes, so points being distributed, although there is a clear leader, there's a clear leader of the pack as far as this category is concerned. That's Kyle Kumaran, but still there is a race on for second and third as well in the Drivers' Championship. There you see his animated reaction. He's having a right go there, one of the drivers whose race ended early on, and he's having a word with one of his compatriots. You can see how animated he is with his reactions. So we've come to the end of the JK Tyre Novice Cup race here, with Kyle Kumaran taking the checkered flag.
They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tyre, buddy.
JK Smart Tyre, the tyre with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tyre.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the 25th JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. Here are the highlights of the race that's just concluded in the JK Tyre Novice Cup category. Kamal Karan GK had started at pole position, had a very good start. Aman Nagdev was second, remained second. Going wide on that occasion was Coimbatore. Kamal, who has not performed to the level that he would have wanted, had a very, very good opportunity here to go on and get some valuable points, possibly try and get on the podium. That was one of the incidents that happened early on, coming in on the inside there, and Joel Joseph, in fact, yes, Joel Joseph's car colliding there with Dhruv, and you can see in the background, just toppled up, was airborne for a while, Joel Joseph, the suspension taking a beating, and that was the end of the race for him. And obviously the safety car was then deployed. The drivers were following the safety car. Once the safety car went back into the pits, had the race start again. Wasn't a restart, continued. There was that little slip, a brake coming in from Pravanch Parachari, braking hard, skidding when the safety car was back out in the pits. Racing action resumed, and by then it was Aman Nagdev who taken the lead. But here on that straight, on the final, on the first turn, it was Kyle Kumran who made his move, and in fact moved ahead of both Kamal Karan and Aman Nagdev. Kamal Karan, who is this pole setter, started at P1, dropped down. There was a bit of a contact, and it was Anwar Hemrajani, spins, gets off the track, onto the gravel, spins, gets on the track, and gets back to racing like nothing ever happened. It was an eventful race, and it always is in this category. In the Novice Cup, remember we had 4 races in this category. This was the final one. We still have one big race remaining in the day. There, braking a bit too hard on that first corner was Kyle Kumran, and he straight away realized that he is in the lead. He's got a good couple of seconds lead gap between himself and Aditya, who was second. He doesn't need to do anything silly, just follow good lines, maintain good pace, and he will get home with the checkered flag. This is where the two M Sport came together, Aman Nagdev and Dhruv Goswami. Aman Nagdev getting off the track, taking a full circle lead and coming back on, and that's again almost ran into yet another M Sport, and that was of Akshay Kumran, car number 66. Because of that contact between the two M Sport, it was none other than Vineet Kumar who benefited. Car number 18 of Arjun Sham Nair was on the racetrack, and that's when the safety car was called out. Again, it was the penultimate lap number 9, when the safety car was called out. We'd hope that the safety car would go back in, and we'll have one final lap in this race without the safety car. Just hoping that there could be some more drama, late twist in the tail in the end, but that was not to be. And remember, when the safety car is out, no overtaking is allowed. And well, as we saw twice yesterday as well, in the Novice Cup category, the race ended behind the safety car, and this is exactly what happened here as well. The safety car going into the pit after the final corner of the race, and you can see Kyle Kumran already celebrating as he crossed the finish line. Aditya Parsuram coming in second, and Vineet Kumar taking the third place on the podium. Those were the highlights of the race that's just concluded. Straight away we'll go to the prize distribution ceremony now. So before we have the prize distribution ceremony of the Novice Cup, remember earlier in the day we had the JK Tyre Presents Endurance League Cup 2022, which is powered by United CRA, and we will have the prize distribution ceremony of that race now.
It was a lot of hard work for Kari from Hassan Performance, and then he's going to give it to Aditya Parasuram. Congratulations.
In fact, it is
And the man who's bringing
the Novice Cup category. Vinit Kumar coming in third. Aditya Parasuram notching up the second place. And your race winner once again in this category. His third win out of 4. Kyle Kumran there, taking the top spot on the podium. Vinit Kumar again finding a place on the podium, getting some valuable points in the Drivers' Championship. Aditya Parasuram won the race earlier today. Finishes second, and once again back at the top of the podium, Kyle Kumran. Kyle Kumran was second earlier today, and he's back where he thinks he belongs. That's at the top of the podium, the winner's place. Another great showing by GTS Racing. They've completely dominated this category this year. You know, the technician there also from GTS getting his fair reward. Getting close together for one of the pictures for the newspapers tomorrow morning. Now we go to the press and the prize distribution area, where we have our very own Raman Bhanod for a quick chat with the race winners. Over to you, Raman.
So the tradition continues in the JK Tyre Novice Cup. 1, we're seeing finishes behind the safety car. Number 2, we're seeing 2 drivers from Team DTS Racing more often than not be on the podium. Let's chat with Vinod very quickly. Vinod, congratulations on a podium finish, 3rd place finish. Happy with the result?
Yes, I'm happy with the result. It was a decent race, but my buddy Joel, he had a really nasty crash in the Mickey Mouse. So it was a good race.
I hope he's doing all right. Joel, you had a chance to speak with him?
Yeah, he's doing nice. Nothing wrong with him.
Go well. Congratulations on a podium finish for you. Well done. Let's have a quick chat with Aditya. Aditya, topsy-turvy race, a whole lot of action and drama. Talk us through it.
There's a lot of action right in front of me. Had to take a lot of avoiding actions and then fell back again. Had to come up back through the pack again. A lot of hard work today.
Well, but the good part is that you get another 2nd place finish. You're accumulating points. It's been a good round 1 overall.
Yes. It has been a very good. My plan is to be conservative and keep collecting the points, and hopefully in the end they add up.
Take the championship deep, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, go well. Congratulations on that 2nd place finish. Let's have a quick chat now with Kyle Kumaran. Kyle, what a fantastic first round. A few wins under your belt, maximum points. You've set the gauntlet. You've thrown the gauntlet down to the other challengers and saying, okay, I'm the man. I'm the guy to beat.
Yeah, it's a good ending to this weekend. Great last race as well. So I pulled off some pretty unorthodox moves, I'm going to call them. Explicitive would be a better way to put it.
I'll leave that for your opponents.
That's what I was thinking for sure. Did not think I would pull some of them off, but we made a good one of it. The team did an excellent job fixing the car up, all the mechanics. Obviously, thank you to Diljit as well. Running the team, obviously great as always. Last 2 days been perfect. I think we've had, 7 trophies between us with the tuner trophies as well, so really good, really pleased.
Well, happy with round 1. Go well for round 2 later. Thanks so much for speaking with us. That's Kyle Kumaran, who's leading the overall Drivers' Championship in the JK Tyre Novice Cup. We'll slip into a short breather. Back to Karthikeya in the comm box. We'll be back with more prize distribution, presentations coming up in just a bit.
Back with live pictures from the Kari Motor Speedway. We are just a few minutes away from the start of the final race of round 1 of the 25th JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. And it will be the LGB Formula 4 race, and this will have 20 laps. Earlier we saw R Racing win both the races in this category. It was a dark dawn 1, 2, 3 yesterday, and it was a dark dawn 1 and 3 today with Ahura Racing, one of the Ahura Racing drivers, coming in and nicking the second spot. That was Vishwas Vijayaraj. Just getting some information. This will be a 20 lap race of the 2.3 kilometer Kari Motor Speedway. This is the last race of round 1, a blockbuster ending. And as far as the grid is concerned, if I'm correct, looks like the reverse grid has kicked in, so it will be the 2M Sport at the top, followed by Vishwas Vijayaraj, who finished second earlier today. And before the start of the race, very quickly, let's go to the prize distribution area, where we're getting news that the prize distribution for the Endurance Cup will be happening now. Back with live pictures, and we have the prize distribution ceremony going on for the JK Tyre Presents Endurance League Cup 2022, powered by United CRA. Remember, it was a team event. 2 bikers in one team.
Alvin Sundar and Ryan Chetty. Congratulations. Okay, coming in at number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We're calling on stage Rakshit Dave and Mohammed Mikhail from Chennai. And
Coming in with your runners up here.
Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to call on the winner. Warm and right that boy.
It's a very, very interesting format and interesting event with the 2 bikers, a team of 2, mandatory changes, and here welcoming the winners, Abhishek Vasudev and Amarnath Menon.
I now request Mr. Bullet Bose to do the honors. The medals will be given by Mr. Bullet Bose.
Amarnath that's from Kerala have done a very good job. They timed the race, they timed their driver changes, they timed their fuel, refueling spots, and everything all down to perfection, and getting their just reward. These are your 3rd prize winners.
Come on everybody, let's clap your hands. And now let's honor Rakshit Dave and Mohammed Mikhail.
Now coming on to the first runners up.
On stage is the Bullet Bose. The medals, silver medals. And now the trophy will be handed. Come on everybody, clap your hands. This again, this
Rakshit and Mohammed Mikhail also had a very good race. So did the likes of Jayant Pradipati and Shashidhari. Shishadri, I beg your pardon. And now, to crown your champions of this round, your winners of this round in the JK Tyre Presents Endurance League Cup 2022. Abhishek Vasudev, Amarnath Menon, your winners. Big smile on their faces, and why not?
Right, we also have one trophy to be given out, and this is for the women's team. Okay, Rakshita and Jimki, if you could please come forward. This is our way of saying the big thank you, Rakshita.
Generally, we see post the prize distribution that you have all the riders on one stage. I'm very sure it's going to be hard to fit all 6 of them. Here, it's Simki and Rakshita Dave, the only all-women's team, all-girls team in this championship. Rakshita on the left, Simki on the right.
Rakshita and Rakshit are brother and sister twins. I think if you're
Rakshita receiving the trophy, and now Simki joining her.
Let's give them a big round of applause. Come on, clap your hands. Endurance League has come to a great. I request the girls if you could actually come in the front. The women riders, if you can come in the front. Women riders, if you can come in the front for the trophy. Is the center? Yes. Yeah. You want to sit there? Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is going to go down.
Now a group photograph.
Brother on second, and the sister gets recognized for the work on the track. Wonderful. Wonderful moment in the family. Congratulations. Let's give them once again a big round of applause. They are a rock star. May I request you to raise your trophies?
One final pose for the photographers there.
Raise your trophies. Raise your trophies.
Oh, it's not just you, it's her as well, waiting for and eagerly waiting for the next race to start. You can see the neck just going up every now and then over the safety barriers just to see if the race has started or not. Kari Motor Speedway in the middle of nature here. We've got mean machines, and a few meters away you can see the beauty of nature. So now that we're done with the prize distribution ceremony for the JK Tyre Presents Endurance League Cup 2022, now we move on to the final race of this round, and that will be the JK Tyre LGB Formula 4. 3 minutes to go before the start of the race. The reverse grid has kicked in. So Raghu Rangusamy will start at P1. Rohan Alva, the Novice Cup winner from last season, will start at P2. We'll get you the grid soon. Obviously, we will have one formation lap before we get to the start of the race. Very quickly, Raman, at the tracks.
Just under 3 minutes to go before the start of what will be the final race of round 1. It's going to be the JK Tyre Formula LGB4 race. Remember, this race is going to be for 20 laps. So it's going to be a long race. 2.3 kilometers is the lap distance on one lap. And these drivers have to do 20 laps in the final race of the day, which will end the race proceedings for round 1. On pole position, it's the seasoned campaigner, Rahul Rangusamy, who starts off on pole. Remember, the reverse grid has kicked in. It's 2 M Sport cars on 1 and 2. Let's see how this race is going to go. Just under a few minutes, in fact, before this race kicks off, and we see these cars set off on the formation lap. So I am going to make myself scarce on the track.
It's a very good idea, Raman. Well, that's the grid. Raghu Rangusamy starting at P1, then you got Rohan Alva at P2, so it's an M Sport 1-2 at the start of the grid. Viswas Vijay who finished second earlier, starts at P3. Sandeep Kumar at P4. Amir Saeed, he was disappointed with the result in the previous race. He'd be looking to make one better. He's on P5. followed by Ashwin Datta at P6. Then you got Tijil Rao at P7, winner of both the races so far in this category. R.A. Singh starting at P8, Anushriya Gulati at P9. Then you got Saran Vikram at P10, Diljit TS of Ahura Racing this year at P11. Vignesh will be starting at P12. Amit Kutibala at P13, Meera Erda at P14, Abhinav Reddy at P15. Then you got Shreya Diwan at P16, Akshay Kapoor at P17. As you can hear, the cars have gone off for the formation lap. Monit Srinivasan at P18. Then you got Karthikeyan Chandrasekhar at P19, Mohit Aryan at P20, followed by Aditya Swaminathan at P21 and Mohammad Ana Sheikh at P22. This will be a very, very interesting race because you've got the two M Sport leading the line in P1 and P2 of Raghul and Rohan. Then you've got the two Ahuras in P3 and P5 of Vishwas Vijay and Amir Saeed. And apart from that, you've got four Dark Dawns in the top 8. Sandeep Kumar, Ashwin Datta, Arya Singh and Tijil Rao as well. And well, they might be great friends off the racetrack, but when on the track, they are rivals, and they were certainly, it's each man for himself, each driver for himself and each team for itself. Sun is slowly starting to settle down. The evening is kicking in here in Coimbatore, the Kari Motor Speedway, with the final race of the round, of the opening round of the 25th JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. 20 laps, and you see in the background the reason why it's called the City of Windmills. There's always a great breeze blowing across the Kari Motor Speedway, across Coimbatore as a whole. As the cars get warmed up, warm their tyres up as well for the final race for 20 laps, and this is the formation lap underway. Vishwas Vijay did very well to finish second in the race earlier today, and he'd be hoping to continue and kick on from there, while R.A. Singh, he's won both the races in this category in this round, and he will be hoping to make it 3 out of 3, although there are a few names who will want to change that. Names like Raghul, Ruhan Alwa, Amir Saeed, Ashwin Datta, Tijil Rao, and of course Sandeep Kumar, and their former team member who is now a rival on the track, Diljit TS. They certainly would want to break that winning streak of R.A. Singh, while R.A. himself would be hoping that long may that continue. 20 laps in the final race, that's the LGB Formula 4 of the opening round of the JK Tyre National Racing Championship, which is in its 25th year. Couple of cars missing on the grid. And off they go. It's a very good start for Raghu Rangasamy, car number 99, starting at P1. And it's not a great start for one of the M Sports at the back. Well, we get back to that as Raghul goes on. It's a terrific start for Vishwas Vijay as well. And now he's coming on the outside. And he's almost took the lead. The car spins. And, well, Raghul does manage to avoid any further contact. And he slips away. And that's possibly the end of Vishwas Vijay. No, it's not. The car has started. All the nose has come off. But he is still in the mix of things as Vishwas Vijay. And he's gone. That's what happens. He comes in on the outside, breaks in, and you can see on the left of your screen the car spins and just turns around. And the nose of Raghu Rangasamy's car also connects. And it's, that's why they say two noses. And in fact, it's a third nose as well. It's a very nosy affair, the start of this race. Very, very nosy affair. You can see two there. And Raghul's nose also came off, the car's nose, that is. Now, it is Ruhan Alva, I believe. Yes, it is Ruhan Alva who's now currently leading the race, the young lad of M Sport. Joining me in the commentary box from the racetrack now, back is Raman Banod.
Thanks so much, Karthike. An eventful start to the final race of the day, the final race of round 1. Raghu Rangasamy's lost a few positions. He's been overtaken by Saran Vikram, I guess, from Mars Racing. And you talked about another car losing its nose, the third car in that mix. I think it was another Mars racing car, but we'll have to get confirmation of that in a short while from now. The two here involvements that we saw were Raghu Rangasamy in that incident, along with Vishwas Vijay Raj, who had a fantastic previous race. But a lot of things have changed. Ruhan Alva, the race leader, Sandeep Kumar in second, Amir Saeed running third, Ashwin Datta in fourth, as they went past the start-finish line a little while ago.
Apart from Ashwin Datta, you've got Tijil Rao there as well. And it's interesting, I can't see RS Singh chasing the top lot. So that's something that we'll keep an eye out. That at the moment is your race leader, Ruhan Alva, in car number 27, closely followed by a former champion, Sandeep Kumar. The top 5 have slightly peeled away from the others, and then you have 6th and 7th coming in, which is 7th being Raghu Rangasamy. Obviously, with the car losing the nose, there certainly will be losing the aerodynamics, a bit of pace as well. Although we've seen in the past that there have been drivers who won races without even having the nose of their car. So it's going to be very interesting from here on. Amir Saeed has clocked the fastest lap, which has been bettered now by Tijil Rao, 1 minute 17.715. Ruhan Alva, your leader, followed by Sandeep and Amir Saeed.
So you've got Sandeep Kumar, Ashwin Datta and Tijil Rao. 3 drivers from M Sport racing in the top 5. And that's been the regular story in this round, where Dark Dawn Racing have really had a strong sway over proceedings.
Well, they had a 1, 2, 3 yesterday, and they had a 1 and 3 today. So of the top 6 of the 6 podiums, 5 have gone to Dark Dawn this round. So that tells you how dominant they've been.
Rafsal's going to be a happy man. As team principal, he'll be saying, okay, bring it on, boys. That's exactly what's required. But for the moment, can Ruhan Alva hold on to the race lead? He's being challenged by the former national champion Sandeep Kumar. And on the outside, you see Ashwin Datta making a move as well. There's Amir Saeed, who seems to be in a spot of bother. He's kept the inside line, taking the outside line. Is that an overtaking maneuver? I think it is. Ashwin Datta may have just about nosed ahead. And not only Ashwin, I get a feeling here, there was a chance for Tijil Rao as well, but he's held back by Amir Saeed. Change in positions as far as the 4th spot is concerned. That's where Ashwin Datta's moved up from 4th to 3rd. Amir Saeed's dropped down to 4th.
I think Amir will try and get that back, but he needs points, Amir Saeed, and he certainly needs a podium finish, so he would want to keep that in mind. Remember, it's a long race. It's longer than a 15-lap race. It's a 20-lap race, so you will get your opportunities to try and move up ahead in the order.
So simply speaking, Karthike, it's 46 kilometers. That's what these drivers have to cover through the course of this race. 20 kilometers in each lap, measuring 2.3 kilometers. So 46 kilometers, it's going to be strenuous on the drivers. Temperatures were around 30 degrees, but it's been blow hot, blow cold today. Earlier in the afternoon, there was healthy cloud cover and temperatures had actually dropped to the low 20s on the racetrack. It's now back up to 30, but again, sun's playing hide and seek behind the clouds. So maybe the temperatures might ease off a little as the evening weather sets in, which might be helpful for the drivers.
Well, this is certainly going to be a big test for young Ruhan Alva. Remember, he's the champion of the Novice Cup category last season. He's upgraded to the LGB Formula 4 this time around, and he is certainly under a lot of pressure from the likes of Sandeep and Tijil Rao. Ashwin Datta there as well involved, and if he can keep his cool, if he can keep these big guns at bay, then it will be a great achievement for this young man. He is keeping a very, very good line. We saw there Sandeep momentarily coming on the outside. So was Ashwin Datta trying for that overtaking maneuver on that first corner. But in the end, Ruhan Alva doing what he needs to do is keep good lines, make sure that nobody passes him, and he keeps the race lead. Amir Saeed has dropped down to 4th. As Raman said a moment ago, he was in a spot of bother, and now there's this gap opening up between 1, 2, 3 and then the 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th.
But I'm really happy to see Ruhan Alva, this young lad, has transitioned from the JK Tyre Novice Cup into the Formula LGB4 category, and he's holding the pace against the more seasoned pros, against the former national champions. He's leading the pack, and I think these are great signs that Indian motorsport, with young prodigious talent coming through the ranks, I think this championship is doing a spectacular job in providing the platform for these young racers to come and express themselves and go from level 1 to level 2, and they're here on.
I think situations like this will certainly help Ruhan develop further. You know, there's an old saying that the more pressure you put on a carbon, the sooner it becomes a diamond, and that's exactly what will happen with Ruhan. You know, he's got Sandeep Kumar there, and now there's a bit of contact between Sandeep Stars and Ruhan. Well, on that corner, but Ruhan says, "Yeah, I'm having none of that. You might be a big gun, but I'm a young boy on my own, and I am a champion here," because he's come in as a champion of the Novice Cup category, and he's held his ground so very well there as Ruhan Alva.
Well, he held his racing line. He didn't change his line there, did Ruhan Alva. Take another look at what happened here. Now he's on the inside line coming down the straight. This is where Sandeep looks to make the move. The tires collide. And luckily both cars continue to keep running. This is where Ruhan slams on the brakes, stays on the inside line, manages to sneak past Sandeep, who has to slow down as he's heading into the corner. And Ruhan manages to retain the lead. In fact, Sandeep Kumar has dropped a place. So he was earlier second, he's now dropped down to third. Ashwin Datta, his teammate in car number 16, has moved into the second spot right now.
Ashwin will certainly have a right go, because he was happy with the third place finish. He said, "I want to be happier." So he might want to have a top of the podium finish today. But coming to the end of lap number 6 now, through the final corner, Ruhan Alva continues to lead. The gap between him and Ashwin Datta is marginal, just 0.229 seconds. Sandeep is in third, Tijal Rao comes in fourth. Amir Saeed has dropped down to fifth now, with Tijal overtaking him. And Raghu Rangaswamy started at P1, had a horrible incident at the first corner, lost 4 to 5 positions. He's now up to 6th. Is Raghu. He's a former champion, remember, Raghu Rangaswamy, and he certainly will be there to make sure. In fact, he will try and put some pressure on Amir Saeed. Just about half a second, the gap between Amir and Raghu. As now you can see Ashwin trying to make the move, trying to come in on the outside. But once again, very good lines maintained here by Ruhan Alva, not allowing the big guns and not being intimidated by these experienced pros, and he's holding out on his own. He's leading the pack, and he's done ever so well so far in this lap. We're into lap number 7. It's a 20-lap race, and I think this is something that the Dark Dawn racers will have in mind, and they should keep in mind. It's a longer race. They will have more opportunities. If they try and force the issue, they might themselves commit an error, and that could be the end of the race for them.
Yes, remember, just 6 laps gone. We've got another 13 to come after this 7th lap, which is just about to come to an end. But Ruhan Alva, credit to the kind of maturity that he's shown. Now this could be a challenge. 2 Dark Dawn racing cars, one takes the outside line, one takes the inside line, and it is Ashwin Datta who's just marginally sneaked ahead. He's now taken the race lead as Ashwin Datta, and Ruhan Alva pushed down to second, while Sandeep is in third. But that's tag teaming for you.
Well, absolutely, this is wonderfully done here. So he was in the middle of the track. There was Ruhan Alva, and for a second he saw on the left, he saw Sandeep coming in, then he saw on the right, and he saw Ashwin Datta coming in, and he said, "Well, hang on, it doesn't look right for me." And in the end, by the time corner 1, corner 2 and corner 3 were over, it was Ashwin who had taken the lead. But Ruhan Alva is not letting it go easily. In fact, he's now taken the inside, and he's taken the lead back again as Ruhan Alva. Would you believe that? This young buck is making sure that the big boys are having a proper run out there.
Oh yes, and Sandeep Kumar meanwhile goes past Ashwin Datta, while Tijal Rao's joined the party as well. Tijal's looking to go past Ashwin too. So there are 3 Dark Dawn racing cars in the top 4. The race leader, of course, is Ruhan Alva of M Sport, but then look at those 3 silver arrows right behind.
Well, certainly, I think they themselves have so much of healthy rivalry, these Dark Dawns, that they might end up harming their own chances. I hope not, but it is something that can happen.
Afzal's going to have a strong word with the boys in case that were to happen.
Afzal won't be happy if that happens. Certainly won't be happy, Afzal, team principal of Dark Dawn. But, well, hats off to Ruhan Alva so far. We're into lap number 9, and he is leading the race. And he's shown the composure. He lost the lead, and then he waited for his opportunity, and then got the race lead back again. These 2-3 tricky corners were where he'd regained his top spot, the top of the order, and it is Sandeep Kumar now who's in second. Ashwin Datta has dropped down to third, and Tijal Rao in fourth. Amir Saeed coming in fifth, and Raghu Rangaswamy, the big experienced campaigner from M Sport. He's in 6th, although despite losing the nose of his car, he's done so well to move up to 6th after that incident in the opening lap at the first corner itself.
Well, he took out, the incident did take out Vishwas Vijayaraj of Ahura Racing, remember, right at the start of the race, and that was disappointment for the young Vishwas, who's a lad from Nellore who did very well in the previous race, had a podium finish, but he would be disappointed with the outcome of that incident involving him and Rahul Rangasamy.
This is the corner 1 that the Dark Dawns try and make their move on this younger racer of M Sport, Ruhan Alva. And Ruhan Alva, the young lad who's come from Bangalore, he's certainly not been overawed by the situation. He's kept his calm, he's kept his cool, he's kept some good lines as well, and he's made sure that there might be as much pressure from Sandeep, Ashwin and Tijil, but he'll do what he has to do, and he's done that so far. We're into lap number 10, that's half the race gone, and well, they say well begun is half done. He's already halfway through. If he can maintain that for the next half, I think it'll be a day he will never forget in his life.
Oh yes, and a strenuous race, remember, 20 lap race. If he can hold on for a race win, it would be creditable. Sandeep Kumar, meanwhile, would be saying, don't count your chickens before they hatch. I still have a chance here. We're just halfway done in the race. He's hot on the heels of the race leader. Sandeep is in car number 9. Lap time is a 1 minute 18.149. That's been his best. Compare that with Ashwin Datta's time, which has been comparatively faster. The fastest lap by Ashwin Datta, who's currently 3rd, was 1 minute 18.087 seconds. Now, here we go into C1, and it's somehow Sandeep who's managed to wriggle past and get past Ruhan Alva into the lead. So Ruhan drops down to 2nd, and that's been the challenge. Every time you go into a corner as a race leader, Ruhan Alva's looked at the rear view mirror on the left and the right, and he's seen 3 Dark Dawn racing cars coming from different angles, the inner and the outside, and one right behind him. So he's had a chance to.
Well, that could be a nightmare sight for any. Forget about a youngster who's in his first season in the LGB Formula 4. Well, it is Sandeep who's now leading. Ruhan is dropped down to 2nd, and then you got Tijil Rao 3rd. Ashwin Datta has dropped down to 4th, and Raghu Rangasamy, in fact, has moved up to 5th now, pushing Amir Saeed down to 6th. Amir has had a disappointing opening round. Well, he would be expecting and hoping that he comes back in the next round and does a lot better than this. But we still have, like we say, we still have after this another 9 laps to go. So there's still chance for Ruhan Alva to regain that top spot and go on and take the checkered flag. Although I think he'll be delighted even if he gets onto the podium, so considering that he's been surrounded by those 3 Dark Dawns. There's a 4th one also coming after a little while. And there you go, Raghu Rangasamy again. Pushing. Ruhan Alva. Pressure from Tijil Rao on Ruhan Alva, but Ruhan does so well. Comes in and now makes the slightest mistake, and that allows Tijil Rao to move up into 2nd. Ruhan has dropped down to 3rd, but he's not going to let go. And in fact, Ruhan has now come back and he's taken that the 2nd spot, as he's done so well as Ruhan Alva did make that momentary error. But he has come back and he's got his position back.
While we're focusing on the top 3, let's keep an eye out for Arya Singh. He's in car number 10 and he's broken into the top 6 now. He's right behind Raghu Rangasamy, and there is going to be a challenge from another Dark Dawn racing car. Arya Singh has already notched up a couple of race wins. The reverse grid had kicked in, so he'd started from the middle of the pack. And now he's looking to work his way. He's right behind Raghu Rangasamy. You just saw a little while ago a car with the broken nose. And right behind that car was Arya Singh. And we'll just see if on the straight, as they come down the straight at the end of lap 12, can he get past Raghu Rangasamy and move into the top 5?
Well, certainly there'll be valuable points. Now you can see in the back there, he's trying to make this move, is Arya Singh coming in on the inside. And I think by the end of corner 1 and 2, he will move up to 5th. Arya Singh will just get you that confirmation. And yes, it seems he has moved into the top 5, has Arya Singh, with Raghu now dropping down to 6th, while Sandeep Kumar is your race leader, about a 2.5 seconds ahead of Ruhan Alva. And I think Ruhan would have been hoping that Raghu makes up a couple of places. and he gets that much needed reinforcement. But that's not happened. In fact, it's another dark dawn now in the chasing order.
Well, Ruhan stays off another challenge from Ashwin Datta, who's trying to make a move on the inside line. Closes the door very, very efficiently, holds on to that second spot. But trading positions, I think, are Ashwin Datta and Tijil Rao. It's anyone's game in the top 4. Just see Sandeep Kumar pulling away, but for the second and third position, there is a battle royale that's on. Ruhan Alva, Ashwin Datta and Tijil Rao are in a on-top fight. We'll have to say that. And Tijil, it seems, has gone past Ashwin Datta as we come down the straight once again.
Yes, it is Tijil who's into third now. Ashwin's dropped down to fourth, and Arya Singh has just clocked the fastest lap of the race as he's moved up to fifth. 1 minute 17.209 seconds for Arya Singh. He's the championship leader as far as this category is concerned. 2 wins out of 2. He'll be hoping, well, because of the reverse really started at 8, he would be hoping to get onto the podium, if not a race win, and also get some valuable points.
I think, Kartike, the interesting story here is in the top 5, the 2 young guns, Arya Singh and Tijil Rao of Dark Dawn Racing, have clocked times of under 1 minute 18. Talk about the best lap of the race. Arya Singh clocked that, of course. Also, Tijil Rao has clocked a lap of 1 minute 17.715 seconds, and he's currently running third, just behind Ruhan Alva. This is going to be a very, very tough test for young Ruhan Alva in his very first season in the Formula LGB4 category. He's got the Dark Dawn Racing drivers, in fact 3 of them, hot on his heels.
So only 2, as you said, Raman, only 2 of the top 6 have clocked a sub 118. And that tells you the kind of speed that these guys are clocking up. Tijil Rao in third at the moment, and now once again, this is where the Dark Dawns make their move. Ruhan Alva has to be careful. How come on the outside does Tijil Rao? There's a battle going on between Ashwin and Arya, and Sandeep Kumar clearly way ahead. And now on the inside, there was an attempt from Ashwin Datta, but very well done from Ruhan Alva. Maintains the second position. While Tijil Rao he looks a bit, agitated, looks a bit restless as he wants to go do something and get ahead of Ruhan Alva. And Ruhan has defended so very well so far, this is being the 15th lap with only 5 laps remaining, only 25% of the remaining after this one. Ruhan will do very, very well to stay and get a podium finish. Now once again trying to come in on the outside with Tijil Rao. Very well done from Ruhan again, and he's once again got that line, not allowing, not giving any gap to either of the 3 Dark Dawns that are chasing behind him. Sandeep Kumar is obviously about 3 seconds well ahead of the rest of the pack. That's Sandeep Kumar on your screen, ever smiling chap. As a former champion himself, he knows what needs to be done to win races, and this is a very, very important and a huge learning experience for Ruhan Alva.
What I'd like to see here is what happens on the straight now. Does Arya Singh make that move to try and overtake Ashwin Datta? He's taken the inside line this time around. Ashwin blocks it out very quickly. And look at that, it's a double whammy. And Ashwin Datta has moved into second. He's overtaken Ruhan Alva. What a fantastic maneuver.
Ruhan now.
Look at this overtaking maneuver. Just before this, Ashwin Datta was on the outside line. He switched lines coming down the straight, went on the inside line. Just as you thought that Tijil Rao was closing the door on Ruhan Alva, it is Ashwin Datta who slips past the 2 of them and moves into the second spot.
I think Ruhan Alva has dropped. Ruhan has dropped down to third. Tijil has lost a couple of places, and it is he's got the much needed reinforcement. The backup has arrived for Ruhan Alva. You can see Raghu Rangasamy there just behind Arya Singh, who's in 4th at the moment. Arya has done a terrific job himself, starting from P8 to move up to 4th. He is way, way ahead of everyone. That's Sandeep Kumar. Ruhan Alva now getting some help from Raghu Rangasamy as Arya Singh now tries to overtake Raghu. In fact, Ruhan has moved up to second again, and it's Arya Singh who's third, Raghu Rangasamy 4th. The other 3 Dark Dawns have come back. Well, Sandeep Kumar is way ahead, then it's Ashwin, and then Ruhan, Arya Singh and Raghu.
Oh, look at that. Arya makes a move. He's moved into 3rd place here. Has he overtaken Ruhan Alva? Yes, he has. Confirmation of it. A collision of tires as they come out of that Mickey Mouse. Ruhan Alba still battling. Arya Singh holding on to his ground. There was contact between the two cars. Luckily, both cars are still running. Take another look at what transpired here. That was the contact, almost running him off the track. There was Ruhan versus Arya Singh. Very close call.
Drop down further has Ruhan Alba, although he's done so very well. Arya Singh, the race championship leader, he's moved up now to third as Arya. Ashwin Datta remains second, and Sandeep Kumar obviously the race leader. So this is what happened. He's coming on the inside there, who's taking that turn. Arya Singh there.
There was contact once as they came out of that Mickey Mouse, and then the second contact is what you just saw between the two cars, and things got to a head right as they came out of that Mickey Mouse on the third.
It could have been very different, could have ended very differently for both, but well, they both remain on the track. Ruhan Alba, the confirmation coming in, he's dropped down to fourth. Sandeep leading, hard braking there by Arya Singh, and Ruhan Alba is hot on his tail as well. Ruhan is not going to give up. He's got Ragul in support, who's in fifth. Tijul Rao's dropped down to sixth for the moment, while Sandeep Kumar is about good 5 seconds way ahead of Ashwin Datta, who is coming in second. Still, not too many have clocked a sub 118. It's only Arya Singh and Tijul Rao who clocked lap times off for 1 minute and 17.
And this, remember, is lap number 18, which means another 2 laps to come after this. Ruhan looks to make the move on Arya Singh, who closes the door very efficiently, still holds on to the third place, but I think this is not over yet. Arya Singh has been put under tremendous pressure by Ruhan Alba. Ruhan at one point, remember, was leading the race before Sandeep Kumar overtook him, and at the moment it's 3 Dark Dawn Racing cars that are holding position 1, 2 and 3.
Sandeep Kumar, Ashwin Datta, Arya Singh, the 3 Dark Dawns, and 1, 2, 3, and Afzal will be very... Oh, Arya Singh going wide on that occasion. Is this the opportunity for Ruhan Alba to come back and move into the top 3, passing across the start finish line? And it seems Ruhan Alba has done it, but no. Arya Singh, with the wealth of experience that he has, he's come back and taken that spot back, the third spot. These are the small little errors that could cost you so very dearly.
Look at what's happened as they come out of that final bend onto the straight. He's forced to go wide, is Arya Singh, while Ruhan holds on to his racing line. Meanwhile, there is trouble in the mid-pack. We've had a collision of 2 cars, an Ahura racing car along with Dark Dawn Race, a driver from Dark Dawn Racing. So Anushriya Gulati has had her car plowed into here. Let's take a look and see what happened. So there's a Ahura racing car that's collided with Anushriya Gulati's car. Anushriya Gulati, remember, is racing for Dark Dawn Racing this season. She's raced for Ahura Racing before, so a driver from her former team has ended the chances for both of them.
They do say sometimes the past comes back and haunts you. This is, well, that was the incident. You could see fuel coming out as well, some oil leak happening as well. So very quickly, they'd have to get out of the car. You can see all the oil there spilled on the racetrack. It's coolant. Yes, and that's the end of the race, unfortunately for Anushriya Gulati. The race car, the safety car is out. This is the final lap, so the race will finish behind the safety car. That means Sandeep will win, Ashwin will come second, Arya Singh should come third, and Ruhan Alba, despite the gigantic effort that he put in, he'll have to settle for fourth. But I'm very sure the moment this race ends, he will get a pat on his back from each and every racer who are involved in this this heated race, or one can say this so very competitive race. Till the very end, he certainly will and should get a pat on the back for putting up such a performance, Ruhan Alba.
Narrowly missing out on what could have been a podium finish. At one point of time, it looked like a race win at the halfway stage. He was the one who was the race leader. But Sandeep Kumar managed to pull away after that. As you look at this lovely shot, the aerial view of not just the Kari Motor Speedway in Coimbatore, but look at the silhouette of the mountains on the far side, the lovely lush greenery that surrounds this place, the palm trees, and not to forget when you look The other way you'll have the coconut trees as well, and also don't forget the windmills on one side of the racetrack. It's a picturesque setting indeed.
So following the safety line, that's the windmills that Raman you were talking about. A sight to behold. You know, you've spoken about the silhouette of mountains, and the nature that we have with the peacocks and the peahens.
And also the thrust on clean energy generation. When you look at those windmills, it's a huge thrust towards generation of clean energy, which I think is what the entire world is striving towards.
Well, we've seen the effects of climate change already, and I think this is one of those steps in the right direction. Like we have the stadium, the cricket stadium in Bangalore, fully working on solar power. M. Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bangalore, I think one of the very few cricket stadiums in the world to function fully on solar power. And you know, back to racing here as we come through that final corner of the final lap. The safety cars go on into the pits, and it will be Sandeep Kumar who will take the checkered flag, followed by Ashwin Datta, and Arya Singh once again finds himself on the podium. Celebrations for Sandeep Kumar has already begun. He's got his fist out and he's started to celebrate, and it's a dark dawn. 1, 2, 3 again.
What happened last season has been replicated at the start of a new season in the first round itself. In the final race of the day, a 1, 2, 3 for Team Dark Dawn Racing. Credit where it's due, Arya Singh fighting his way back in this race and managing to get a podium finish. He started off on P8 in this race, remember, and he's clawed his way up from 8th position to finish 3rd. Sandeep Kumar, who started 4th, in the end winning the race. Ashwin Datta, who started 6th, ends up finishing 2nd. So credit to the 3 Dark Dawn Racing drivers for finishing 1, 2, 3. Also, Rohan Alba will be a little disappointed, but I think the young gun tried his level best, gave it his all on the racetrack. In the end, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers in which the Dark Dawn Racing drivers were driving aggressively behind him, trying to overtake him, attacking on the inner and outer line. But still, credit to the young lad for finishing 4th.
Absolutely. You know, they say that motorsports is an individual sport, but at times teams do come into play, teamwork comes into play, and you saw that. You know, that it was a nightmare scenario for young Rohan Alva. He's driving through the middle on that start stop finish straight. On the left, he turns around, he sees Arya Singh, he sees Tijal Rao. On the right, in the mirror, he sees Ashwin Datta, and if he sees further back, he's got another one, and that's Arya Singh. So yeah, clearly it was very challenging for him, although he did well. So Vishwas Vijayaraj, who had that incident early on, losing the nose of his car, has done well to finish 6th. Raghu Rangasamy, who started at P1, has to stay content with the 5th place finish. A few points for him though, and he would be hoping for a better second round than what he had in the opening round of the 25th JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. So here is the confirmation of your winners. Sandeep Kumar taking the checkered flag. Ashwin Datta, he said he wanted to be happier. He'll be slightly happier than happy, from 3rd to 2nd. And Arya Singh, who was the race winner of the 2 races earlier in this category in round 1, he will have to settle for a 3rd place finish. Here are the highlights of this exciting, thrilling race we just witnessed. It was Raghul and Rohan Alva, the 2M Sport, who started at pole position. It was a very good start for Vishwas Vijayaraj coming to corner 1, but that is all that he had as far as the good start was concerned. Had a collision with Raghul Rangasamy's car, and both losing the nose of their car. In fact, there was another who lost the nose of his car, although Vishwas Vijayaraj was able to rejoin the race at the back of the pack, but he did ever so well to go on and get in the top 6 in the end, did Vishwas Vijayaraj. Rohan Alva, in the meantime, held his own. Rohan Alva was the leader after Raghul had dropped a few places with that collision happening with Vishwas Vijayaraj. There's a lot of pressure on young Ruhan from the likes of Sandeep Kumar. In fact, earlier on, Amir Saeed as well was involved in the mix of things, along with the likes of Ashwin Datta and Tijil Rao. It was dark dawn everywhere, and well, he was hoping that he would have gotten some more help, but unfortunately, Raghu Rangaswamy had lost a few places. He had a lot of work to do to come up in the top 5. But this is the side that I was talking about when on that start-finish straight. If you look in the rear-view mirror and you see 3 dark dawns hovering over your head, anyone can get intimidated by that. But this young boy Ruhan Alva, till the 10th or the 11th lap in this race, held on his own. He made sure that he's not there, he's not going to be intimidated, not going to be overthrown, and he continued to keep that lead. This is where that slight contact happened between him and Sandeep Kumar, but again, despite all that, he maintained his lead. Sandeep, because of that little error, dropped down to 3rd, allowing Ashwin Datta to come in and move into the 2nd position. Now, that was the battle going on between Ashwin, Ruhan, Sandeep Kumar, and also Tijil Rao. You can see just about a second behind. This was the race leader in Ruhan Alva. He would have learned so much. What an experience it would have been. And this is where it all started going the other way for Ruhan Alva, as the numbers started to play their game. Ashwin Datta taking the lead there, coming in on the inside, moving ahead, pushing Ruhan Alva down to 2nd. Sandeep Kumar also there, but Ruhan Alva did ever so well in the same lap itself, got the race lead back after a couple of corners, and well, that is when everybody got excited. I got excited thinking that he's got another just 9 laps to hold on, and if he can do that, this will be a day he'll never forget. But it wasn't to be, because of obviously reasons called Ashwin Datta, Sandeep Kumar and dark dawns. They tried to push him till the very end. You can see young Ruhan Alva, he's been tailed by 3 dark dawns there, and it's never easy when you're out there on alone. And remember, it's only his first season in the LGB Formula 4. And on that straight again, once again coming in on the inside was Sandeep Kumar, and he made his move and got the race lead there. Ruhan Alva will be a tad bit disappointed there. Tijil Rao was trying to move into 2nd and push Ruhan Alva down to 3rd, but Ruhan maintained his line, and he then held on to his 2nd position for the time being. Then there was obviously Ashwin Datta there, car number 16, who himself finished 3rd in one of the races. He said, I'm happy, but I want to be happier. And then obviously be at the top of the podium. That did not happen today, although he did manage to get a podium finish. There was a battle going on between Ashwin and Tijil Rao. Tijil there coming in on the inside, overtaking Ashwin Datta, pushing him down to 4th, while it was Sandeep Kumar from there on who continued to stretch his lead over Ruhan Alva, who was 2nd with every passing lap. Then this is where he came through the tyre barrier, because when he tried to brake, it was a bit too late, and Arya Singh there also coming in the mix of things. Remember, Arya Singh had started at P8, that bit of contact happened, and I think that riled off Ruhan Alva a bit, and he came back with a vengeance, although Arya Singh, using his experience, just holding off that challenge from Ruhan Alva. Then there was the dark dawns 1, 2, 3 from there on, with Sandeep obviously leading way ahead. Ashwin Datta was in 2nd, and in the background there you saw there's a puff of dust coming out. That's because of the contact and a collision involving now dark dawns Anushriya Gulati. Her car was hit by one of the Ahura racing cars. That was the end of the race, with the safety car coming out for the final lap. That meant no overtaking, which means that Sandeep Kumar took the checkered flag, won the race, followed by Ashwin Datta, and Arya Singh coming in 3rd, and young Ruhan Alva settling for 4th. What a race that was. What a grand finale to end round 1 of the 25th JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. Right then, let's take you to the prize distribution ceremony.
started. Now, calling on stage, Mohammed Mafaz.
We have Mr. Hari Singh there.
Well done, Aishwar. Mohammed Mafaz from Bangalore. This is part of the race operation for Coolest Internship. Time for us to quickly call on for his shuttlecocks.
So Mr. Hari Singh there awarding the coolest interns their coolest internship awards for all the hard work they've put in to make round one a grand success here at the Kari Motor Speedway. Yuvraj with a huge smile on his face, and why not? To be involved in an event of such magnitude and to execute it so flawlessly and perfectly. Not only deserves a certificate but also deserves a pat on the back.
We also had a gear ahead. And from very close Kerala, Palakkad, we had Ashwin.
I must say it's a great start to their career.
From the legend himself, the rally legend himself, Mr. Hari Singh.
A few words of encouragement also coming from Hari Singh, the man who's known as, obviously by many, the Gypsy King. He was the king of the rally circuit in his peak days. Obviously now taking care of the racing action here at the JK Tyre National Racing Championship. Team, they've got a 1, 2, 3 twice out of 3 races, and in fact of all the 9 podium finishes we've had in 3 races, 8 have come for Dark Dawn. That's how dominant they've been. Only one for Ahura Racing, and that was Vishwas Vijayaraj in the previous race. Arya Singh getting his trophy, Ashwin Datta getting his trophy, and now Sandeep Kumar, the smiling champion, the smiling winner of this race, gets his trophy from Mr. Hari Singh. And when asked the technician you'd want to invite for a trophy, he said, well, let's call for the team principal Afzal Riaz, and he'd be delighted. He's got a great smile on his face, and why not? 8 podium out of 9 for Dark Dawn throughout the opening weekend. Afzal Riaz, ladies and gentlemen, team principal Dark Dawn Racing.
Ashwin and Arya Singh. Come on, guys, raise your trophy. Pick your trophy up and raise it up, raise it up. Come on, Ashwin, raise your trophy up. Fabulous. Thank you, Mr. Hari Singh.
Well, they're in complete control as far as the Constructors' Championship is concerned, as Dark Dawn M Sport Outer Racing will have to up their game come round 2, round 3, and in the later points of the season. So once again, confirming your winners, Sandeep Kumar, Ashwin Datta, along with Arya Singh. All 3 from Dark Dawn Racing. And that's in the white shirt, in the middle of the pictures for you, is the team principal of Dark Dawn, Afzal Riaz, who just skips away and let the boys have their moment of glory with a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3 finish. Terrific. Well, they'll all try and squeeze in. That's all.
Right then, let's have a quick chat with our podium finishers. It's been a clean sweep by the drivers from Team Dark Dawn Racing. We saw it last season as well. We're seeing it again in the first round of a new season. Story being repeated. I'm going to have a quick chat first and foremost with Arya. Arya, a 3rd place finish. I know it's disappointing for you because you've won the other couple of races that have happened, but what a fantastic comeback, starting off way back on the grid to finish 3rd. Creditable.
Yeah, I mean, the race was good. Should have won this race, but I made a mistake. That's on me. But yeah, I mean, you know, again, Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3. So I think that's sort of a common theme now. And to be honest, in the whole championship, 2 wins and a podium, I couldn't have asked for a better weekend. You know, it was pretty consistent. Came so close to getting a 3 and 3, but there's always a next weekend. And yeah, you know, the confidence is there, momentum is there, and I'm just looking forward for the next round.
Carry on, and talking about momentum, he had the fastest lap of the race as well. Well done, Arya. Congratulations on a great race weekend. Let's have a quick chat with another man who's been very consistent all the way through, and he can finally smile at the end of round one, Ashwin Datta. Ashwin, when I first spoke to you yesterday, you said, I could have done better when you were on the grid. You said, I would like to be further up. You've had a few podium finishes and a second place finish today.
So again, I'm not the happiest, but I'll definitely take the second place after tough, hard fought battle with Sandeep, Ruhan, Arya, Tijil, and so it was such an action-packed race. So this is what we want, right? Every race, LGB. So it was quite fun, and it feels bad that I couldn't get on the top step. But yeah, next round I'll be back. So.
Well done, and congratulations on the consistency shown. Well done. And I'm going to have a quick chat with Sandeep, who's got a smile on his face. Yesterday, before the first race, I had a chat with you and he said a lot of young guns who are ahead of me on the grid. I'd like to show them what the seasoned campaigner can do, and you did that today.
Yeah, I guess most of the guys who are driving this series are really competitive. They have a good, background from karting and racing. The important thing is to, be up there on pace, and then it's anyone's race. So this weekend particularly has been kind of a struggle for me on the pace, but I had to make the best of the situation, and yeah, so reverse grid did help me, and I held on to it as much as I can. I guess I made the best of it, but I think I really have to mention that Ruhan and Ashwin, with whom I did have an opportunity to fight, it was incredibly very professional of them, very pro of them to have raced really clean and also as hard as possible. And I think this is one of the best races, I would say, if I have to count one in my whole lifetime. So yeah, I'm really happy, happy for the team, happy for my teammates, and really a big thanks to my mechanics and the whole team, because they really worked on my engine, trying to change things one after the other to bring the car up to pace. So a big shout out to them and the JK Tyre and everyone for this wonderful opportunity.
Congratulations on the race win, Sandeep. Go well for the next round. And it's important that he mentioned Ruhan Alva, because Ruhan of M Sport was leading till almost the halfway point of the race, and then as the dark dawns appeared, almost like, as I call them, the three silver arrows behind him on the rear view mirror. There's one to the left, to the right behind him, and in the end it's the dark dawns who actually overwhelmed the podium. A 1, 2, 3 for them. Congratulations, boys. And that of course wraps up our presentation for the JK Tyre Formula LGB4 category. We would very quickly, before we wrap up, like to have a quick chat with the winners in the endurance race that was held earlier in the afternoon. We'll just be back in a moment with those interviews before we wrap up proceedings. Do stay with us. Temporarily, it's back to Karthikeya in the commentary box.
Thank you, Raman.
Common number 30.
Right then, I have here with me the winners of that endurance race that was held earlier in the afternoon. The first time ever that we've had the two-wheeler endurance race. It's been a part of the calendar this time around for the 25th edition of the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. Let's have a quick chat with the winners here. First and foremost, Amarnath, congratulations to you and Abhishek. What a fantastic run that you had. Just talk us through the complexity of that endurance race, because driver switches, refueling on the bike, and a whole lot of permutations and combinations went into that particular race.
Yeah, well, I mean, we try to keep it as simple as possible. We have a good team. I would say I think we're a mix of all four: cheeky, smart, fast, and stupid. So that worked well for us for the endurance.
Well done. Just talk us through the strategy, because there was a time limit of 20 minutes that one biker could actually spend on the track. So how did you plan things out?
To be honest, we didn't have much of a strategy. The plan was simple. So we just want to do the thing of 50 minutes of section, because we don't want to risk it, because there's a chance of safety cars comes into play there. All your strategy goes wrong. So I think that's the spoil sport everyone can do. So we're on the safer side. We do riders change or swap in the 80 minutes, 15 minutes, so we are on the safer side. So it ended up in the well note, so we're happy for it, and yeah, it's good looking at that.
Congratulations. So you've enjoyed this and would love to be a part of this kind of a format. Were you a little wary going into something like this, an endurance race, an endurance run, different tactics? So just initial thoughts very quickly.
Well, we've had a small experience on the endurance, but not big enough for us to actually crack it. But then again, it's our first time in JK, and we're loving it, man. We love the hospitality, we love the way things go on here. There's so much respect for the riders, the drivers, and how things are run. And the priorities are given to us who are putting our life at risk, and man, we're really humbled with that. We look forward to coming back every year after this experience, for sure.
Congratulations on the win, and go well for your future endeavors. Cheers. Let's have a quick chat with the pairing that went on to finish second. That's, of course, Rakshit and Mikhail here with me. Mikhail, interesting tactics. I was talking to the race winners as well. What was the plan that you guys had in terms of the biker switch?
Well, it was really technical, because one of us is more faster. So the thing was to keep the faster rider for more duration.
So what was the plan? You wanted to have a 20 or 19-20 minutes to the faster biker, and then get the other one in for a shorter period?
Yeah, simply was like that. So because if he starts struggling, it's going to get more worse. So we put him in a more relaxed pace and relaxed time. Or if you give him more, it's going to be really pressured for him, and we're going to start losing. So well, I took the pressure, and I have more experience and more laps, so I took it and I pushed as much as I can. Well, we are really happy for P2. And
congratulations on that. I'm going to have a quick chat with Rakshit here. You know, the quick little thought, would you like to talk? No, he's a little scared. But I'll tell you what, there's a fantastic story about Rakshit and his sister Rakshita. So we'll have her join in as well, because both of them were competing in this race. Rakshita was a part of the all-women's team that took part here. We had a quick chat, Rakshita, before the start of the race. Just quickly tell us about your experience.
It was a great experience. I had a lot of fun, and I hope to do better next time.
Between the two of you, brother-sister combo, who was more into this biking scenario, and who's the one who goaded the other one that let's go for biking?
It was me. I first got into racing, and she was also like, I want to do this, I want to be like Rakshit.
So you got her into it as well. Both of you have done very well. You made your family very proud and your team's very proud. Congratulations, and enjoy the rest of the season the way it goes.
And I would like to thank CRA for this opportunity. It was a really great experience for us, and also for JK Tires. And I would like to thank my team, One Racing, and also Eders Racing, and all my family and friends.
Well done, and you've also remembered all those whom you wanted to give credit to. That's equally creditable. Well done. We're just having a quick chat with the podium finishers for the Endurance League Cup 2022. Of course, JK Tyre presents the Endurance League Cup 2022 that's been powered by United CRA, the endurance race that we've seen for the very first time as a part of the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championship. So the curtain now comes down on round one of this season. It's been a special start to a special season, which is in its 25th edition. We'll be back soon, bringing you coverage of round two of the season very soon. So do stay tuned to more that's coming your way on the motorsports coverage. For now, this is Raman Banot on behalf of the entire production crew here, saying goodbye. अरे सर हो गया